我是南小路，我是浙江泰顺人，是社属民歌、社属分手的真心人。
在小富的在最穷的你们上，小鹿也要穿凤凰
装。我三十家就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。唔似只，只有老人头上嘅盆王雞可以教我定路族譜。我爺對我講，盆王裝是俾你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅盆王裝對住將在看待新嘢。冇想地個台先嚟以後就上盆王裝嘅樣子。每一次一赶上早前，我都好衝着去拦路，就為了多睇幾眼信仰頭上生好的法子。當時懵裡懵懂的，但是台人為得老都唱對歌，其實都是평王包容我人唱台，就符我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。
only sorry it didn't hurt more. 在 Calamity Rising.
他自己有补一个击败分。我看一下，麦克再拿下王良，那这一手没得说。
原发锁定好像也没有锁到，反而是在空中被一个重刀，这个四面飞花要反杀了。
拿出无眼冲还在喷，感觉只差最后一下了。
上来就是龙虎斗啊，麦克这边危险，反手一个植物瞬接上一发无眼冲。这个也不是个人，没错，是这招实力远长再贴。
拿下了麦克，麦克没有了，而且这朵花也没有吃到。阳虚的一个王良，自己投手又被死板板的也拿下了。
猛虎啸动山林，凛然威震四方。 爪牙锋利如刃，神采飞扬若鹰。身经百场博弈，四周冠绝群雄。舞台已经开启，让我们有请中战选手登场。
자, 선수분들 입장하고 있네요. 현재 나라카 브레이드 포인트 프로 리그가 이제 지금 진행이 되고 있습니다. 이번에 나라카 브레이드 포인트 프로 리그는 상금이 또 어마무시하게 많이 올라가 있더라고요. 이 MVPL 대회 같은 경우는 거의 작년부터 이제 꾸준히 진행해왔던 대회로 이제 여러분들께서도 이 MVPL 대회를 혹시라도 나라카 브레이드 포인트를 관심 가져서 보신 분들은 이제 알고 계실 텐데, 이 대회에 이제 올라와 있는 선수분들이야말로 진정한 프로 선수분들이라고 생각을 하시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 과연 어느 분께서 이번에 또 우승을 하셔서 나라카 브레이드 포인트 최종 상금을 차지하게 될지 여러분들도 함께 지켜봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
如龙在临，且看谁能笑书传奇。
자,
14名少年好
선수분들이
齐聚沙场，这最终一回由谁留名？让我们
자,
一起
나라카
见
브레이드
证
포인트 우승
2023
트로피도 지금
NBPL
보이고
春季赛
있고요.
单
야,
排
저
总
트로피
决
봐라.
赛，
설마
现在
승급인가? 라는 그런 생각까지 한번 들 정도로 크기가 엄청난데요. 나라카 브레이드 포인트 트로피. 왜 중간중간에 멈추는 걸까요?
想要夺冠，你必须要有信心击败所有人。走到现在，回头再看，也许是过去的失败才成就了现在的我。夺冠是我的梦想，我会为了这个梦想拼尽一切。
我想向自己证明，我从未停止努力，我也从未想过放弃。我想要让所有人记住魔力峰这个名字。
再次回到熟悉的赛场，我想
상금이 또 이제 엄청 많다 보니까 선수분들을 데리고 거의 뮤직비디오를 찍었네.
棍子，熟悉的棍子，五月得到冠军连招，直接扑恶虎扑食，秒杀叶然。
나이가 나보다 많아 보이신.
无论结果如何，但求落幕无悔。
상금이 많아서 그런 건가? 거의 뮤직비디오인데.
现在距离终点只有一步之遥。
중간중간에 멈추는 이유는 이제 나라카 브레이드 포인트 이제 그 MVPL 대회에서 보내주시는 영상 링크 자체가 약간 멈추는 거니까 참고해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 야, 대회 관전하려고 이렇게 많은 사람들이 또 온 거예요? 자, 나라카 브레이드 포인트를 좋아하시는 유저분들 모두 어서 오십시오. 자, 드디어 나라카 브레이드 포인트 NBPL 대회가 열렸습니다. 뭐 이러니까 내가 뭔가 해석하는 것 같다. 자, 나라카 브레이드 포인트 이제 곧 대회가 진행이 될 건데요. 나라카 브레이드 포인트 MVPL 대회 이번에도 역대급 상금으로 이제 선수분들을 맞이하고 있다고 합니다. 과연 나라카 브레이드 포인트 이 상금의 주인공은 누가 될지, 그리고 영광의 이제 저 트로피는 누가 가져가게 되실지 저도 많이 궁금합니다. 그래서 이제 나라카 브레이드 포인트 유저분들이랑 저도 이렇게 해설로 인사를 나눈 지 벌써 한 2년 정도가 된 것 같은데, 이번에 MVPL 대회 해설로 초청을 받아가지고 저도 무한한 영광이고요. 여러분들과 함께 이번 대회도 재미있게 시청한다는 생각으로 시청하면서 이제 해설 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 뭐 이러니까 좀 진짜 해석하는 것 같다. 이러니까 뭔가 해석하는 것 같아.
Solos world champion here. Everybody looking out for WBG Spider, but so many of these players in solos during this
진짜 그 시청자 즉 관전자분들이 좀 많네요. 관전하시는 분들이 진짜 많아.
Match up to WBG Spider. A lot of these players who, you know, over the years we've looked at and we've seen their growth coming through. Some of these players came out of left field. I mean, Zhang Yu during the last bi-weekly absolutely wakes up. We saw Panda Man come this close to claiming a bi-weekly final. You know, all of these players in general really have a lot of future, and this is going to be quite crazy because there's no points carried over from these bi-weekly finals, from the rev change, anything like that. All of these players are coming in clean. You have 12 games, and you've got to leave it all on the line every single game set.
And that is hopefully what we're gonna get to see. These are the best of the best. This is why we play the game, to see who is going to be crowned the MVPL.
일단 MVPL 대회를 저도 이제 해설로 이제 인사를 드린 거는 MVPL 대회 해설로만 이제 인사드린 건 두 번째거든요. 저 이제 작년 MVPL 대회 때는 참여를 할 뻔했다가 그때 당시에 이제 코로나 백신 주사를 안 맞아가지고 그때 이제 MVPL 대회에 나가지 못했었는데, 그때는 이제 원래는 참여자로 이제 됐었다가 이제 그 한국 대표로 이제 나갈 뻔하다가 이제 백신 주사를 안 맞고 해가지고 외국을 나가지 못해서 그래가지고 그때 이제 MVPL 대회에서 제가 이제 해설로 전환이 됐었죠. 그리고 이제 이번에도 이제 대회 해설을 또 진행을 하게 됐는데, 나라카 브레이드 포인트는 이제 항상 느낀 거지만은 게임을 플레이할 때도 재밌긴 재밌지만 이제 이렇게 대회를 관전할 때도 워낙 보는 맛이 있는 게임이다 보니까 재밌게 이제 해설이 가능했었던 것 같아요. 그래서 이번 MVPL 대회도 저는 조금 기대를 많이 하고 있습니다. 이번 대회에서도 과연 어느 이제 플레이를 또 보여주실지, 그리고 선수분들의 기량은 어떻게 될지 좀 기대를 많이 하고 있는데, 과연 저도 이번 대회에서 또 신박한 그런 플레이들을 많이 볼 수 있을지 여러분들과 함께 지켜볼 예정입니다.
For the World Championship, and that's what we expect to see these players really out here fighting for today. So,
well, yeah, if you beat Spider, you have to tell everyone about it. You're gonna clip it at about 100 different angles. You're gonna recreate it in some customs. You're gonna have some cool arts going around, and you're showing that to everybody. You're out saying like, "Hey, check this out! I beat Spider." Girls go crazy for that. Let me tell you. Taking a look at Spider's stats for this MVPL, he has 223 total kills with 3.1 average kills in a game, and he's been MVP 13 times. That is absolutely insane. WBG Spider is going to be looking like he's the man to beat. It's his place to lose.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, coming in here, there's no question that WBG Spider.
Thank you, Pushan. Thank you.
Prime right now. He came in.
무슨 뜻인지는 잘 못 알아듣겠어.
Was an absolute wildfire that just tore through.
이게 지금 뭐 이야기를 이것저것 하고 있는데 제가 영어를 좀 잘하면 좋을 텐데라는 생각을 이럴 때 하게 되네요. 또 영어를 미리 그래서 배워놨어야 됐어. 나도. 야, 상금 보십시오. 403,500 위안입니다. 위안. 1위안당 제가 알기로는 얼마지? 1위안이? 정확히 한번 볼까요?
as he's gone forward, you know, he's talked about it in the past. He's talked about how his
1십,
coach
100,
has been
1000만,
able to start
10만,
him
100만,
from
1000만,
the block.
7천만 원.
Really, as a
상금이
player,
무려
he's improved
7천만
so much
원이
in terms
이번에
of mental,
걸려
and
있네요.
that's allowed him to
하나로
shine
총
so
상금이
much
약
more
7천만
on
원입니다.
battlefield.
그리고 이제 1위가
Oh, yeah.
차지를 하게 된
Taking a look really quickly,
1위가
we are
이제
gonna be
차지를
taking a
하게
look at
될
this prize pool
상금
right now.
같은 경우는
Grand Finals ranking. The total prize pool is going to
지금
be close to a 500,000 RMB at
14만 위안으로 나오고 있네요. 14만 위안.
This is going to be our upcoming schedule. So today is our solo grand finals here, and then we are going to have
2,600만 원. 1위가 이제 획득한 상금은 2,600만 원으로 나오고 있습니다. 야, 2,600만 원 대단하네요.
Which is going to be really cool to see. And then we're going to have our trios on the 28th and the 26th. So be sure to get your computers out, get your popcorn ready, because this is going to be one amazing weekend.
Oh, absolutely. I'm super excited. And guys, don't forget that on the 27th, if you want to catch the Zai show, you need to show up just about an hour early so you can catch all the Naraka action on the 27th. I'll be back, so you make sure you want to be here to find out who's going to be your solo champion. As we take a look here, of course, it is Morris Isle, Holoroth, Morris Isle. We take a break, come back, and Morris Isle, Holoroth, Morris Isle. The same thing you guys have been seeing during our regular bye-week.
자, 오늘 준비된 경기는 총 6번의 경기고요. 이 6번의 경기 동안 최종 우승자가 결정이 될 예정이니까 참고를 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 맞아. 이번에 진짜 스킨들 이쁘더라고요. 저도 나라카 브레이크 포인트 하시는 한국 유저분들만 많다면은 이제 좀 방송을 하면서 시참도 받고 하고 싶은데 한국 분들이 많이 안 계신 게 좀 진짜 아쉽더라고요.
That we expect to see coming out with just how powerful that hero is right now. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how these players adapt to those hero picks as we have just moved forward. You know, this is the same patch that a lot of these players got to play during the rep change, but for the players who had already pre-qualified, they haven't got to play this patch in a competitive setting yet in terms of the NBPL. Yes, they've got to, you know, do their scrims and the practices, but they haven't done it against some of these other players. So going to see how they make those adjustments or if they stick to the tried and true step.
Well, because always with the patches, it's very minimal things that have changed. Obviously, this patch is a little bit of a bigger one, so we are going to see a few more changes. But with these players who have come out of repechage, they're also hungry. They're so much hungrier than these players who've already qualified because they're the ones that have the most to prove and the most to lose. They're at the bottom, or the most to prove and the least to lose, because they're at the bottom of the standings right now. They're not meant to win. They're basically going through their heads and saying, I have to prove everybody wrong here, and I have to show that I can beat all of these players who had qualified before me. I came back from down under, down in the repechage, and I came up and I brought it home, made my team proud, made my org proud.
You know, I mean, that's the mentality, right? If you're coming forward here, you made it in from repechage, you really have to bring the heat. There's just no excuse not to bring that level of competitiveness here in the grand finals.
자, 나라카 브레이드 포인트 MBPL 팀 이제 MBPL 대회에 나오는 이제 선수분들의 이제 팀 소속이 나오고 있고요. 과연 MBPL 대회를 이번에는 어떻게 준비를 했을지 기존 이제 대회 룰과 똑같다라고 생각을 하시면 되세요. 나라카 브레이드 포인트 위켄드 대회 룰이랑 똑같이 이제 진행이 된다고 하니까 참고하시면은 감사하겠습니다.
They're giving it their all, but they're not leaving everything on the battlefield. So they've got something left in their tank. Maybe they've got a card up their sleeve that they haven't played during the season, and they have just been like, all right, let me play regular and get to the finals. And there's been a couple of players that have been consistently good at that throughout the season. So it's going to be interesting to see them come in today, because today you can't leave anything in a single one of these games. You have to give it 100% from start to finish today. And those sorts of players need to make that adjustment very, very quickly, where they're able to give it 100 every single game because they're kind of used to giving it, 90, 80% of the first couple of games and slowly ramping it up just a little bit, and then giving it absolute everything during those sort of bi-weekly finals. As we take a look here at our players, we are going to see where everybody sits in the standings right now. OC Zhang Yu in the very bottom, just barely qualifying here. EWG's Yuran, GG Sean, Kayla's Fong, another player that I know a lot of people expect a lot of. In his opening week here in the Spring Split bi-weeklies, he absolutely dominated his first week, was even throwing some big DM, dropping some gold weapons, letting players come in and get to, pick their poison, if you will, as he turned around and beat the lobby with just a purple dagger there. JTeam's Action, another player that performed exceptionally well. We just talked earlier about how UG's Panda Man almost was able to come in and win that bi-weekly final. And this is a player who didn't qualify for Worlds last year.
자, 나라카 브레이드 포인트 경기가 곧 진행이 될 예정이라고 합니다.
Overall placement and standings stands a chance at walking away. They have shown that if they find the right environment and they come in with the right mentality, that they absolutely can dominate lobbies and stand a chance at walking away our grand finals champion here in the Spring Split.
And that is one thing that they all are chasing, and some dreams, this is the dream.
코드는 입력해 주시는 대로 제가 등록해 드리고 있으니까요. 코드 혹시라도 아직도 입력 안 하신 분들은 코드 입력 좀 부탁드릴게요. 오늘은 대회 해설이긴 하지만 이제 저도 해당 경기를 함께 보는 시청자이기 때문에 저도 같이 해당 대회를 재밌게 즐기면서 여러분들이랑 소통을 할 예정이니까 참고해 주시면은 감사하겠습니다.
一个人怎么跟我打？这边这么多高手，随便挑一个。
중간중간에 잘 멈추네요. 아니 선수분들 데리고 이게 뭐 하는 거야? 뮤직비디오 찍어놨다니까? 그나
你自己看看，你会不会觉得你在照镜子？ 来，凯豹，我看你挺闲的，过来发牌。
아니 실제 선수분들을 모시고 뮤직비디오인데요. 뮤직비디오 진짜.
果然没看错你啊。一队凯豹先走。
这不随便拿捏，2个5。
这个跟牌看似简单，实际上抓。
포카드? 포커 하시는 건가?
人家打牌，你这装什么啊？好好看，好好学。
你会不会打？哪有人这么渣？
这个赛季连周冠都没拿过的人，都靠边，都靠边，都靠边。
三瑞希厉害啊！让你拳前辈。
3个考拉光带对手。你不是手游玩太到了吗？
老子鼻祖，保送进总决。
예, 중계입니다, 중계.
懂不懂森王的含金量啊？
你的 S 能打吗？还有没有啊？搞快点，赶紧说。4条线，我看你怎么打。
单排最强专武都拿出来了，你最大。
如果 A 中闪 A， 升龙勾手，浮空2A， 再来个白夜闪，阁下该如何应对？
如果这么打，很容易失误的。
선수분들께서 이거 찍는 것도 NG 많이 났겠죠?
这么热闹，能凑我玩一个吗？
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
Ladies and gentlemen, 자 이제 나라카 브레이드 포인트 이제 대회가 곧 진행이 될 예정입니다. 과연 어느 분께서 승리를 할지 저도 정말로 궁금을 하네요. 자, 야 오신 관객분들이 진짜 많네요. 커플이신가 방금은? 야 오신 그 뭐냐 이게 이제 대회를 구경하러 오신 분들이 진짜 많으시네. 뭐 판넬 들고 있고 옛날에 그 이제 온게임넷 보는 그런 느낌이 드네요. 온게임넷 보는 그런 느낌이 드네요. 나라카 브레이드 포인트가 한국에서만 인기가 없지. 솔직히 한국에서만 인기가 없지. 이게 외국에서는 스팀에서는 여전히 동접자 10만 명이 넘는 그 이제 스팀 인기 게임 중 하나이기도 하고요. 또한 중국에서는 거의 국민 게임으로 불릴 정도로 중국 자체 클라이언트에서는 진짜 수십만 명, 거의 이제 뭐 나라카 브레이드 포인트가 전성기 때는 제가 듣기로는 동접자가 100만 명이라는 소리까지 들었습니다. 동접자 100만 명이 거의 뭐 중국 자체 클라이언트에서는 뭐 기본 게임이다라는 이야기도 있긴 있는데 나라카 브레이드 포인트가 그 게임들 사이에서도 순위권 안에 들어가가지고 유지가 되었었다고 하니까 우리나라에서는 인기가 없는 게 맞지만 다른 이제 외국에서 뭐 이제 중국이라던가 뭐 이제 다른 서양권에서는 되게 인기가 많은 게임으로 알고 있습니다. 야.
They're gonna try their best, and this is what we've all been waiting for. We just gotta hope that Spider is a little bit more awake, as we saw earlier there. It looked like he was taking a little bit of a nap by his keyboard, getting those fingers ready, getting those joints good to go. It looks like all these players are starting to get locked in and get ready because, ladies and gentlemen, our first game is about to start very soon, and it is going to be a big one.
Look, Spider can afford to take a nap, right? He's comfortable. This is where Spider likes to be. You know, I talked about previous, you know, his kind of all or nothing play style that he's really adapted and learned from, and he's gotten much better at the mental game. The last time we saw Spider in one of these grand final situations, you could see the worry on his face. When we cut to him and he looked like he's taking a nap, he's relaxed. He's ready to go. These are the spaces where Spider really excels, when the pressure is on. So he just needs to keep that great mental throughout his 6 games today and his 6 games later to guarantee that he has a good grand final. And we're going to see if he can do that here in game number 1, because we're getting ready to kick things off as we take a look at the upcoming hero picks for game number 1. I'm super hyped to see what we're going to get out of these players today.
자, 나라카 브레이드 포인트 현재 선수분들이 캐릭터를 결정하고 계시고요. 지금 맵이 이제 설정이 다 된 상태로 지금 선수분들이 준비를 하고 있습니다. 과연 어느 선수께서 이번에 또 멋있는 모습을 보여줄지 여러분들도 함께 지켜봐 주시면 감사할 것 같고요. 대부분 선수분들의 캐릭터들을 보니까 신묘가 많네요. 신묘가 무려 1분, 2분, 3분, 4분, 5분, 6분이 이번에 신묘로 플레이를 할 예정이라고 하고 있고요. 이제 마타리와 고청한도 꽤 많이 보인 것 같습니다. 마타리도 2분, 이제 마타리도 3분, 고청한도 3분, 그리고 은자평은 1분, 그리고 호이가 1분 해가지고 지금 나라카 브레이드 포인트 선수분들이 지금 준비하고 있는 캐릭터들이 보이고 있거든요. 과연 어느 선수분들의 이제 그 전략이 이제 이 대회에서 빛을 낼지 여러분들도 지켜봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 자, 대회 진행이 되고 있네요. 자, 선수분들이 선택한 곳이 이제 나오고 있고요. 666666 이게 엄지라는 뜻이더라고요. 엄지.
It's going to be a good for them to be able to get out of it. But taking a look at the map right now, we are going to see a couple of players spawning near that Celestra area. It looks like it's going to be JDG, KLA, and EWG over in Celestra, where the rest of these teams are going to be north, closer to that Sunwing rest areas. We're seeing a couple of teams spawning over there. Bao Da is going to be spawning just a little bit south of there, and then the rest are going to be on that eastern side of the map with a couple spread by Eventide Temple.
Yeah, things looking like they're going to get pretty heated pretty early on up here in Sunwing, and we're probably going to see a lot of fights break out here in Celestra as many of these teams opting to land here. Even though it's not a gold zone, these players know that there's so
자, 경기가 시작이 되고 있습니다.
so easy to maneuver throughout Celestra.
지금 야, WBG 스파이더님 첫 번째 교전이 시작이 되고 있어요. 일단 참마도 들어주고요. 아, 지금 말씀드린 순간 왜 만가별은 쪽에서도 지금 교전이 일어나고 있네요. 자, 일단은 장검 스웨이 공격. 거기다 와이어 좋습니다. 와이어 콤보를 야, MBPL 대회는 역시 뭔가 다른데요. 와이어 콤보로 이제 공중으로 띄우고 한 번 더 와이어 콤보를 해가지고 이어서 상대를 체력을 조금 이제 빈사 상태로 만드는 데까지 성공을 했습니다.
looking to go in on EWG's Euron, trying to use that pole sword, looking to find.
야, 지금 1킬을 하기 위해서 선수분들이 야, MBPL은 뭔가 수준이 다른데요. 자, 잡히나요? 잡히나요? 일단 뒤쪽으로 빠지고요. JDG 선수 뒤로 빠진다. 일단은 와이어 10개를 갖고 울브스 선수가 쫓아왔고요. 자, 다시 한번 들어가고 있습니다. 데미지 싱크가 안 맞는 것 같은데. 좋습니다. 일단 올려배기. 여기에서 봉으로 차진 공격 한번. 한대 잡히나요? 잡힙니다. 여기에서 F 기술로 상대가 공격 들어온 것을 반격해가지고 잡아내는데 성공합니다. 일단 JDG 선수가 먼저 1킬을 달성을 했고요. 그리고 WBG 스파이더 선수와 AOW 선수가 1킬씩 각각 1킬씩 지금 달성을 한 상태입니다. 지금 여기에서 태도 와이어 좋습니다. 야, 여기는 와이어 콤보가 일단은 기본적이네요. 와이어 콤보가 기본이에요. 기본. 대단합니다. 일단은 지금 태도로 한 명 더 잡아냈고요. 여기에서 또 한 번 교전이 일어나고 있네요. 비수 지금 한 명밖에 없는 은자평 선수거든요. 자, 지금 은자평 선수 체력 회복 먼저 한번 들어가 주고요. 자, 체력 회복 한번 먼저 들어갔습니다. 지금 그 다음에 빨간 버섯 지금 공격력 올라가 있는 상태. 하지만 이제 체력이 이제 시간이 좀 지나면은 체력이 약간씩 소모가 되죠. 다시 위쪽으로 올라가지고 와이어 한 번 더. 좋습니다. 야, 움직임 자체가 MBPL 대회는 약간 수준이 많이 다른 것 같습니다. 현재 1킬을 기록한 선수들은 현재 4명 보이고 있고요. 여기에서 궁극기 한번 써주고요. 화살 한 대 맞습니다. 야, 공중에서 화살. 지금 공중에서 화살 한 대 맞고 자, 일단 은자평 선수 뒤쪽으로 계속 빠지고 있습니다. 은자평 같은 경우는 이제 그 공격에 CC기 공격을 맞았을 때 이제 CC기 면역 같은 그런 F 기술이 있기 때문에 도망가는 데는 나쁘지 않은 그런 캐릭터라고 저는 생각을 하고 있어요. 그래서 이제 저 은자평 선수가 최대한 저 F 기술을 사용을 해가지고 상대의 추격을 피해서 좀 도망간 게 아닌가라는 그런 생각을 한번 해보게 되네요. 자, 지금 앞에 바오다. 자, 다시 한번 붙을 준비하고 있고요. 바오다 선수 지금 방어구 한번 회복해 줍니다. 그리고 교전 시작하네요. 좋죠.
coming out with some pistol shots. He does have that purple armor. Mike is going to miss all of the musket shots here. Looks like they're going to just try and go for that melee fight early on. Mike grappling up onto him, but it looks like Huangfly is not trying to take this fight too seriously here. Needs to heal up a bit first before re-engaging into this fight.
자, 한 번 더 교전 시작합니다.
Trading back range, but nothing is connecting
패링 실패.
that much. So Mike looks like he's going to back up.
자, 지금 스파이더 선수 F 기술, 그리고 뒤쪽에는 신묘가 지금 로봇으로 변신을 한 상태네요.
Over to WBG Spider, who's looking to third party onto this fight between GG Shaw and OUG's Panaman. Panaman here going to be forced to throw down the pillar. Start sending a shot.
자, 로봇을 탄 신묘 선수를 다시 한번 추격 시작합니다. 야, 내려오는 위치를 예상해가지고 해당 위치에서 먼저 공격을 준비하네요. 야, 여기에서 신묘 선수를 잡아내는데 성공하는 WBG 스파이더 선수. WBG 스파이더 선수 현재 2킬로 단독 선두에 올라왔습니다. 지금 고청 안으로 F 기술로 아까 이제 반격, 그러니까 이제 F 기술로 얼음으로 변하면서 해당 얼음을 때리는 그 반격 데미지로 한 명을 잡아내는데 성공을 했고, 이번에도 신중하게 로봇으로 변한 신묘 선수를 로봇가 끝나자마자 잡아내는데 성공을 합니다. 하지만 많이 위험한 상황인 것 같고요. 스파이더 선수 F 방어구 회복합니다. 하지만 태도 와이어 콤보 들어갑니다. WBG 스파이더 선수 일단 다운이 됐고요. 지금 영원 부활 상태로 넘어갑니다.
been able to find a little bit of reset there with the Fs. Now we're going to see GG Shaw coming in, putting in work here with that staff, and of course that musket Spider with no armor to speak of, looking to buy a little bit distance with the charged right click there on the nunchucks. Not quite able to find it, going to be forced to pop the F. We're going to see GG Shaw waiting topside.
자, 가로배기 올려배기 실패를 했고요. 다시 한번.
Not enough though. Is GG Shaw able to
여기에서 신묘 선수 궁극기. 역시 호입니다. 하지만 로봇을 타는데 성공하는 GGSHA 선수. 자, 무약 한번 먹어주고요.
Absolutely phenomenal in the way he's able to pull these off in competitive games, gaining prio. He's almost able to do it to Yiron, but Yiron is going to end up popping that Eiko's ultimate here. GG Shaw doing a great job holding neutral here. You're going to pop that.
지금 로봇을 탔지만 상대한테 UD는 못 넣고 있어요.
A lot of damage here. Yiron just using those claws, trying to get him as low as possible. We're going to see the turret form come out. He is going to miss.
자, 올라왔습니다.
Healing just a bit because they're both going to go for this reset here. GG Shaw still applying as much pressure as he can.
SHA 선수 위험합니다. 일단은 여기에서 패링 성공. 좋습니다. 패링을 성공하자마자 그대로 잡아내는데 성공을 합니다. 현재 GGSHA 선수 1킬을 추가로 기록을 하면서 3킬로 선두에 올라왔습니다. 멀리는 WBG 스파이더 선수. 자, 지금 다시 한번 들어가나요? 좋습니다.
Completely control a fight and control the neutral. Say, you know what? Oh, you think you have neutral? Not a backstab. Haha. Nope. It's phenomenal play, especially when you give a Matari a dagger, or even a Justina a dagger, or any pro player a dagger, man. It's just so fast and so much fun to watch. As we're going to see JDG's Xu Zhang and GG Shaw coming up pretty close to each other, but they want to keep their distance as of now. As we're seeing Bao does H-Fly actually does have another buff here. He did win both Realm of Yangs, which is going to give him 2 extra kills up onto the board, as GG Shaw using that staff for the extra movement there, charging it up and going through. As we're going to see a replay here again of GG Shaw hitting the double overhold and then going through with a crazy katana grapple combo into the air, launching Xu Zhang. Another combo, launching Spider into the air, and then the parry onto coming through with the flip around onto the staff, tap dodging the F, and then coming through with that iframe on the F, and then the weapon swap here as well. Shaw has been on fire all game.
Oh yeah, GG Shaw is absolutely.
지금 확인을 하고 있는데 약간
And again, this is what we talked about at the
프레임
beginning,
문제가 많이 심하네요.
자,
빠르게 죄송해요. 정말 죄송합니다, 여러분.
All of these players have shown during the bi-weeklies even if they weren't able to win a bi-weekly final, that they can get a legendary dagger as well that he parried off of somebody. But no purple armor for these players yet. They just haven't been able to find it during those eliminations that they were able to find into the early to mid game here. Sha and Mike just kind of dancing around one another as we take a look here. JDG's Chu Zhang waiting for that Moore's Blessing to come through, and we see J-Team's action in the middle of a fight with the OUG's Pandaman and GS's T225 on the other side of the map. Mike looking to pressure into that fight as well. Pandaman just barely holding on right now with all these players giving chase. He does have a white dagger right now, and it looks like he's just swapped into this for the movement so he can try to find some sort of reset. The bell's going to go off. AOW's Mike coming in with those legendary nunchucks is going to start putting the pressure onto Pandaman. Pandaman trying to just stay alive here, wants to keep the game going to endgame. Pandaman, unfortunately, no eliminations under his belt, so even if he gets a good placement right now, it's not really going to do him a lot of good. He's got to be able to find an elimination for himself. Sees J-Team's action around the corner, threatens that space just a little bit, is going to back off. There's too many players here, and he's so far behind.
지금 잘 되죠 이제.
Have a lot of resources. Pandaman is hurting right now. Only 3 shield pots, 3 health pots. He's not in a great place as we had in
영상 혹시 문제 있나요?
Getting ready to collapse onto zone 5 in the next 60 seconds. Kaylee's Pong gonna come in, find himself a legendary set of armor here. He's got that purple dagger that he's so accustomed to using. More than happy to hold on to that. GG Shaw coming in, looking to try to find another set of armor here for himself. Fong going to be forced to use the teleport to move away. Shaw gets him pushed against the tree with the staff here. Fong takes a ton of damage. Is going to be forced to back
자,
off.
일단은 지금 감사합니다. 잘 되는군요, 지금. 잠깐만.
GG Shaw, on the other hand, not happy about this turn of events. Not only was he not able to come in and find any armor here, he wasn't able to punish Fong for coming in and finding that legendary set of armor for himself.
40대.
And he let another player walk away with the potential purple armor.
괜찮죠? 영상 괜찮죠?
Mike still
확인.
rocking that blue armor as we get ready to head into zone 5 here. Taking a look, AOW's Mike at the top of the board right now with 8.1 points, 3 eliminations under his belt. GG Shaw with 4 eliminations, climbing all the way up from the bottom of the leaderboard to the very tippity top here in our first game of the night. WBG Spider unfortunately found himself eliminated a little too early, so he's starting to fall down those standings. We're going to see how that plays out for him the rest of this night. Mike here with that bow, just trying to put some pressure down, able to get a huge shot onto GS's T225, wants to continue to give chase because T225 here hurting pretty bad, going to force the F out of T225. He at least gets some resources there. He gets the F out of him as well. He's got to be happy about that. Mike, though, not wanting to give up the chase, sees all these players come in, and he is going to keep on the hunt. He knows he needs to eliminate one of these players and get that set of purple armor before going into the very final zone. If he goes into the final zone with that blue armor, he's going to find himself at a considerable disadvantage. J-Team's action.
예, 지금 확인했습니다. 알려주셔서 감사해요, 크로노님, 심스님.
Able to find one pot, is going to find the second pot before either of these players can push
자,
onto
지금 AOW 마이크 선수.
has got his ultimate and both of his Fs.
현재 AOW 마이크 선수 3킬 기록 중이고요. 지금 GG SHA 선수 4킬 기록 중입니다. 여기에서 J팀 쪽에서 한 선수를 잡아내는데 성공을 하네요. 야, J팀 같은 경우는 여전히 이제 나라카 브레이드 포인트 MVPL 1대 MVPL 대회 때도 이제 참여를 한 팀으로 알고 있는데 이번에도 또 멋있는 경기를 보여주고 계신 것 같습니다.
For the dagger here, he does have that. He might go down here really quickly, though. They are pumping the ult. He's getting very low. Mike trying to go for those bow shots, and it looks like Action needs to try and escape here, using all of those dagger dashes to get up on top. 225 is gonna come in with the bow shot, with the crazy kill, stealing that away.
자, 지금 준비하고 있는 모습들이 대단하네요. 일단 나무에서 붙어가지고 체력 회복 먼저 진행을 하고 있고요. 야, MVPL 대회를 보는데 여태까지 물론 이제 여태까지 아시아 위켄드 대회나 뭐 이제 다른 대회들도 이제 물론 엄청난 실력을 보유하신 분들이 많이 계셨지만은 여기는 진짜 프로분들이 모여 있다라는 게 느껴지네요. 와이어 콤보 이외에는 거의 뭐 필수입니다, 필수. 저는 저 와이어 콤보를 도전을 해보다가 잘 안 됐었거든요. 야, 와이어 콤보를 저렇게 잘 넣네요. 일단 참마도로 왔다 갔다 하는 모습 잠깐 찍히고 있고요.
Burning resources, taking some damage, burning some resources. This is what we'd love to see from this mid game here. There are 8 players left up on the board with AOW Mike currently in the lead. Shot in second place with 4 kills. AOW Mike at 3. Xu Zhang, T225, and Huang Fly are at 2. Wang Liang and Pandaman and Fang at 0. So we see Sha bringing out that full sword here, getting a crazy scale rush off onto Fang. Fang taking a decent amount of damage, but able to get a singular pot off before Sha trying to re-enter this fight, but it looks like he's just going to scale rush up this tree.
야, 비수로 지금 공중에서 계속해서 가로 차징을 넣어주면서 나무 위에서 견제를 넣어주는 모습 보이고 있고요.
He's already picked up 4 eliminations. Very, very good position to be in solos here. He's top 8 though. He needs to wait for some of these players to be eliminated because unfortunately he does only have blue armor. It makes him very easy pickings for a lot of these players, especially as the circle closes up and he has less places to maneuver, find those sort of resets here. He needs to create some tension onto another player.
자, 지금 귀인 암찰로 계속해서 견제를 넣어주고 있는 모습. 이제 선수들이 많이 남지 않았기 때문에 서로 견제만 넣어주고 마지막 순간을 노리기 위해 준비를 하고 있는 모습만 보이고 있습니다.
Because as soon as he becomes a target, he's going to find himself eliminated, and he needs to make those 4 eliminations he has count for as much as possible. AOW's Mike in a very similar situation because he also still has blue armor here in these sort of final standings in this final circle, but he does have quite a strong loadout in terms of the legendary weapons that he's got, and he's got 2 of his favorite legendary weapons. He's got the legendary nunchucks, he's got that legendary dagger. These are weapons that he knows how to pilot very well, so he likes to keep the pressure up. And we see Mike here looking to do exactly that, trying to take some bow shots down, it looks like, onto GG Sha. Everyone looking to make somebody the next target of this lobby so that they are not the target being chased around. It's zone 6 collapsing onto zone 7 in the next 3 seconds with 8 players still left alive. This is going to turn into quite the small zone, and these players are going to.
자, 지금 서로 계속해서 견제를 넣어주고 있고요. 남은 시간은 2분밖에 안 남았습니다. 지금 위에서 계속해서 견제를 넣어주고 있는 마타리. 지금 마타리 체력 별로 없거든요. 이거 은신 상태로 막 왔다 갔다 하고 있긴 하지만 이거 위험합니다. 약간 여기에서 한 명 잡히고 남은 인원 6명. 남은 시간 1분 30초. 물량 먹고 있고요. 이 좁은 곳에 지금 6명이나 살아있네요.
pot there. He's thinking about going for the shield pot here, but he doesn't want to waste the resource in case he's able to get his hands.
자, 물량 한번 먹어주고. 지금 저 XCG 선수 대단하거든요. 하지만 로봇 타줘가지고 바우더 선수 로봇을 타면서 일단 구사일생했습니다. 자, XCG 선수 아래쪽에서 숨어 있고요. 하지만 GG SHA 선수 아래로 내려와가지고 XCG 선수를 노리고 있습니다. 자, 지금 일단 로봇을 XCG 선수도 타줬어요.
with that dagger and connected onto him. So Mike not able to get the bot
XCG 선수 위험합니다.
is able to find an inside track to find a little bit of a reset here. Gets a single bot off. GG Sha trying to come in. Kayleigh's Fong going to be picked up by Wang Liang. Now we're going to see about us. Wang Fly going
선수 계속해서 총알 쏴주고 있고 공중에서 지금 남은 시간 30초. 격. 여기서 XCG 선수 한 명 더 잡아낸 바우더 선수가 한 명 더 잡아내는데 성공합니다. 여기서 오유지 선수도 한 명 잡아냈고요. 지금 자기장 마지막입니다. 자기장 15초. 15초입니다. 15초. GGSH 과연 어느 분이 남은 시간 5초 4 여기에서 GGSH 선수가 끝까지 살아남는데 성공을 하면서 GGSH 선수가 첫 번째 경기를 가져가게 됩니다. 야, GGSH 선수 일단은 첫 번째 경기를 기분 좋게 가져간 것 같고요. 그래도 신중하게 아직 첫 번째 경기다라는 그런 생각으로 지금 지금 신중한 표정을 하고 계시네요. 좋습니다. 일단 SHA 선수가 먼저 1승을 가져갑니다. 야, 좋습니다. 일단 SHA 선수. 아, 저랑 음성 싱크가 안 맞는 것 같은데요. 저는 마지막 순간을 벌써 해설을 했는데 저쪽은 아직 마지막 순간을 해설하고 있는 것 같은데. 자, 이렇게 해서 일단 선수들이 모두 이제 모든 경기를 첫 번째 경기를 마쳤고요. 과연 두 번째 경기는 어느 분께서 승리를 하게 될지 여러분들도 함께 지켜봐 주시면 감사할 것 같습니다.
Performance all around from the start of the game with the katana combo to the end, just to be the last one in the mech and the last one ending. Crazy plays, able to take out all of those other players and catching the W. It was such a crazy final circle. It looked like for a second that Panda Man was going to come through with the victory. He started picking up a kill and another kill. Xu Zhang picking up a lot of kills in that final circle. And then all of a sudden, Shaw comes through and says, you know what, we're going to take this back to Season 1 NBPL. This is my time. I'm setting the pace and I am going to win.
야, 대단합니다.
Here's one of the things about these pro players, right? They know the timing of their ultimates, and they generally know how long it's going to take for them to get their ultimates back. Shaw pops the ult a little bit early, knowing that he's going to have time to make use of the ultimate, get the reset that he's looking for, pump some damage out, create some pressure. Once the ult goes down, he was able to get most of a reset back.
자, 일단 뭐 나라카 브레이드 포인트 지금 MBPL 대회라고 할 정도로 엄청난 실력들을 많이 보여주신 것 같고요. 와이어 콤보에서도 한번 반하긴 했지만 선수분들의 기량 그리고 선수분들의 이제 치고 빠지는 그리고 콤보라던가 기술 연계까지 정말로 멋있는 경기들을 본 것 같습니다. 이게 아직도 첫 번째 경기밖에 안 됐다고 하니까요. 남은 경기 다섯 번의 경기 동안 저도 기대를 많이 하고 있고요. 과연 MBPL 대회 최종 우승자는 누구일지 그것도 정말로 점점점 더 궁금해지기 시작하네요. 지금 이렇게 엄청난 실력자들, 그러니까 이제 프로분들, 이제 거의 프로분들의 대회에서 우승을 한다면은 그거야말로 정말 대단한 선수가 아닌가라는 생각이 들거든요. 과연 어느 분께서 정말로 우승을 하게 될지 진심으로 궁금하고 두 번째 경기가 시작될 때 저는 계속해서 대회 해설을 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
Never run it back. He thinks he's in this situation where Shaw doesn't have his ultimate, doesn't have his resources, tries to come back in and catch Shaw unaware. Shaw, full reset. He's already picked up his elimination. He was able to get Rage back from picking up that Soul Boom off of the elimination that he picks up. He puts a ton of pressure back onto WBG Spider, chases Spider into Celestra. Spider's like, all right, cool, I've got a little corner of Celestra, I can maneuver, I can maybe get away here. Other players smell that blood in the water, and even though it's not GG Shaw who's able to pick up the elimination onto WBG Spider, all of the pressure that he put onto Spider, forcing Spider to pop the F, forcing Spider to pop the ultimate, with all those other players around, just spelled absolute doom for WBG Spider. There was no place for him to run and hide, even when GG Shaw was forced to take another fight. Because of that, Spider gets eliminated, Shaw picks up his 4th elimination, and he knows he's in a bad situation.
혹시 잘 들리시나요? 제 목소리는? 제 목소리는 혹시 끊기던가 그런 부분이 있을까요? 감사합니다. 디오라마님 어서와요. 이게 대회 영상 목소리 자체가 끊긴 걸까요? 대회 영상 목소리 자체가 끊긴 걸 거예요. 이게 대회 영상 자체 목소리가 지금 영상 자체에 문제가 있는 건지 모르겠지만 약간 끊기는 것 같으니까 참고해 주시면 감사할 것 같고, 그래도 뭐 이제 다음 대회 대회 경기가 진행이 되면은 제가 이제 해설을 진행을 할 거니까 혹시라도 약간 불편하시다면은 저 목소리를 제가 좀 줄이든가 하도록 할 테니 참고해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 일단 SHA 선수가 현재 12점으로 1위를 기록을 하고 있으니까 해당 부분 참고해 주시면 감사할 것 같고요. 제가 아까도 설명을 드렸듯이 첫 번째 경기랑 두 번째 경기 사이 텀은 제가 조금 쉬었다가 두 번째 경기 때 또 진행을 할 거니까 참고해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그리고 나라카 브레이드 포인트 현재 그 본인 아이디 코드를 입력을 해주시면은 제가 내일 광야의 보물 주머니는 일단 100% 확정으로 제가 다 지급을 해드릴 거고요. 그게 이제 언제 지급될지 모르겠지만은 제가 최대한 빨리 지급이 되게끔 해드릴 거고, 이건 100%로 다 지급이 보급이 된 겁니다. 그리고 전설 코스튬 같은 경우는 이 길 여러분들께서 이제 그 입력을 해주신 분들을 한해서 제가 보내드릴 예정이니까 그 이제 트위치 귓속말로 보내드릴 예정이니까 참고해주시면은 감사하겠습니다.
We still got 5 more games to go. It was just the first one. Of course, you got to set the pace early, and GG Shot did an amazing job of that, as well as AOW Mike. But like you said, you've been telling me this since the day one of me playing Naraka and me knowing you. Never run it back, and that was the downfall today for WBG Spider.
It's just never, you're always going to be coming back into a fight at a detriment. And WBG Spider, look, he's got that sort of playstyle, he's got that mentality where he thinks he can win every fight, even if he's, you know, behind. It's just not.
아이디 코드는 번호입니다. 번호. 그 닉네임이 아니고요. 그 제가 지금 게임을 틀질 못하기 때문에 게임에서 보여드릴 수는 없는데 그 아이디 번호라고 해가지고 거의 숫자가 몇 개지? 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다, 여, 일곱, 여덟, 아홉, 열, 열하나, 열둘, 열셋. 숫자 13개로 되어 있는 게 있거든요. 그 친구 목록 들어가시면은 본인 아이디 옆에 아이디 코드라고 아마 적혀 있을 텐데 그 코드를 보내주시면 되세요.
In this final circle, you know, you have to play aggressive. You have to look to get somebody low to keep the attention off of yourself. But for AOW's Mike here, he not only gets somebody low, he wants to pressure onto that. He wants to pick up those eliminations. And that costs him pretty heavily because all of the attention in the lobby turns to him because of how hyper-aggressive he is. And that's why we're going to see somebody like GG Shaw, who played it a little bit more passively because he already had kills under his belt, get to the finals, walk out on top here. It's his 8th MVP of the season, 30,000 damage here, 5 eliminations. Absolutely huge game for him here. 11,000 that damage coming through with the pole sword, but most of the setup being with the staff. Half the time we turn to GG Shaw, he had that staff out, and if he was able to land that uppercut, he was able to find the hot swap into the pole sword and do that big damage to clean up those eliminations. And he even put in a little bit of work with the katana there, 2.9k. Most of that katana damage also going to be coming out onto WBG Spider. Spider didn't expect the overhold, not even once, but twice inside that building in that first fight with GG Shaw, and because of that, Shaw able to win the fight against WBG Spider, pick up the elimination. Just a great game coming in from GG Shaw all the way around. He had really good decision making. He had a really good timing. He was able to come into that final circle at the perfect time. And again, he popped his ult, what would feel like a little bit early, but he was able to get back to his ultimate just before that final zone closed. And that's the perfect time for you to have that ultimate back off the cooldown, to look for the reset, to take control of that space, because you can drop that pillar, and when that pillar comes out, it knocks people flying. We actually see that happen to Wong Fly. When the pillar comes down, he goes out. I do believe it's Panda Man who turns and cleans up the elimination on the Wong Fly, but then we see, of course, GG Shaw jump into his mech, and just there's nothing anybody can do about it at that point as he takes control of everything in the final circle. Panda Man just goes out in the zone, lets himself get eliminated in the zone, doesn't want to give Shaw the extra kill. Shaw cleans up the lobby. Super great job coming out from him. It's almost like a return to season 1 GG Shaw, and I love to see that.
And that is one of the greatest things that I got to see today. And let's talk really quickly as well. That parry sequence from AOW Mike, where he got about 6 parries in the span of like 45 seconds. He just went around, yeah, nope, you lost your weapon. No, you lost your weapon. Parry, 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 good night. He only picked up 1 kill in that entire sequence of parries, but he took every player's weapon.
Oh yeah, and I mean, look, here's the big thing too as well. It's really interesting to see so many players kind of trying to dogpile on Mike when he's got the safety net from the parry there, because once he goes into the riposte, everyone's like, okay, well, I can just let the blue go, but you can cancel that riposte animation with just a simple jump, and those jump parries are so effective. The hitbox is slightly bigger, it comes out just as fast as almost every parry in the game, and we see him do that not once but twice. Off the back of the riposte, he gets damage off of all of it, and those players are forced to just back off. They have to give up the weapon, they have to back away, because there's so many other players in the area that if they continue to try to take that fight after taking that riposte damage from the nunchucks, which is one of the biggest amounts of damage coming in from the nunchucks, on the riposte, it's not going to be a good day for you. And we've got a quick question for those of you watching at home here on Twitch. Who won game number 1? Is it A, GG Shaw, B, AOW's Mike, C, Jess's TT25, or D, Kayle's Fong? This should be a super easy question for you guys. If you get this wrong, I don't know what game you were watching.
It was actually it was actually E, J Team Section, my guy.
Oh my goodness! Look, J Team Section is a really good player, but unfortunately, he didn't do a whole lot this game. I mean, AOW's Mike kind of blitzed him out of existence. He tried to get in with that uppercut combo on the katana there under the bridge side, but AOW's Mike was just able to slip away from it and completely flip the fight on him, man. It was such a clean fight from Mike too. Mike played his fights very, very well in terms of like his skill, being able to land those parries, being able to jump cancel the riposte into the parries on multiple different players. A couple of players even as well, not just that one instance came up, he would land a parry and somebody else would come throw a blue before he ever committed to the riposte, and you're just going to get double parried at that point. Like, there's no sense in letting a blue rip in the face of a player who just parried somebody, because all they have to do is click the parry again and it's a freebie for them. We saw multiple players do that to Mike, and Mike just more than happy to take every parry that he can get, pumps out a ton of damage this game, picks up a lot of eliminations. It's a great game 1 for all of these players, but GG Shaw really just played it better in terms of decision making. When he got to the final circle, the difference really between him and AOW's Mike was that Mike was making his presence known. He was throwing those bow shots, he would hit somebody and he would follow it up, he would chase. When we turn and look at GG Shaw, Shaw was throwing bow shots out, but if he hit somebody, he would let the rest of the lobby turn on that player to turn attention away from himself. And it's the smart play. If you make it into final circle and you've got 4 eliminations under your belt, you really don't need anything except better placement at that point to walk away the MVP. Not only is he able to find the best possible placement, he's able to find that last elimination in those final moments as well. Just super clean choices coming out from GG Shaw, and I hope he continues to perform like this all day.
Yeah, I really want to see him coming out and doing the exact same things that we saw him doing this last game, because it's going to be such a fun day if we do. These fights are amazing. He humbled Spider. Like, we don't see that happen very often. Humbling the man, the myth, the legend himself, WBG's Spider, is not a very easy task to do. And if he's able to do it again, the mental game that he's playing with Spider right now is going to be so tough. If Spider's, we've seen him perform under pressure. We've seen him perform in many different situations where he's had to do the same thing. But if his mental starts to deteriorate anymore, and he starts to keep losing these fights to GG Shaw, keep losing these fights to other players playing and not changing up his playstyle, he's going to end up in a lot of trouble.
You know, the thing is, WBG Spider's gotten much, much better about letting his mental get the better of him. We've really only seen one instance in this sort of last season where another player really got under WBG Spider's skin, and that was JDG's Chu Zhang. And he killed Spider 3 times in a game. He chases him down after a bad decision to go into the realm of Yang a 2nd time. He's got Yang depletion, and he literally just continues to grief him till he dies to that Yang depletion. And after that, Spider kind of crumbles a little bit in his last 2 games of the day. But that's the only instance we've really seen Spider kind of succumb to those sort of mental games this season, because he's gotten much, much better about it. So I would be surprised if this first game really had any effect on Spider's mental. Even looking at his face right now, he looks like he's locked in. He looks like he's in a good place. I'd be willing to bet he's just taking this first game as a warm-up game, and he's going to come back swinging here in game number 2, Seb.
Oh, for sure. This is definitely not the last we've seen of him. I was just going through all of those what ifs. We're going to see a lot more Akos coming out into this game, as action is going to be on my main man, Tarka.
자, 나라카 브레이드 포인트 아시아 죄송합니다. MVPL 대회 두 번째 경기 이제 진행이 되고 있고요. 두 번째 경기 이제 선수분들이 다 준비를 하고 지금 화라국에서 이제 진행이 된다고 하네요. 참고해 주시면 감사할 것 같고요. 일단 질문해 주신 것부터 답변을 드리면은 나라카 브레이드 포인트 그 광야의 보물 주머니 같은 경우는 우편으로 지급이 될 예정이고요. 그 전설 코스튬은 혹시라도 이제 당첨되신 분들 있잖아요. 제가 당첨되신 분들한테 코드, 선물 코드를 보내드릴 예정이에요. 그러면 이제 그 선물 코드를 입력하시면은 이제 당연히 그 아이템을 받으실 수가 있겠죠. 참고하시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
There's a lot more mobility, whereas Akos is more of a headstrong fighting character. As we're going to take a look at these spawns on the map, we are going to see a couple of these teams closer to that Imperial Village area up in the north. A couple players spawning around by the puzzle and Plume Castle area, and then taking a look over to the west side, that west coast. It's not really a coast, but we've got them up by the lake and in that Yushan Ruins area. There's going to be a lot of players spawning in and around those gold zones as we're about to kick things off for game number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see.
자, 지금 경기 진행이 됐고요. AOW 마이크 선수 5연발로 한 명 잡아내는데 먼저 성공을 했습니다. 여기에서 지금 선봉장 칭호까지 얻으면서 3,000원.
A couple of players with some odd choices. J-Team's Action going to be bringing in Tarka G. And you know, a lot of players have said that
자, 지금 스파이더 선수 계속해서 쫓고 있고요.
So interesting to see the target pick coming out into the Akos heavy lobby.
패링
Ventus' Reki here
좋습니다.
damage from WBG Spider off of that overhold there with the katana do quite a bit of damage. Reki gonna get a little bit of
여기에서 F 기술.
But Spider wants to keep this pressure up. He's at a little bit of a disadvantage.
상대 궁극기
but he's already blitzed so much.
올려 배고요.
AOW's Mike comes in from
올라옵니다.
looking for a massive third party. Catches them both with the charged vertical off of the
지금 일단 다시 올라가고 스파이더 선수 궁극기 끝나가거든요. 스파이더 선수 현재 궁극기 끝나갑니다. 자, 스파이더 선수 일단 상대 위치를 놓쳤고요. 여기에서 추격서 먹기 전에 추격서는 먹었습니다. 추격서 먹고 이제 상대 위치 확인 가능해졌네요. 기절. 스파이더 결국에는 기절 상태에 걸리면서 결국에 다운이 됩니다. AOW 마이크 선수 결국에는 다운. 자, 지금 GG 약간 위험한 상황.
Mike has got to stall this fight out and try to keep Spider from resetting at the same time. He doesn't have a lot of pops for himself. He will get his armor fully reset here. Spider able to find a full reset as well.
GG 싸움. 잘 싸워요.
So he can keep the pressure up. He's not able to find him just yet. Spider gonna go ahead and opt to take the bounty, so he knows where Mike is, but Mike's gonna come up from behind.
패링. 좋습니다.
A little bit of damage there, but he's gonna get quite a bit of damage off. Oh my goodness, Spider!
GG SHA 지금 빠질 수 있을지. 궁극기. 여기에서 GG SHA 선수까지 잡히고 맙니다. 야, 이렇게 되면은 많이 위험해지거든요.
Waiting to see if he's going to teleport back. Shaw trying to find the uppercut onto J-Team's Action. Action with the staff, though, in a fairly strong situation. Shaw keeping it moving. Action. Panda Man shows up as well. We're going to see another icicle come down, but Shaw not going to fall victim to it like WBG Spider did. Panda Man looking to give chase into this fight as well. Shaw, unfortunately,
일단 무약 먹어주고
outside of that little piece
계속해서 따라오고 있습니다.
He does find a massive parry into Riposte. He's gonna send
좋습니다. 일단 뒤쪽으로 잘 빠졌어요.
absolutely flying. He's gonna be forced to TP away here, and he knows
J팀
he
신
can't TP back.
선수
There's so
지금
many
뒤쪽으로
players
잘 빠졌습니다.
hungry to pick up this elimination. Shaw's just gotta keep things moving here. Fong is gonna find him topside. He's gonna be able to find at least one more teleport after popping the ultimate, but J-Team's action finds the elimination with the pistol.
What a kill from
지금 AOW 마이크 선수
and that's been the name of the game today. Hey, we've seen so many players come through and
자기장 바깥쪽에서 일단 파밍을 준비하고 있고요. 그리고 나머지 왕미양 선수입니다. F깃을 빗나갔고요. 상대 궁극기 사용합니다. 여기에서 상대 타르카가 궁극기를 썼는데 신중하게 가로차징을 이용해서 잡아내는데 성공을 합니다. 그리고 왕미양 선수가 1킬 또 쌓기 시작하네요.
Pop shots. He's gonna run around on this side. Wants to keep as much distance as possible. Still needs a little bit of better loot here because he only has that gray armor. It is not going to be a super helpful thing to have in these later circles. As well as WBG Spider only got that gray armor. They need a little bit more because it's just 2 to 3 hits with a blue to purple weapon, and especially with the gold, you take that out so fast. AOW Mike here, the gray dagger and blue armor here. He's got a little bit of better loot armor-wise, but he is lacking in the weapon department.
좋습니다. 빗나갔어요. 새로 찾은 빗나갔습니다.
Popping that F at the perfect time, they're able to get the fist off. Is going to be forced to pop the ultimate here as Wang Liang is running away, holding blue to try and avoid that elbow from.
잡아내나요? 잡아내나요? 잡아내나요?
To pop the ult, but Wang Liang said no.
결국에는 놓친 것 같아요. 시장유 선수. 뺑 선수를 결국엔 놓치고 맙니다.
Bang, looking for the scale rush, tries to go in with the chase on to the dagger, and he gets the parry here. Pandaman taking a lot of damage, forced to ult, is going to end up having both of them ulting here, and it looks like Pandaman is going to go down to KLA's Fang, as we're going to see Shen Yu coming out with the V3, trapping KLA's Fang in this zone here. We haven't seen V3 come out.
자, 지금 선수분들이 다양한 곳에서 지금 서로 교전이 일어나고 있고요. 지금 킬을 많이 해야지 킬 포인트를 쌓을 수 있다라는 생각에 최대한 킬을 하기 위해 이제 교전을 준비 많이 하고 있는 그런 모습들이 보이고 있습니다. 자, AOW 마이크 선수 위쪽으로 다시 올라가고 있고요. 종 한번 쳐주고 해양경 전투도 시작합니다. 해양경 전투. 해양경 전투 시작합니다. 일단 한번 올라가지고요. 전설 쌍절곤 보유 중이고 오연발.
Oh my goodness, Fang there. Getting saved not once, but 3 times by terrain here. Where he's just juggled up into the air, and then the terrain either makes it so he doesn't take damage, or he's able to stand up a few frames early and roll out of the way here. KLA Fang has got to be swinging his sweet praises right now that the terrain interrupted all of those charged right clicks coming out of the katana here, because otherwise he would not be alive to see the rest of this lobby. Fang, though, in a very comfortable position.
자, 여기에서 또 깔끔하게 호이 선수가 상대를 잡아내는데 성공을 하고요. 신기까지 가져갑니다. 신기 어떤 걸 가져갈까요? 현무 또는 주작? 아마 주작을 가져가지 않을까 생각이 드는데요. 주작 가져갑니다.
Having both purples in weapons and armor is a huge advantage to have, as we're going to see these pistol shots come off. We're going to see the F1 come out already. Kai Bao here dealing a lot of damage.
지금 GG SHA 선수를 쫓고 있는 선수는 EWG 선수고요.
Trying to hit each other with these claws and getting the damage off. But T225 is going to miss all 3 of these shots here, as Kai Bao said, now it's my turn. I'm going to hit you with 1. I'm going to miss the second one, but I'm going to try and get you with the third one. He hits it. He goes for those claws. He keeps just jumping around, and GT225 is getting super low here, is forced to take that scale rush up top, tries to regain priority into the fight, isn't going to be able to, and it looks like the switch over to the katana, and Wolves Kai Bao coming out on top here, getting that free purple
아 좋아요. 여기에서 깔끔하게 이제 궁을 사용해서 잡아내는데 성공을 합니다. 왕량. 하지만 상대는 주작이 있기 때문에 다시 재부활을 할 것 같네요.
Winning that Realm of Yang is going to be super huge for him coming into this fight. He's going to be able for the next 206 seconds take as many fights as he wants without the fear of losing his life completely. As we're going to flip over, GG Shaw getting absolutely blitzed by Iran here. Forced to take that blue armor swap. Looks like he's going to try and get a singular pot off EWG's Iran, giving chase with the dagger. It looks like Shaw is going to be able to get away because of the third parties coming into this fight. GT235 needs to get a kill here, and it looks like he's going to be facing off against Kaibao right away. GT225 coming in with a huge parry, able to steal that gold weapon away already, and Kaibao coming in with the
이거 약간 위험한 장류.
and it looks like Kaibao getting dangerously low.
장류.
GT225 is going to get popped.
이거 궁극기 일단 써주고요. 기둥입니다.
Is going to come away. Wang Liang is going to come away with the kill. Kaibao coming through, trying to make something happen with his ultimate as well, but Wang Liang said no, not today.
이거 기둥궁은 대회에선 전 처음 봤거든요. 이걸
for somebody to come and give him
방금 제가 뭘 본 거죠? 기둥으로 세워놓고 태도 올려배기를 한 다음에 쌍도로 빠르게 바꿔가지고 1단 차징. 너무 멋있었습니다. 짱유 선수가 새로운 또 콤보로 1킬 기록을 했네요. 짱유 선수 대단합니다.
has been able to come around and pick them up. It looks like he's going to just try and TP out of there as fast as possible. He doesn't want to take the fight, but he is happy he got those weapons.
WBG Spider up here. So many players coming in here through the portals to jump into these fights. You know, very unfortunate for Wolfsky Mao. He had the potential to pick up multiple eliminations there. Wang Liang was just able to take them away from him. He does have that Vermilion Bird's Might that he was able to pop, though, so he's still in the fight, but it's just unfortunate that all the mileage he was going to be able to get from it goes to Wang Liang, who's able to pick up those eliminations by coming in, popping the ult secondary here, returning to OC Zhang Yu, who's in a fight with JDG Chu Zhang, and Chu Zhang locked down.
여기서 또 한 명을 잡아내는데 성공을 합니다.
Blitzed through by the dual blades of OC Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu more than happy to be able to pick up that eliminations. XCG's Wang Liang on the receiving end of some pain here. He's got that ultimate. He's going to turn those Tiger Claws on the likes of EWG's Iran and starts to follow it up with those jump left clicks, trying to lock Iran down. Iran, though, going to take control of the neutral. Oh my goodness, Ventus's Reki comes in and locks them both down with the freeze. And
스파이더 선수 일단은 궁극기 회피를 했어요.
Wang Liang had just a couple
와이어 타고 내려가고 있고요. 스파이더 선수, 뺑 선수 쫓고 있습니다. 스파이더 선수 오연발 다시 한번 쫓고 있고요. 스파이더 선수 일단 무약 한번 먹어줍니다. 일단은 죽은 시체에서 파밍부터 하고 있고요.
Want to take these fights here, pop those ultimates, pick up some kills because they do have that Firefly cage right there, so they're going to be able to get their ultimate back online fairly quickly after taking one of these fights. AEW's Mike, though, continuing to give chase here, looking to go in on to EWG's Iran. Iran just trying to give him the old slip here. Will pop the bell, so Iran knows where Mike is. Unfortunately, Mike going to back off just a little bit, doesn't want to take the fight there near the edge of the zone. Turning to WBG Spider, who's got Kayleigh's Fang locked down here. Fong forced to pop the F here just to get a little bit of a reset. Spider able to catch just a little bit of damage off the scale rush, but not too much. We're going to see Fong miss not once but twice with the ultimate as they try to lock down WBG Spider and create some distance.
대단하네요.
Unfortunately, Fong with no charges left in the ultimate is going to find themselves being grappled down by WBG Spider. Fong back over here to the tower, trying to use that dagger to create as much space as possible here. Spider, ironically, coming back where he found himself eliminated earlier in this match. No eliminations under his belt yet, looking to change that here. Kayleigh's Fong going to find a little bit of damage here onto GG Shaw. GG Shaw forced to stay inside, look for the reset. J-Team's Xjin, XCG's Wang Liang, WBG's Spider, all in the area looking to trade blows as we are on that tower watch. Your Spider gonna take a hit here and get dropped down outside. Oh my goodness, we're gonna see the rain shots coming in from downtown. Even though Spider's in the bush, continues to take shots here. Wang Liang looking for the shot, not able to find a second one there. Spider looks like he's going to be able to find the full reset though. As we see Kayleigh's falling come in, Spider going to be forced to pop the F, knocks him
하지만
off.
아무리 기둥을 사용을 한다고 해도 결국에는 쌍유 선수 다운이라고 합니다. 저 기둥도 이렇게 보니까 되게 괜찮은 기술이군요. 일단 마우다 선수 승리를 하고 현무를 가져갈 것으로 보이고 있습니다.
EWG and Wolves and OC and Bao Da getting ready to go head to head here. Zhang Yu going head to head with Huang Fly.
Huang Fly and Xiang Yu is going to be an interesting fight. They do both have purple armor with blue weapons. Taking a look, it's going to be Xiang Yu on the dagger, Huang Fly on the nunchucks. And these weapons are valid to switch at any second, as we're going to see Huang Fly coming through with the nunchuck combo into the grab. We've seen him do this time and time again. Crazy combo coming through as Xiang Yu popping that V3 here. We're going to see the F come through, but not too much happening. And Xiang Yu just getting bashed over and over again. Tries to dash out, but isn't going to be able to.
자, 야, 지금 화포 하나 두고 엄청난 전투가 일어나고 있어요.
Huang Fly trying to make something happen and regain priority in this fight, and Xiang Yu is going to go down to Bao Da's
스파이더 선수 가나요? 좋습니다. 일단은 스파이더 선수 위험합니다. 공격기 써줬고요. 체력 회복. 지금 방어구 물약이 없는 상황 스파이더 선수. 올려배기, 은자평, 방어구 바꿉니다. 빗나갔고요. 결국에는 다운됩니다. 방어구 물약이 없어가지고 약간 무리했었던 게 아닌가라는 그런 생각이 드네요. 지금 AOW 마이크 선수 뒤로 빼고 있습니다. 좋습니다. 뒤로 빼는 동안 아쉽게 일단은 빠지질 못했고요. 위로
Oh my goodness, we love Tower Watch here as we see Ventus's Reki is actually the one up top on the ballista trying to get some shots off of these players who are trying to come topside. AOW's mic pretty low here. He needs to be careful. If he goes topside, he can find himself eliminated with just one ballista shot here. WBG Spider taking quite a bit of damage here. No armor to his name. Trying to find some hits here with that greatsword, but unfortunately he's actually going to find himself
하나를 두고 서로 교전을 하고 있는 모습들이 보이고 있네요.
Unfortunately though, all he has is shield powders, and he's down to just 2. He can't get a full reset here if he wants to. He's got to find an elimination and find some pots if he wants that. The ballista coming down though, gonna burn quite a bit of damage. Spider hoping to pick up this elimination here onto AOW's Mike, but it's Mike who turns it around. WBG Spider. Mike able to find a reset here.
지금 마이크 선수 위로 잘 빠졌고요.
Mike though still with just the white armor here. He can't afford to armor swap into
빗나갑니다. 공격기 지금 70%를 찾고요. AOW 마이크 선수 약간 위험합니다. 궁극기 여기서 써줍니다. 궁극기 썼어요. 일단은 좋습니다. F 기술까지 사용하면서 체력을 모두 다 회복을 했어요. 하지만 다시 체력이 약간 소모된 AOW 마이크 선수. 지금 위에 렉시 선수가 화포를 들고 여기저기 견제를 하고 있는 모습들이 보이고 있습니다.
On the ballista, looking for anything he can get his hands on. He sees Wang Lang looking to approach. He's just going to throw that ballista shot out just to threaten the space here. Bao Da's Huang Fly all the way on the bot side. JT's section looks to come top side, but the ballista scares him away. And Sha more than happy to just keep throwing these shots out.
자, 지금 화포로 여기저기 이제 쏘면서 어느 정도 견제를 넣었지만 결국에는 자기장이 화포 바깥에 이제 나와 있기 때문에 어쩔 수 없이 화포를 버리고 이제 들어가는 모습이 보이고 있습니다.
Locking down on AOW's Mike again having those white shields blitz through. No shields left. He's taking burn tick damage here as well. The grapple's going to come through. Wang Lang looking to make it happen as well. He's going to be forced to pop the ultimate here onto Zping. He does have bubble available. He's going to need to save that if he wants to stay alive here. Trying to find more of a reset. Unfortunately, nobody giving him time to do that. He's going to be forced to spend the bubble. AOW's Mike takes a huge bow shot and a ton of damage.
AOW 마이크 선수 아래쪽으로 잘 들어가고 있고요.
From topside, Mike finally able to find a respite and get a little bit of reset here. Unfortunately, no ult, no bubble available, and still rocking white armor. AOW's Mike is in a difficult situation. Ventus's Reki finally looking to give up ballistic control from up top.
ballistic control is looking like cloudy with a chance of hellfire raining from above as they're trying to hit Huangfly. There is the burn tick damage that's going to be going off, but no actual
야, 지금 MBPL 대회라고 해서 실력이 다들 뛰어난 분들께서 막 교전을 하고 있으니까 눈이 즐겁습니다. 일단 짱유 선수가 아까 기둥궁을 사용했었던 이제 그 선수죠. 기둥궁을 사용해가지고 이제 깔끔하게 태도 올려배기를 하고 쌍도 1단 차징으로 잡아내는 그런 멋있는 모습을 보여줬던 선수 중 한 명입니다. 짱유.
In this lake area, this is going to be difficult as AOW's Mike's health has just completely been minced. He is going to have to pop the pot, but he does have 6 left after this, trying to find some more resources, and it looks like he's going to get hit again. No, Mike taking so much damage, and as you know, all of his armor is going to be gone every single time. He's getting dangerously low. He cannot be playing in this asteroid field much longer. This is interesting. He does need to get that health back. He does have a lot of resources, but he just burned so much for so little, not able to come away with very much else. He tried to go for those gold tropes, tried to see if there was anything else, and it looks like he's just picked up a little bit of a better armor now. He does have blue. He is hearing a couple players coming through and joining him, and we're back on Tower Watch as the Morris Blessing is going to be spawning towards that lower side of the lake, as we're going to see Sha and Xiangyu try and go for it, and it looks like Xiangyu is going to be able to come away with that gold armor, but nothing else from the box. Still on that blue dagger. It looks like somebody else took the cannon and somebody else took the jades here, as that purple nunchucks are also going to be doing a lot of damage on these players. OC Xiangyu holding on the top of this roof here, making sure he did get the gold cannon, is going to stick with the pistol though at first. Action getting dangerously low here, and it looks like GG Shaw able to come away with a huge sniper shot with the bow and arrow, coming away with another kill up on the board for this game as OC Xiangyu keeping his distance, not wanting to engage too quickly into these fights. He is going to keep an eye on everyone, make sure he knows where everyone is, keep his spacing intact, and he switches over to that cannon so he can deal even more range damage.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's just huge for Shaw to finally get himself on the board this game as well, because AOW's Mike has been catching up so quickly to him, and Shaw hadn't been able to find the elimination just yet. So that one elimination puts him on the board, makes this positioning so much better for him. Even one elimination, when you get a high placement, matters so much more. But Shaw definitely needs to find some more eliminations for himself here. He's in a good situation, much better situation than he was game 1 in terms of gear, right? He has that purple armor. He's got himself a legendary weapon. He's got some decent resources, though they are starting to get a little low here. He's only got 2 shield pots. He needs to look for an elimination and see if he can find some pots onto one of those bodies without burning too many of them. Oh my goodness, AOW's Mike taking cannon shots left and right. The burn tick going down onto him. Mike forced to pop the ultimate and the bubble here. Oh my goodness, he goes so low. He's forced to burn absolutely everything. He goes inside, but many of these players looking to give chase. Wang Liang on the outside, still trying to find a way in to engage onto AOW's Mike. Mike will finally find the full reset, but it does cost him his ultimate in a crucial moment here. Those cannon shots paying dividends for the other players. Battlehouse Huangfly looking to come topside. Scale rushes up, hot swaps to the bow, is unable to find the shot onto Mike. So Huangfly just going to be happy to hold the high ground here. AW's Mike looks to come back topside, sees Huangfly and decides against it here in a very similar situation that he was in game 1, right? He's got a couple of eliminations under his belt. He's got that blue armor, and he's playing very aggressively. Unfortunately, that aggression cost him in game 1. Let's see if he can make something happen with it here in game number 2. Huangfly more than happy to hold this high ground. He's got those legendary nunchucks, got that purple armor. Turn back here. This was such a great fight here between Wolves Kai Bao and EWG's Yiran. Kai Bao absolutely just takes control of this fight. He immediately turns around with the ultimate there, pops some huge damage onto Yiran, waits for Yiran to go ahead and pop into this. Finally, as soon as that ult goes down, he's just back into it here with the nunchucks, forces Yiran to go ahead and burn the F, and Kai Bao has so much control of this situation. Not really anything EWG's Yiran can do, given the fact that his ultimate's gone. He was forced to burn his F. Kai Bao plays that fight extremely well. We love to see our Wolves boys doing good here. Top 9 left remaining as Zone 5 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 6 in the next 20 seconds here. Kelly's Fong looking to take the high ground here, but needs to be careful as the
서로 계속해서 견제만 넣어주는 그런 모습들이 보이고 있네요. 아직도 9명 그대로입니다.
Is able to find a reset with the shield pod there, but those bow shots continue to rain in. The cannon shots
9명 그대로 서로 계속해서 교전만 서로 이제 체력이 없는 사람만 노려야겠다라는 그런 모습을 계속해서 보여주고 있어요.
As soon as he finds a pot, he's losing more yet again. He's able to get most of a reset off, but these players still have all eyes on OC Zhangyu. He's caught out in the middle here. He's taken a lot of damage, and they just continue to burn through his resources. This is not where you want to be if you're OC Zhangyu. Yes, you're in the middle of the circle, but all these players have got to collapse onto you, and they're looking to take that high ground away from you as Zone 5 collapses onto Zone 6.
And when the zones get smaller and smaller, these fights become more and more imminent. We are seeing these players trying to hold on to their ultimates as long as possible. We might see a few come out in desperation quickly here, but Wang Liang with that Cavalry Bloom Soul Jade
어허, 지금 약간 위험합니다.
being able to push players into the storm.
이렇게 되면은 2분 30초. 솔직히 호이 캐릭터가 마지막 순간이 남았을 때 그렇게 좋을 거라고 생각을 잘 안 하긴 하거든요. 오히려 1대1 순간 때 좋은 캐릭터가 호이라고 생각을 하는데 마지막 순간에도 좋을지는 약간은 의문이긴 합니다. 일단은 나무에서 와이어 타기로 이제 올라가고 그 다음에 빗으로 가로차징해서 더 올라가고 그 다음에 대포로 이제 상대를 견제해주는 것을 보여주는 뺑 선수입니다. 공중에서 계속해서 견제를 넣어주고 있네요.
Of the rocks here, Swangfly just holding that last little bit, trying not to take any damage, just moving around as much as possible on that little tiny piece of tower that is left so that they do not have to engage into these fights as quick as these other players will, because the low ground players are going to start to fight first here. As we're seeing AOW Mike already taking some damage here as he's going to try and reset, heal up some pots, use up a little bit more of his resources.
자, 남은 9명 그대로 시간은 1분 30초.
And they're all going to be forced to converge on each other. Wang Liang waiting in the wings for Mike to show up out there. He's just running around with those dual blades. Everybody is just at a stalemate at this point. They're just not engaging, not shooting each other, and they're just waiting for this circle to get ready so they can get rowdy.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, AOW's mind fairly low last time we saw on those resources. So every one of those resources he's forced to burn through is a big deal for him, especially because he only has that blue armor right now. It's not a great place for Mike to be in. Kele's Fong, on the other hand, is just pummeling people with these cannons. Unfortunately, he does only have that single repair kit left. He does have a backup
cannon. 자, 9명 시간 50초 끝까지 왔거든요.
Taking a look here, Mike does only have the 2 shield pots and the 1 health pot. We're actually going to see that cannon come through the wall, do a little bit of damage to Mike, as well as put that burn tick on him. He's going to be forced to pop the F here because there's no place for him to go to ground to look for a reset. Kele's Fong goes into the bottom side. It takes that little corner away from him. So Mike steps to top side.
30초 9명 기둥 박았습니다. 교전 시작합니다. 마지막 일단은 선수들이 서로 마지막 순간까지 계속해서 교전을 하지 않다가 차이가 끝났습니다. 과연 어느 분께서 끝까지 살아남을지. 결국에는 마이크 선수가 최종 승자가 됩니다. 야, 이게 마지막 순간까지 서로 킬을 하지 않고 서로 이제 교전을 하지 않고 진짜 맨 마지막 순간 자기장이 다치는 그 순간에만 교전을 하는 서로 이제 실력이 뛰어난 것을 알고 있기 때문에 그런 건지 모르겠지만 MBPL 대회만큼 MBPL 대회이다 보니까 더더욱이 끝까지 이제 신중하게 움직였었던 게 아닌가라는 생각을 한번 해보게 됩니다. 원래 이제 아시아 위켄드 대회라던가 이제 다른 대회들 보면은 중간중간에 교전이 일어나면서 끝나기 마련이거든요. 근데 MBPL 대회여서 그런가요? 마지막 순간까지 진짜 9명이나 그 9명이나 조그만 자기장에서 계속 남아있는 것을 보아하니까 선수분들이 얼마나 신중하게 움직이고 있는지 보이는 경기였었던 것 같습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 두 번째 경기가 모두 종료가 되었고요. 세 번째 경기는 약 10분 정도 후에 또 진행이 될 예정이라고 하니까요. 참고해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Down to battle Swangfly on the inside, just trying to hold that space as much as possible here. Oh my goodness, the actual zone collapsing onto the hitbox of the corner of the tower. Nobody's safe. Nobody can keep themselves alive. Kai Bao picks up an elimination, picks up 2 eliminations. Oh my goodness, I'm not even sure who came out on top. It all ends so fast. I think it might be AOW's Mike.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we just witnessed one of the craziest ending circles in NBPL history right there. The way that they all just converge on each other, and all of a sudden you can just hear roar, roar, tiger, 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 tiger. Everybody converged on each other. Yu had that beautiful V3 but wasn't able to capitalize as Bonfire was able to take his life early. Nobody was trapped anymore in that circle, but so many people were taking zone tick and weren't able to get out and heal. The Soul Bloom Essence coming through, Huangfly able to come through with that crazy shot, and everybody just getting kill after kill. Wang Liang coming away with a few, AOW's Mike coming away with a few, GG Shaw coming away with a few, and we are going to find out our winner is actually going to be Kai Bao from Wolves.
Let's go! Sorry, you know I gotta get excited when my boy from Wolves takes a victory here. My boy Kai Bao locking it down, and I mean, his name was coming up like crazy in the kill feed. I thought it was kind of weird. We jumped to AOW's Mike. I was like, wait a minute. Kai Bao was picking up some mad kills in that final zone. And sure enough, those kills were more than enough to get him that first place MVP finish. I mean, like you said, what an absolute wild zone. Not only do we have like multiple Echoes just popping every variation of that ult, but we also have the last little pillar coming down into the hitbox, like the corner of that tower, so nobody can actually stand in the safe zone and stop the zone tick. Everybody is just forced to take zone tick over the course of that entire fight because of where the little last pillar comes down and blocks them from being there. AOW's Mike's on the side. He's trying to make something happen. He just can't lock it in. And Zhang Yu, just before that fight gets kicked off, looks like he gets sent to Narnia. I was surprised he even got back into the zone with how far he got hit out. He comes in, he pops the V3, and he's desperate. He's just trying to find something. He actually goes inside around the corner, thinks he's safe, goes to start a pot, looks to his right, sees another player standing there, and is like, oh man, that player just turns and whacks him sideways up the face, picks up the elimination, and then all bets are off as that final circle just goes absolutely crazy, Seb.
Yeah, my brain wasn't able to process exactly what was going on in the final circle because there was so much going on in that final circle. Xian Yu trying to hide in there, Huangfly coming in, hello there, and just takes all of his health away. Huangfly, I thought he had a really good chance because I saw him come in with the blue and he was so much higher health than everybody, and then all of a sudden just bam, dead, 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 dead. Everybody's just getting slain. Nobody was, not like one single person was getting kills. It was a huge feeding frenzy. Everybody was getting like 1 to 2 kills. Not one single person was capitalizing, but it looks like Wolves Kai Bao did capitalize the most on that opportunity. He was able to come through at the exact moment and the exact time needed, whereas we saw AOW Mike holding that high ground, trying to make something happen, but he was not fruitful in his endeavors. He was just trying and trying, but he wasn't able to come away with that many kills.
Yeah, I mean, this was an absolute crazy final zone. We don't often see 9 players left remaining in this final zone anymore either, and we had all 9 players up until zone 7 started collapsing. That's absolutely wild. There was like no space, and then the fact that the very final bastion of safety hits the corner of our tower there where nobody can really sit in it, everybody is forced to take the fight. We see, of course, Wolves Kai Bao. He immediately recognizes that situation. He says, I'm going to stop playing for safety. I need to just start looking for eliminations. He pops his ult and tries to catch as many people as he can in every single charge, and that's why we see his name come up in the kill feed. And then on top of that, because he's able to pump out so many damage, he doesn't get all of those eliminations, but it makes his placement so much higher because there is no safety zone. There's no place people can go to avoid the tick. So once he does that huge damage with that Akos ult, it just continues to tick away onto those players, and it bought him that little bit of safety where he had slightly more HP than everybody else. He's able to get a good placement on top of his eliminations. Man, look at this, 6 eliminations. Yeah, he just goes absolutely wild in the final circle here. Decent placement, not as good as placement as I thought he got, but still, those 6 eliminations going wild. Wang Liang gets 5 eliminations, but he goes out a little bit too early, so he only gets the 7.5 here for his kill score. Fong just barely in front of him because he gets that second place finish, gets a 7.8, and AOW's Mike with a strong finish with 3 eliminations and a first place finish. He looks like he must have been able to buy just a little bit of safety by being up higher. He doesn't pick up any eliminations because of it, but he gets the placement, and that placement really helps the 3 kills he already has count for so much more. So he gets an 8.8, takes that second place finish. GG Shaw, unfortunately, not as good as a performance as he has in game 1, but he picks up quite a few eliminations, gets some decent ranking points as well, and will take 5th place here. Unfortunately, WBG Spider, a big fat 0 for game number 2. That's 2 games in a row where WBG Spider finds himself eliminated in the middle of the pack.
And WBG Spider completely underperforming. Like I said, it looks like he did let that first loss get to him. He wasn't able to come away with too much there, as that huge parry we saw come out from KLA Fang was amazing coming through. Pandaman able to almost get away here, but KLA's Fang coming away with the kill. But yeah, we didn't see much from Spider. He tried to keep making stuff happen early game. Wasn't in early game, didn't go how he wanted at all, and then the late game he was trying to make happen, but he just wasn't able to stay alive. He was just such a target for all of these other players, and it looks like they just focused him till the ends of time here. As Xiang Yu coming through with that amazing kill that we saw here earlier, and this is how Wolves Kai Bao was able to stay on top of this chaos here, coming through, just picking up so many kills. Mike picking up a couple of kills as well, picking up all these soul blooms, and he was actually the last one alive. But Wolves' Kai Bao able to come through with a little bit more power than everybody else, and having all those kills and that placement is going to allow him to be right up at the top with this MVP. He had 13,000 damage with 6 kills, which is funny because we saw the last game, GG Shaw had 30,000 damage, not 13, 30 with 5 kills. So he had more kills and less damage, so he's playing it a lot more with a smart intent in mind. He was able to use the ranged weapons to get a couple of kills. He was able to use more, like he had 7,000 damage done with melee weapons, and he had 13 total. So almost half of his damage was done with ranged weapons or skills and ultimates. He had 5,931 skills and ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, in that final moment there, you know, he's running that V1 version of the ultimate there. He catches out a good 4 or 5 people with that ultimate, does a ton of damage. They're in the zone. There's no place for them to go. If nobody touches them, he guarantees those kills. And when that ultimate does so much damage, much less when you catch 4 or 5 people in it, you're doing that amount of damage times 4 or 5, right? So a ton of damage coming out in that very last moment. He sets himself up in a good position, and he doesn't, you know, come out in the first place, so he doesn't get the maximum amount of placement points there, but it doesn't matter when you're able to pick up so many eliminations in those final moments. And that's what he was banking on, right? He walks backwards, so he's not in the middle of the group, so he can just target everybody with that ultimate when he's coming down from the side, because he gets caught out first, pops the ultimate, falls down, and goes, okay, that's it, that's the target. Everybody standing there lets the ultimate rip, and he knows that the positioning he's putting himself in, he's setting himself up to die. But if he can do a ton of damage to all of those players, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because he's able to pick up so many eliminations. It's very smart positioning from Wolves Kai Bao, and it's a smart play in general for him to just realize, hey, I'll go out a little bit earlier if I can pick up all of these eliminations.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Solos Finals Day 1. It's a mouthful, it's a lot to say, but we're here for it, we're ready to go, and we have just seen the first 2 games played. We still got 4 more games to go today. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host and caster Seb, and I am joined alongside one of the greats in Naraka, one of the real OGs. You guys all know him. He's basically a household name in Naraka at this point. I just gotta keep giving this man his accolades. He's taught me everything I know. Mr. Rune Keeper. How you doing, my man?
What's going on, Seb, brother? I'm doing most excellent. I mean, look, these first 2 games, absolutely immaculate. We love a good setup too, man. I mean, WBG Spider not doing great in his first 2 games opens up the field for some of these other players to start finding their footing, including AOW's Mike, GG Shaw. Wang Liang has a really big game this game as well. Of course, we also see Wolves Kai Bao coming in, having his first really good game we've seen in a while as well. Had a great ending circle, and that's classic Wolves Kai Bao, right? Kai Bao really has been the sort of end circle player. Not that he can't keep up with the greats, right? We saw at the end of season 2 last year, it was Kai Bao and WBG Spider kind of going back and forth that whole season. You know, Wolves would come in, Kai Bao would pick up an elimination on the Spider, Spider would run it back, pick up an elimination on him. They would go to Realm of Yang, Kai Bao would pick up the elimination, Spider would come back, knock him back out. It was just sort of this back and forth between these 2 players. So, you know, he can hang with these players in these sort of 1v1s, but realistically, where we've seen Wolves Kai Bao hit those big moments are in those final circles where he's able to find his pacing and his footing, and that's what he's struggled with most of the season, honestly, is finding himself in those situations. So it's nice to see that here in game number 2 of the day, he was able to set himself up for success the way he has been able to do in the past. And we've got a question for you guys. Who won game number 2 hero-wise? Was it A, Timult, B, Viper Knee, C, Wu Chen, or D, Akos? And I mean, of course, Wolves Kai Bao was playing them. We talked about how crazy the final circle was because there was so much of this hero in there. So if you guys can't get this one, I don't know what to tell you. There's no help I can give you in this one. That final circle was all this hero when we turned and looked around. But again, I mean, Wolves Kai Bao really, and again, I can't emphasize this enough. This is where he's able to shine, when he's able to set himself up for those final moments. He's just not been able to do it for most of the season, unfortunately. So nice to see him do it here. Do I think he's going to be able to do it more? I really, really hope so, but he hasn't shown me enough yet. I'm a big Wolves fan, right? I love my boys on Team Wolves, but Kai Bao really hasn't been bringing it this season as much as I feel like he's capable of doing. So he's going to have to show me he can do this multiple times before I jump all back on board with, you know, Team Wolves. I love my Wolves, but Kai Bao, he's got a lot of work to put in. Hopefully this one's not a fluke. He's figured out how to set himself up for success. Time will tell as we get ready to head back in for game number 3. We're going to take a look at the standings thus far. EWG's Zeron all the way at the bottom, unfortunately. Zhang Yu, so far, not a great day, unfortunately. This is somebody I kind of picked as like a dark horse. He had a really good final bi-weekly, but unfortunately he's falling back into the same patterns where he's just not doing a whole lot. And that's super unfortunate because I want him to come in and pop off like he did during the last bi-weekly. He was a dominating force, and we're not seeing that come out of him. WB Spider's fallen all the way from first place to 10th place, though. So Spider really got to wake up coming into game number 3 here. GG Shaw just barely sitting at the top, tied with AOW's Mike with an 18.5. XCG's Wang Liang off the back of this last big game, going to be in that 3rd place with 15 points. Wong Fly, 10.6 points thus far with a 12.6. And then, of course, Wolves Kai Bao had a really good game this last game, bringing himself up in that 5th place with 9.6 points total. We're getting ready to lock in for game number 3. Hero picks are going to be interesting. You know, of course, in solos here, you can only play a different hero every single game except one hero. You can play one hero twice across all 6 games. I'm predicting we're going to see another Akos heavy lobby later tonight. That's going to be the hero a lot of these players really want to bring in and use for their second pick. It's going to be interesting to see if that does happen. You know, we saw every variation of that ultimate coming through from Akos. So really not a meta completely set for Akos thus far. I think we saw almost every single variation of the F coming through as well, right, Seb?
Yeah, we did see a couple different variations of the Akos F. We saw most of the times was the slam, but we did end up seeing that F3 come out when people were using V3. It seemed to be the more favored option when these players weren't using that V1 or 2, because the hit stun and the ability to just be able to get a complete combo off, it looks so tantalizing, but the way that these players are so good at saving their Fs and the amount of times and the amount of cooldown that these players are running, it is very difficult to get that true combo off without somebody using a combo breaker F in place, which is a bit difficult because Akos doesn't have a combo breaker for his F. He can't use any of his F abilities while under attack, so it's a little bit difficult to be choosing them, but they are all decent Fs. What do you recommend for a new player coming through trying to learn Akos versus what these pro players are using?
If you're going to be a new player coming through and picking up Akos and you've unlocked everything for him, my personal favorite's going to be the F1V. I really like that combo. It gives you a lot of strength, a lot of setup. And of course, after using the V1 ultimate, you can still hop around, jump, and use the claws. I think it's just a great way for a new player to really get into playing Akos. From what I saw today here in solos thus far, though, the F3 kind of being a little unfavorable. I think that ability much better in trios because you can kind of lock down multiple people with that and allow your team to capitalize on it. Whereas in solos, you don't really have a team to come in and back you up. So you can lock those players down, but when you let go of it, they almost immediately can tap dodge. It's very hard to follow up off of that F3. And then, like you said, many of these other heroes having the ability to just pop their F and get away from it, so you almost don't get a lot of mileage out of that F3 version. So for me personally, it's got to be the F1. It's just much easier to set up and hit people with, and if you're a new player, that's what it's all about. As we get ready to lock in for our third game of the day here, we're going to see if more of that Akos comes through, or if we have some interesting picks. I know a lot of people have been expecting to see Viper come through. That F3 change where she just does so much damage with the F3. She knocks you airborne. The follow-up on it, absolutely massive. It has brought so much viability to Viper Ning, but still no Viper coming through. This is not a surprise, though. We're going to see a lot of Valda starting to come in here. And, you know, Valda was somebody who started finding their way into the meta. They saw some pretty decent buffs. The last patch, they saw a little bit of a nerf, but we're not on that patch just yet. So these players looking to take advantage of Valda while she is in that slightly buff state. But no surprise here, we're going to see a lot of these Akoses coming through. Zhang Yu from OC gonna be taking their second hero pick of the day right here with Akos back to back. Let's see if it pays off for him here in game number 3.
And I feel like Zhang Yu is, if he is ready to use up his double hero pick right away in game number 3, he knows what he's doing. He's totally prepared to come through and get as many kills on the board as possible. This is his last comfort pick where he's able to play a hero twice, and if he's ready to do it, he's ready to do it. But we're not going to be able to see him play Akos again, so he has to make the most out of this game. Taking a look at the spawns real quick, you're going to see a lot of players close to Eventide Temple, and then just to the east of that, WBG and KLA going to be spawning closer to that Firefly spawn area. This is dusk, so I do believe that there are Fireflies available. And in those gold zones just east of Celestia, we are going to be seeing J-Team, Ventus, and OUG spawning on that side. And then to the far east of the map, we're seeing Wolves spawning out what looks like to be in the water, but that can't be right here, as AOW's Mike and GG Shaw are going to be spawning on that same side. So it's going to be a battle of the powerhouses in game number 3 here, close to this side of the map, as AOW's Mike. So we're going to be able to see and hear all of these fans cheering for the players at the stadium. It's so nice that we're able to have an audience as well as an online audience. Having one in a physical location is super cool to see. It just adds to the atmosphere and the energy of these players. EWG Z-Ran already getting chased by Bowdow's Huangfly. Huangfly pulling out the bow for a bit, but it is going to be pull sword versus long sword. Yiran has a weapon advantage here. He's a bit faster, but Huangfly does have that damage advantage. Huangfly already with that ultimate here coming through, trying to deal the damage with those cross slashes. He's able to get Yiran once, he gets him twice, tries to get him a third time here, just keeps dealing damage. Yiran forced to pop that F3, using those bubbles, is able to almost get him. But Yiran flipping up onto the roof. He did get an armor swap in that building here, trying to get a little bit more weapons. He's able to get the hits and gets the uppercut combo into the air, and Huangfly coming away with the first kill of the game up onto the board here. And it looks like we see Wang Liang taking a lot of damage. G225 here dealing a lot of damage to Wang Liang. He is forced to run out, using that pull sword to get that extra movement and trying to get a pot off as fast as possible. He looks so calm and ready here for somebody who's about to die. And it looks like Panda Man getting absolutely blitzed by J-Team's action here, taking another longsword slash to the face, getting caught in the bubble. We're going to see the ultimate come out from both of the Panda Man. Throws one spear, he still has 3 left, and action is now the one getting low. He's going to get caught in it, and Panda Man coming through with a crazy Valda play, able to use that ultimate, trap him, the double charge from the katana. It's going to happen every time. It's inevitable. GG Shot taking a lot of damage. Wolf's Kai out here, coming super aggressive, popping that ult, as we're going to see Shot taking a lot of damage. Not forced to pop the ult, it gets him in the grapple combo. Kaido getting dangerously low here. GG Shot still does have his ult, is going to pop the ult right away. We are going to see both of these damages coming out, and it looks like Kaibao's just going to use his to get away. They are going to cancel and go for a quick reset here. Popping that bell really quickly just to get the location onto Kaibao. Kaibao able to get a pot off. It looks like they're going to go for a slight reset while they still have their ult charges left, and they want to see who can gain the prio first. We're going to see the F bounce come through. GG Shot able to avoid it here. Able gets knocked back, and they're both at similar levels of health here, as Kaibao at a little bit of a disadvantage, but he does have that weapon advantage. We're going to see the ult from Kaibao go away first, as Shot is going to try and take priority, tries to go for that charged attack, does miss the tap dodge out of the way. Shot trying to go for that parry, is going to be unable to, but Kaibao taking a lot of damage. Shot ends up going super low. They both parry, both miss here. We're going to see the clank come off, and Shot trying to get that double charge. And while was Kaibao getting so low, but the F coming out, and the riposte shot, and Shot able to come away within a sliver of health, victorious in this fight. Oh my goodness.
GG Shot coming out on top there. You know, Kaibao there playing it very well, is able to bait into the overhold finally, but then GG Shot returns the favor and baits him into an overhold of his own. And then of course we do see Kaibao get very, very low. He turns his back and run. He's afraid of possibly losing to the 50-50 Clank, and because of that, we see GG Shot able to just give chase, catch him around the corner with a tap dodge into the left click there. Oh my goodness, Fong here just gets sent absolutely flying, and then the weapon swap into the great sword from AOW's Mike. There's no place for Fong to go, as Mike just blitzes through his health bar there with the weapon swap. AOW's Mike super happy about that. We're see Bowdow's Huangfly here going for the ultimate here, trying to throw these out. Unfortunately, the Valda V2 here though, while a little bit of a buff here for Valda, not able to cancel Huangfly out of the ultimate. So Huangfly just takes a little bit of damage here, and Reki is going to be forced to back off, take the armor swap back into the blue, and heal up. Both of them going to lose their ultimates and have to find another way to re-engage with one another. Just as T225 here giving chase to WBG Spider. Spider once again in a precarious situation. T225 though loses track of him, doesn't check the little room in the back. Spider able to just hide away there and look for the full reset, which he's able to get his hands on. Does a little bit of looting here. T225 finally able to find him here. Spider puts in work with the dagger though. T225 able to get some hits back in with the nunchucks, able to get the trigger off there onto Spider, but Spider able to follow back up before T225 can find his own follow-up, and does a ton of damage. We're going to see T225 forced to take the armor swap here now as he's going into Spider. Will find that trigger yet again, but the question is does he have the meter to do it again? He probably does not, but Spider very, very low. T225 wanting to give chase here. Unfortunately, no armors left laying around for Spider to swap into. T225 still on the hunt here. Spider just trying to stay out of grapple position. T225 looking for him. Spider going to use the scale rush to come topside. Is able to finally find a grapple onto Spider, but Spider slips away yet again, using this dagger and all of the little rooms here inside of the temple to just create that distance he needs to keep this fight going. GG Shaw going to use that F1, but is sent flying by AOW's Mike. Realistically, no place for Shaw to go here. He's just trying to create that speed, but Mike can just block him off from the edge of the zone, and as soon as he goes to stop her pot, that's it. AOW's Mike just comes in and uses that jump left click there to capitalize on it. We turn back, and I'm not sure what happened to T225, but WBG Spider blitzes him out of his existence and is finally able to find himself on the board here in game number 3.
And it looks like we're going to flip over. We're going to see Wang Liang forced to pop the ult onto EWG's Yiran. Yiran also popping that ultimate, getting that extra health in this fight is going to be crucial for them. We're going to see the dual blades versus dagger here, and it looks like Wang Liang's going to get caught out, and he can go down, popping that F3 to get away as fast as possible. Yiran still giving so much chase. He is able to iframe and tap dodge out of that last shot coming through. Tries to go for the parry. Yiran getting punished on that. We're going to see him try and jump over those dual blades, dealing so much damage. Wang Liang going dangerously low. He needs to get out of here fast. Yiran still just dealing so much damage. We're going to see a huge third party come through, and it looks like Feng is going to be able to almost take Yiran down. Yiran forced to pop the pot right quickly here, otherwise he was going to go out very fast. With a sliver of health left, he's able to get that reset, and it looks like everybody is going to disperse because those revives are almost gone now, and I'm pretty sure they are gone, and this is no place to be making fights as we're going to flip over. Bao Da's Huang Fly, always in that realm of Yang, always grinding, and Pandaman taking a 1-2-3 to the face by the full sword here, or the staff sword, where Pandaman forced to ult already. He's going to get comboed again. It looks like he's forced to pop that ult. He tries to get out of it, and it looks like he's going to be able to successfully. Pandaman on the back foot terribly, and Huang Fly is just a menace right now, using that ultimate to the perfect timing, and Pandaman going down. Huang Fly is the king of the realm of Yang. I don't care what anybody says, he wins every single one. We've seen him win both back-to-back every single time. He's getting those gold nunchucks. He's going again. He just needs to learn how to capitalize in that end circle, and he should be good. If all of these fights were realm of Yang, we'd be seeing Huang Fly on top.
Look, Huang Fly is an absolute monster when it comes to 1v1s, right? It's so good to see him back in the league participating here. It was a shame when we had to see him go. So happy he's back as we turn now to XCG's Wang Liang and EWG's Yiran. Yiran trying to use that F3 to catch out Wang Liang. Wang Liang not falling for it. Will continue to keep the pressure up. Is able to find a reset. Yiran able to find a reset as well. Both players going to back away from the fight. WBG Spider here inside the no old zone is Battles Huang Fly with, of course, that Vermilion Birds might wanting to keep the pressure up onto Spider. Spider turns around, catches a couple of hits here with the nunchuck. Huang Fly trying to find a pot here, actually ends up walking into the meter dump from WBG Spider, and this could be bad for Huang Fly. The bow shot's coming in from the side as well. WBG Spider picks up the elimination, and unfortunately, Huang Fly going to be forced to use that Vermilion Bird's Might for no gain as he heads back to the Soul Altar. Wolf Sky Bao coming in onto WBG Spider, though, inside this no old zone, more than happy to take this fight here, trying to win the fight here with the katana into the nunchucks, but this not really a great matchup for Wolves Kai Bao. The nunchucks able to just keep the capitalization on the neutral going strong. Spider moves outside, pops the ultimate, catches the backstab, and that's going to be it for Wolves Kai Bao here in game number 2. Now heading over to XCG's Wang Liang and OUG's Pandaman going head-to-head here. Wang Liang with that V2 up, looking to catch out onto Pandaman. Pandaman in a very similar situation as both of them go for the reset and look to move away from this engagement.
It looks like Wang Liang still playing pretty well, but it looks like we're seeing finally Spider getting back into his element, picking up 3 kills on the board already this game, and they've been 3 phenomenal kills. He's scraped tooth and nail at these kills. Killed Huangfly while in the buff, and it looks like J-Team's Action also did win the Realm of Yang. Still has 90 seconds on that Vermilion's bird buff, so we might see him take a fight pretty soon, and it looks like GG Shaw just giving chase to Wang Liang. Wang Liang not trying to engage in the fight, but turns around with a charged RMB, able to deal a lot of damage onto GG Shaw's purple armor. It looks like Wang Liang is going to try and get away. Misses the grapple. Misplay here. It looks like he's not going to be able to get the pot off. GG Shaw now on the advantage in the fight. He doesn't have his ult charge yet, but it is at 96. So GG Shaw also has the ability to have his ult a lot quicker than Wang Liang's gonna have his. Gets the uppercut off, tries to go for the charge. We're gonna see the F3 come out from Wang Liang. Wang Liang needs to get out of here and heal up that armor before he re-enters into this fight. We're gonna see him scale rush into Shaw and then scale rush right back out again, saying, here's a little love tap, I'm not gonna do too much, please back off of me. GG Shaw running and chasing, relentlessly trying to pick this kill. He knows he can get it. He's so confident in his ability right now. He's confident in his armor. He knows that there's nobody else around. He doesn't want to run into other people's, and he wants to finish this fight off as fast as possible, trying not to let Wang Liang heal up and just giving so much chase. And it looks like Pandaman is going to eliminate Huangfly. Huangfly was doing so well. We're going to see the F1 come out from GG Shaw. Shaw trying to deal as much damage, but he's going to get caught in that charged LMB from the dagger, and it looks like Yiran is going to go out to Pandaman. Pandaman picking up a lot of kills here as Wang Liang taking a lot of damage. Forced to pop that F3 again, as we're going to see the Stamina Strike coming out from GG Shaw. Wang Liang getting dangerously low now. Needs to pop the pots, but GG Shaw just absolutely relentless in this chase here. Predicting the movement perfectly, as we're going to see KLA's Fang gonna come in and is gonna steal the kill. GG Shaw worked so hard to keep KLA's Fang able to get that Soul Bloom. I'm pretty sure that cured the Yang depletion that he had, and it looks like they are going to take a reset, and Wang Liang very upset about that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. As we turn now to J-Team's Action, looking for a little bit of a reset as he continues to give chase to Oyuchi's Pandaman. Unfortunately, he misses the grapple. It gives Pandaman the chance to get 2 grapples off, trying to find a little bit of a reset here before Action is able to pressure onto them. Now in a very similar armor and health situation, Action goes for a pot as well. Does not want to be forced to take this fight on even footing. Unfortunately, Pandaman's going to be able to get the full reset here. And this is not a fight you want to take. Full HP Pandaman is absolutely scary when you're coming in. He does not have his ultimate, though. He's only at 15% charge here. J-Team's Action is still trying to give chase here. Thinks he's got a little bit of advantage, but Pandaman just knows how to keep things on the move here. Action just not able to create the distance he needs to get on it. We do see those Realm of Yangs come through. It looks like a couple of players here. T225 might opt to go into one. Zhang Yu might also opt to go into one. We are going to see T225 take one. Zhang Yu just hanging out here, not looking to go in. It looks like doesn't want to risk that second set of Realm of Yang, and this is pretty common for what we see coming through. WBG Spider, AOW might coming over here trying to pressure onto the box here. Spider desperately trying to get his hands on that purple armor. Reki trying to go in and get it as well. Doesn't really care if his armor takes a little bit of hits here because he can just armor swap into the purple armor from the box. Spider, unfortunately, not going to find the purple armor that he's looking for. KLA's Fang coming around, turning it around with the Dragon's Roar onto AOW's Mike as he lets a meter dump go, and Mike forced to burn the ultimate just to create distance to get away here after eating that Dragon's Roar to the face. And we're going to see WBG Spider wanting to pressure onto that, knowing that Mike's ult's going to run out soon. Spider just trying to keep the pressure up, trying to keep some damage onto Mike, but Mike going to go full send down here into the ravine, trying to use the scale rushes. And finally, Zhang Yu finds himself inside the Realm of Yang here versus, of course, the T225 here. T225 absolutely dominating the space here, but now we're going to see that V3 come out. T225 going to drop the pillar here. The scale rush comes in. Unfortunately, not enough damage able to get through. T225 going to use the cannon shot here. Zhang Yu trying to find a reset while he's got T225 trapped down inside of his V3. Unfortunately, now he's got to wait out T225. He's got to try to continue to get these resets off here. Burn resources. T225 trying to use the cannon mode here to hit Zhang Yu out. He's able to find one. He's not able to find it the second. He does find a little bit of damage on that third little cheeky one. Zhang Yu, though, able to find a pot off here. T225 coming in. 20 seconds left remaining inside this room again. Zhang Yu going to take a ton of damage there, but a massive parry comes out. T225 immediately follows up with the F there to get away from all of that damage. We're going to see the roar come through, the uppercut into the pulsar swap, and Zhang Yu comes out on top against all odds.
Zhang Yu, phenomenal comeback story we just saw there. Now he's picking himself
자,
up.
지금 MBPL 대회 3차전 진행이 되고 있고요. 7명 남은 상황입니다. 아까 경기 때와는 달리 그래도 약간 스피디한 경기가 진행이 되고 있네요. 판다맨, 오유지 판다맨님이십니다. 자, 판다맨님 여기서 최삼랑으로 F기술 써주고 뒤로 빠져주고 상대의 F기술을 맞아주지 않는 그런 상황에서 빠르게 또 올려 베고 거기서 대검으로 마무리를 하는 깔끔한 콤보를 보여줬었던 것 같습니다.
Some weapons back. We're going to take a look at this replay as Pandaman is going to take out Yiran here. And it looks like Yiran dealing a lot of damage with those dual blades, but he's able to get him out into the circle with the uppercut combo, switching into the pull sword. Pandaman, okay, I see you doing it right. These weapon swap combos are just the most interesting thing to me, man. They're so cool. The way these players are able to just take this tech and just completely change the way that we see how to use these weapons. And they changed the game as we're going to flip over now to AOW Mike running up and around over onto Eventide Temple. Looks like he's trying to get away from the action right now. He doesn't want too much of the smoke of these third parties because it's always difficult once you get into a third party.
Yeah, absolutely. GG Shot looking to come top side as well. We are Zone 3 collapsing onto Zone 4. With only 8 players left alive, this is a much more fast-paced game in terms of elimination than our first 2 games have been.
자, 뒤로 위로 올라가서 주고 이제 자기장이 점점점 줄고 있거든요. 남은 인원 8명. 아까 영혼 부활 상태였었던 한 분이 또 이제 부활을 하신 것 같습니다. 남은 시간 8명. 남은 시간 이제 지금 9분 40초 남았고요.
No surprises that we've seen just a little bit more aggression from this game than we did in the
상대는 판다맨.
T225 here finally on a tear here. You know, our second place, our runner-up from the World Championship. A lot of eyes on T225, expecting him to have a good performance here during the bi-weekly final and continue to do so as the seasons go on this year, looking to lock down multiple people. Pandaman also having a much better season this time around, looking to get away as so many players give chase here. T225 actually finding himself on the receiving end of some of that pain, but all the eyes stay on Pandaman, so T225 able to find a little bit of a respite here. Needs to be careful though. Zhang Yu coming in from behind wants a piece of that as he tries to lock him down. Pandaman here going to be forced to pop the ultimate. This is a tough situation for Pandaman to be in. All eyes are on OUG's Pandaman. It's the last place you want to be given the situation. T225 going to be forced to drop the pillar and go ahead and mech up here, but a lot of players taking pop shots here at T225. He turns his face around and catches some more pistol shots in the face as well. Gonna catch this huge shot out. No, Zhang Yu actually able to tap dodge around the building and escape from a T225 though, getting most of a reset here, not taking too much damage. Is he gonna go ahead and pop onto the cannon, take some shots onto GG Shop.
한국 팀이 여기 이제 나오는 일이 또 조만간에 있으면 좋겠다라는 생각이 들긴 드네요. 한국 팀이 딱 들어오면은 그래도 MPL도 더 재밌게 볼 수 있지 않을까라는 생각도 들긴 합니다.
Looking to just go ahead and get away from this. More than happy to pick up the eliminations as you guys can have the scraps. I just want the points.
And the points he got indeed is GST225 switches to that dagger and jumps into the Banesmith, making a daring escape there. Narrowly dodging, but it looks like he's going to take a decent amount of damage from that Bane. He only has 1 shield pot left, so this could get... He does have those 8
쌍절곤 위로 올라갑니다. 상대 위로 올라갔고요. 다시 들어갑니다. 다시 안쪽으로 들어가고 있는 선수들. 여기서 물리나요? 물리나요? 여기서 아쉽게 잡히고 맙니다. 마이크 선수 좋습니다. 현재 마이크 선수 3K 기록 중입니다.
GS's T225 is getting so low here. He's able to turn it around, but the ultimate is going too much. Mike able to come through cancel his ultimate, get his charge back, and keep fighting here. AOW Mike picking up his 3rd kill of the game, keeping him at the top of the leaderboard with 23.7 total points. So this is for all of the games played, not just this game so far. 23 points in a game at this point that'd be wild.
Would be absolutely wild. AOW's Mike, though, here has played so consistently today. He's always in these top situations, putting a lot of points on the board. This is exactly what you expect from AOW Mike, though, is that level of consistency. And a good, consistent day one can set you up for a massive
자, 여기서 패링하고
Even if you
내려치고
don't have a huge pop-off game here today, as long as you consistently put points up on the board, you are going to be very, very good coming into day number 2, and you can hopefully find your big pop-off games in that second day on top of the consistency. That is more than enough to walk away the champion here, because we talk about how important that consistency is in Naraka. As we turn back to WBG Spider here with that fight into T225. Apparently he was able to get the carry off onto T225 when we weren't looking, and that was absolutely massive. Huangfly here actually
프레이가 화려하네요.
They don't show it here.
일단 은신처 중에 스파이더 선수 숨어 있고요.
Complete meteor dump rib, and Huangfly was not in it. He actually turns around the corner of the rock and walks into it, and because of that, he gets eliminated. Kai Bao, unfortunately here, just there's nothing he can do as soon as Spider steps outside the zone, pops the ult. That backstab secures that elimination.
좋습니다.
Again, the meter dump, these nunchucks are really putting in work for WBG Spider this game as he continues to catch players out with them left, right, and center. It's finally a good game for WBG Spider, and he has no intention of throwing it away. He's going to play safe here to the very end. We are zone 5. And we have a long time until we're on to zone 7 and collapsing in the end. With only 6 players left alive, things are about to slow down.
When Spider was fighting Wang Liang, or was it Xiang Yu in that no ult zone, we saw the ult get popped, and it looked like there was a little chance for the opposing player, but he stepped into that no ult zone ever so slightly, lost his ultimate charge completely, and then was just wide open for the attack from the backstab. As we're going to flip over now, KLA's Fang able to deal a lot of damage off the shot. It looks like he's going to go for a reset here as he tries to go for that damage. Ends up canceling his ult here just to try and get some space, get away. He does have Phantom Step, which does allow him to go pretty invisible. It's more of a translucent, clear, see-through, if you want to call it, for every time that he dashes. This is something that will help very quickly, and it helps all of these players stay hidden in these final circles. As we're getting in now, GG Shaw looks like he's just going to be trying to hold that high ground as much as possible. As this no ult zone is popped, he does have Soul Slash as well on his katana. This could be something.
자, 지금 절벽 쪽에서 계속해서 교전이 일어나고 있고요. 무양 먹어주는 쌍유.
Where everybody is at this stalemate point. There is only 6 players instead of 9, as we're going to see a huge Dragon's Roar on top of the building. Xiang Yu's shield getting completely decimated as Shaw coming in for the third party with a couple of shots. KLA's Fang.
위로 올라갑니다. 올라가고 있어요. 올라갑니다.
WBG Spider going for the parry, but the overhold from Xiang Yu, and we're going to see the F come out from Xiang Yu. Spider taking so much damage. Xiang Yu needs to get out of there because we're
위쪽으로 올라가지고
on to the third party, but he's not able to hit it. Spider able to get a couple pots off as well. Xiang Yu getting a full reset here, as we're going to see AOW's Mike trying to join into the mix as well.
Yeah, Zhang Yu playing that really, really well. Spider taking a ton of damage from that. And Zhang Yu keeping the pressure up here, trying to lock him down. Unfortunately, you see the Soul Slash come out from behind from GG Shaw, and then bang! Oh my god, followed up with the Dragon's Roar. There's no place for Zhang Yu to go here. He literally just catches 3
지금 쌍유 많이 위험해요. 방어 다 빠진 상태. 위로 올라가 주고요. 하지만 쌍유 잡히나요? 쌍유 결국엔 잡힙니다.
The whole lobby keeps giving chase here. Poor Zhang Yu catches 1 legendary Soul Jade in the back, and then everybody else follows it up on him. He's down here. Here we go. He looks like he's going to be able to get at least a single pot off here, but the chase is going to be continued onto him. He's so low. There's no place for him to go. He comes topside. He almost gets that pot off, but JT's actually waiting in the wings.
위험합니다. 요 포효로 그대로 당했고요. 맹스 이빨. 맹스 이빨 좋습니다. 맹스 이빨로 지금 체력 없고요. 뺑 죽습니다.
This time all to
치료 조금 나왔습니다. 뺑.
who's forced to pop the ultimate to get away.
뺑 살았어요.
And
뺑
that's
살았습니다.
gonna hurt Action pretty bad as we see an ult send him flying over
뺑
the
죽나요?
edge. J-Team's Action not in a good situation.
Not in the greatest situation at
야,
all.
뺑 살았습니다. 대단하네요, 뺑.
Absolutely decimating the health. We're gonna see all the soldiers come out.
자, 뺑 일단 살았어요.
Decimated himself. Now he's in the circle. The zone tick is almost too much. He's gonna get knocked into the zone. And it looks like he's almost at 1 health. He gets hit with one more shot, and he's gonna go
자, 일단
down
뺑
in that
살았고요.
zone tick here, but he's able to gain a little bit of health back from that ultimate here. Scale rushing up top. And it looks like he's taking so much tick. He gets so low here. He takes one burn down.
야,
He
이거
is going
뺑을
to go down.
응원하게 되는데요.
Scale rushing up to the top. And it
남은
looks like
시간
he might be able to
1분.
get a pot off here as we're seeing the other three
뺑
heroes
선수.
down at the bottom. KLA's Fang able to get a single pot off, but he is going to take some damage from AOW.
아,
Mike.
뺑
And
선수
this is the big
결국에는
three. This is Shaw, Mike, and Spider with KLA's Fang waiting in the wings here. He's going to get so low. He's able to get one pot off. They're letting him heal over and over again. As now
뺑 선수 잡히나요?
trying to make something happen. Shaw coming in with a huge play.
결국에는 잡힙니다. 뺑 선수 아쉽네요. 스파이더 선수, SHA 선수, 마이크 선수 3명이 남아 있습니다. F.
And it looks like he's gonna try and heal, but Mike able to hit a shot off, and he's going so low. Who's gonna get the kill? Who is it gonna go to? Kaylee's Fang still in the air, 1 HP and a dream. This is something that we've seen time and time again, but Fang
자, 위에서
such
버티고
a good
있고요.
job at avoiding all of these other players here. But AOW Mike able to come away with the kill, and Shaw trying to come through with that soul shot, able to get a lot of damage onto WBG. Spider doesn't get caught in it the second time here. Spider going for that meter dump.
과연
Gets
내려가나요?
back into the air, tries to go onto that other side, almost gets stuck in the storm. Mike trying to grapple up high enough to meet Spider. Spider already in that ult. Doesn't have any shield.
스파이더 내려왔습니다.
It looks like Shaw is
하지만 스파이더도 다운이 되면서 SHA 선수가 2킬을 기록을 합니다. 아, 스파이더 선수 위쪽에서 잘 버텼지만 결국에는 다운이 되게 되네요. 자, SHA 선수 이번에도 경기 승리를 가져갑니다. 대단하네요, SHA 선수. 자, 이렇게 해서 세 번째 경기가 모두 종료가 되었고요. 네 번째 경기 약 10분 정도 후에 또 진행이 될 예정이라고 하니까 참고하시면 감사하겠습니다.
Shaw able to take him out here, and it looks like GG Shaw's able to take one, and he's able to take two. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, GG Shaw, assassin's lunge on the gold dagger coming through with absolutely insane victory. Wow.
Oh my goodness, GG Shaw plays that so well in the end there. We watched him just time and time again play footsie with Mike there, just tap dodging around, trying to make sure he's in a situation where he can avoid that ultimate every single time. He also has the wherewithal to know that WBG Spider is up above. As soon as that ult comes through, he moves out of the way, he sets up the assassin's lunge, he's able to catch Spider and our boy AOW's Mike out with the assassin lunge, doing a ton of damage. Locked down in the final circle, he comes in, he cleans up multiple eliminations. This is textbook coming through from GG Shaw, and I love to see this. The two titans from season 1 of the NBPL, WBG's Wang Liang and GG Shaw, both continuing to have phenomenal games today. Wang Liang, not a great game in game number 3 here, but his 2 other games, very good. GG Shaw consistently staying at the top. AOW's Mike also staying up there. WBG Spider finally finding his footing here in this game. Unfortunately, he does get caught out. He's forced to pop that ultimate and go airborne, and he spends all of those grapples, and he really doesn't have anything to bring to those final moments of the game when he comes back down from the sky. He's just trying to stay airborne for as long as he can. As soon as those grapples run out, that's kind of it for WBG Spider. And we see GG Shaw take control yet again here in game number 3, his second MVP of the night. What a huge game for GG Shaw.
It was an absolutely insane, incredible game. The way he was able to come out, I thought he was only going to be able to get one of those kills. He went so low so many times, and I just want to acknowledge the performance. The dipping, the dashing, the dodging. He was unguardable. He's like Giannis on the Bucks, man. Nobody can guard him. Nobody can get him. KLA's Fang. He was dipping and dodging and weaving, hitting those Euro steps with the dagger. He was just unkillable. 1 HP in a dream. I think he's the new CEO of it, man. Like, I swear. He was not going down without the longest fight possible, and that's exactly what he did. He did still go down, but he did get that extra place.
Look, I mean that's always the MO with KLA's Fang, right? If you look at Fang and he doesn't have a dagger in his inventory, something is wrong. We will see this man just absolutely drop everything and turn to that dagger with the absolute quickness. As soon as he goes low, he's like, look, I got to go back to my comfort zone. The rest of this, just go ahead and get out my inventory. I'm Duck Dodgers over here. I'm dodging, dipping and moving as fast as I possibly can across this map. Ain't nobody catching me till I'm ready to let him catch me. You know, he, like you said, he's able to get that one extra placement, and sometimes that's what it's all about, right? You find yourself in a situation where it's like, all right, hey, you're in an unmanageable situation. When you're KLA's Fang in that situation, the best thing you can do is fight for more placement or try to steal an extra elimination. Get as many extra points as you can, because you know you're not taking it to the end. There's no place for you to stop and heal. These players play at such a level, they're not going to give you a moment to breathe. It's not going to happen. So he does what the pro player needs to do and finds every point that he can on the board. Unfortunately, like you said, there's no way for him to come out on top and survive that, so he does get eliminated. As we take a look at the scoreboard here, GG Shaw, 4 eliminations, first place finish, a 10.4. WBG Spider finally finding himself here with 4 eliminations and the second place finish, 9.4 points. AOW's Mike, 4 eliminations as well, third place finish, 8 points on the board. Titans all at the top here. GG Shaw, WBG Spider, AOW's Mike. The problem for Spider right now, this is just an okay game for him. He had 2 really poor games in game 1 and game 2, and he didn't even walk away the MVP in this game, whereas GG Shaw and AOW's Mike have played consistently all day long. They have been at the top of the pack every single game. WBG Spider still has a lot of work to do.
Oh, yeah. And
야, MVP의 대회가 역시 수준이 많이 높습니다. 역시 MVP의 대회가 수준이 높아요.
We've seen so many of these players come back from worse. We're going to take a look quickly at those replays. Wongfly, absolute menace in the beginning. Pandaman as well, able to take out J-Team's action here with a super crazy play, able to get him out and take him out of that ult here, as AOW's Mike coming through with a huge weapon swap on the KLA's Fang as well, able to dodge the F and then hit him with the chase on the staff. Quite an amazing play. Spider with the parry, always a classic play to see. We love seeing how Spider was able to swing back into things and pick up a lot of kills into this game. We saw him coming through doing a lot of damage with those nunchucks.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Spider put in work with these nunchucks here. He's able to catch Wongfly in that one moment, and I'm not really sure what happened with Wongfly there. I don't know if he just kind of lost sight of Spider for a second, didn't realize that he was in the middle of that meter dump, but he turns around and walks into it, and that's all she wrote for him. I mean, GG Shot here, look at this, that Assassin's Lunge, so strong from here, turns around, catches the other one out, is able to pick up both of those eliminations.
야, 이렇게 해서 일단 SHA 선수가 MVP를 달성을 하셨고요. SHA 선수가 이번에 로우포유를 포함한 다수의 에픽폰을 사용하고 호이라는 캐릭터로 꽤 높은 또 이제 스킬수를 달성을 하면서 1위를 기록을 했습니다. 대단한 선수 같아요. SH 선수가 첫 번째 경기에서도 이제 우승을 했었는데 이번 세 번째 경기에서도 우승을 하는 멋있는 모습을 보여준 것 같습니다. 과연 나라카 브레이드 포인트 MVPL 대회가 이제 남은 경기가 총 3번의 경기가 남아있는데 해당 3번의 경기가 끝날 때까지 계속 웃을 수 있을지 보시면은 좋을 것 같습니다.
Picks up 16k, damage, 4 eliminations, first place finish. Huge game for GG Shot yet again here in game number 3. And I mean, realistically, again, I love WBG Spider. He's really, really good. Unfortunately, this is the first game he's found any sort of footing in at all today, and it wasn't a big pop-off game. That's the problem with these sort of feast or famine playstyles, which hasn't been WBG Spider's MO. He's been finding consistency during the NBPL, and then is able to also have pop-off games on top of that. So for him to come in and struggle to find anything thus far today, something is going on with WBG Spider. That or AOW's Mike and GG Shaw are just playing at a different level today. These guys have consistently been at the top of the pack. They've put up huge points every single game, regardless of whether they came out the MVP or not. Shaw, of course, this is his second MVP of the day. You know, and even though the second game goes to Wolves Kai Bao, AOW Mike and GG Shaw still in those top sort of 4, still put up big points on the board. It's going to take a lot for Spider to play catch up today. We have 6 more games after this. Later, you know, on the 27th, we'll be back for the 6 final games. But at the end of the day, you do not want to be the first seed player coming in and have dropped all the way down, you know, to 5th or lower like WBG Spider has. It's not good for the mental. He needs to come into these next 3 games and really
이게
make
파견되어
something happen
있는 나라카
and remind
브레이드
people
포인트
why
해설위원이신가?
he's the top-seeded player
뭔가
here
이렇게
in
되는 거
our
보니까 뭐
grand finals
파견되어
for
있고
spring
막
split.
그런 것처럼 보이지 않나요?
Exactly.
제가 보기에는 그런 것처럼
And we are going to
보여가지고.
be coming up with 3 more action-packed Naraka Blade Point Solos Finals games today. The Pro League is not over yet. We've only seen the first 3. We're going to see 3 more. And I'm so excited to see how these players are going to adjust, because we definitely saw a lot of these players falling behind. Spider, exactly. And we are actually going to cut to a quick interview and get some explanations, because we need some answers.
Hey guys, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Kai Bao and let him say hello to your audience.
좀 이렇게 보니까 약간
大家好，我是狼队凯豹。
欢迎报道
나이가
来到我们的
어린 것 같네요.
先恭喜一下你啊，刚
설마 이거 쿠루미 코스튬인가요?
先拿下了一个 MVP.
아,
So
쿠루미
first,
코스프레인가요?
everyone is very pay attention because we would like to know at the game 3 what happens at the like end of your journey.
마탈인가?
那首先我们想说一下，在第3把当中，大家都特别
그
关心当时最后一波和 Spider 的博弈到底发生了什么情况。
那一把其实在通过节点那个边上嘛，所以
나만 그걸 생각한 게 아니구나.
开了大以后不小心，可能是大招那个震了一下，把我震到里面去了，然后我就直接相当于100%的大，然后直接就归零，然后就被 Spider 开大收了。
Yeah, at that time we are standing like just beside the Forbidden Cell, and it's like an accident. Just I enter into the Forbidden Cell. That's when I was using the ultimate, and my ultimate just
How many
zero,
kills
so I
did
don't have the ultimate at
SH?
that time.
아,
That's why I
자,
failed
여러분
when
이거
I was
정답
fighting,
아시죠?
with the
정답
spider at
모르시는
the
거
end.
아니지?
OK， 虽然是有一
정답은
点点小可惜啊，但没关系，因为我看到凯豹今天整个状态
대회를 보신 분들은 정답을 알 수밖에 없어요. 이 정답을 아신 분은 이제 4 정답을 맞추신 분들은 또 이제 그 보물 상자가 지급이 되니까요. 뭐 여기까지만 얘기를 할게요.
Just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. How many kills did GG Sha get in Game 3? OK， 那我们今天的这个问题啊，就是沙在
자, 지금 정답이 나가고 있고요. 오늘 대회 끝나고 그 천하통일 한번 하긴 해야 되는데. 아,
其实阿沙的话，主要这赛季他其实也有很多那种就是低谷期嘛，因为他其实之前也是周决，就是经常到手和我差不多嘛，然后或者是反正就是问题很大，但他打了就是复活赛的话，他最后属于是就是最后几把发力，然后可能就心态上面会有个转变，所以决赛的话打的我觉得比较放开吧，所以他第一把拿大分以后。 后面相当于就越来越激进了，手感啊什么。
뭐 이제 인터뷰하신 분은 영어로 물어보고 아니네요. 인터뷰하신 분도 우리한테 얘기할 때만 영어로 하고 이제 그 선수분이랑 얘기할 땐 중국어로 얘기를 하시는군요.
At the end of the replicate journey, he's like find out the status for himself, and also he is more familiar with the weapon he are using. And today, after the first game, he had very high scores and he had very good status today. That's why he can have very good status and performance in today's game. Okay, so I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting. 那我相信凯豹已经准备就绪，要给大家发出福利了。接下来就进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, it's
Screenshot.
time for us to find out the correct answer. 那凯豹也请你公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个呢？
영어랑 중국어를 섞어서 하시는구나 지금.
Yes, the correct answer is B, 4. Okay, so we just talked about the replicage, and from the replicage, I saw that several times, Kaibao, when you are having the high score and MVP, you are using the
MVP.
echoes. So I would like to know how you comment on this hero and why you are using the V1. 那我特别想问一下，因为我们刚才其实有聊到，这个复活赛到目前的一个总决赛，那我看到几次，其实凯豹拿到 MVP 拿的都是胡维这个英雄，而且用的是 V1的胡维，特别想问一下为什么？包括你自己对这个英雄的理解是怎么样的呢？
胡维这个版本的话，确实是单排的。
되게 좀 얼어 계시는 것 같은데 선수분이.
主要厉害在于就是决赛圈 V2 的话，
현재 2번 연속 이제 경기에서 승리를 하시다 보니까
比如天人的话，大家
약간
都会用 V2。
인터뷰 뭐 이제 긴장도 많이 하고 계시긴 하겠지. 솔직히 인터뷰니까.
所以的话，我这边比赛还是，虽然我天人也是带的 V1， 但是我觉得比赛的话还是 V1 厉害一点。
好的 ，So to be honest, I think in the solo games nowadays, Echoes is the T0 hero in the solo game. And why I'm using the V1? Because I think V1 is more stable and have higher scores in the final circle in the matches. And actually, I think V2 is very strong in the ranking. However, I'm also using the V1 in the ranking, but I still think V1 is very strong in the matches. That's why I'm using the
선수분들 뮤직비디오 나오네요.
OK， 好的，谢谢凯豹今天带来的分享，
谢谢알아들었다。谢谢。
今天其实看到胡维一个非常精彩的发挥，
谢谢。
也希望接下来几把可以继续加油，好吗 ？OK，cheer。
왜 중간중간 멈추죠?
果然没看错你了。一队凯豹先走。
这都随便拿捏，2个5。
这个跟牌看似简单，实际上是抓闪，并且插他小连招，这是精髓啊！
人家打牌，你在装什么啊？好好看，好好学。
你会不会打？哪有人这么渣的？
这个赛季连周冠都没拿过的人，都靠边，都靠边，都靠边。
三瑞希厉害啊，让你选前辈。
3个考拉光带匕首，
你不是手玩太刀了吗？
老子鼻祖，保送进总决，凭什么打不过他？
懂不懂司马的含金量啊？
一队 S 能打吗？
还有没有啊？搞快点，赶紧说。
4条线，我看你怎么打。
카드 원카드 하는 건가? 포커가 아닌가 저게?
单排最强专武都拿出来了，你最大。
如果 A 中场 A 升龙狗锁，浮空2 A 再来个白叶闪，阁下该如何应对？
如果这么打，很容易失误的。 这么热闹，能凑我玩一个吗？
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. And of course, we're in our solo grand finals. We're 3 games deep of today's 6 games. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today as my co-caster is the lovely Seb. Seb, how you feeling after our first 3 games, buddy?
I don't know what's going on. I'm going to be completely honest with you. These games have been so crazy, man. I'm so excited to see what's going to be happening in these next 3 games, to see if these players who are down in these lower spots are going to pull out all the stops, pull out all the magic, and make it work, or if they're going to keep regressing and falling back into this same pattern that we've been seeing all of these lower players, or not lower necessarily, but these players who are in the lower areas of the standings right now, are they going to keep falling back lower and lower, or are they going to persevere and push through and come out on top at the end of these 3 games?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch. And, you know, funnily enough, all eyes on WBG Spider like usual, but now all eyes are on WBG Spider because he's got some work to do. You know, his first 2 games, not where he wanted to be at all. This last game, his first game where he was able to find any kind of footing, and unfortunately he wasn't able to walk out on top. He kind of walks out with kind of like a middling score. He doesn't even hit the double digits, which is not like WBG Spider. When he starts having a good game, typically if he's having a good game, he takes it all the way, or he hits double digits. He's very close, you know, and our top 3 spots were very, very close in terms of points. That's actually kind of bad for WBG Spider because the 2 other players that he's very close in points to had very good performances in games 1 and games number 2. They've been consistent all day. So this game doesn't really bring him that much closer to those 2 players because of how close the scoreline is between them. Realistically, he's in the same spot he was in after game number 2, except for the fact that he's got some points over some of these other players. But the 2 players he's really competing against here, still in that same exact situation he was at the end of game 2. So this game kind of works out to be a little bit of a net neutral in terms of playing catch up to those 2 players. So he's got to be feeling the heat right now. WBG Spider out here trying to cook, but he might be the Spider who ends up getting cooked this time.
The itsy bitsy spider falling down the water spout is what he's looking like right now, but he could turn into a tarantula. You know, he could start biting. He could start dealing out some venom. And what I've seen so far with WBG Spider right now is his early game. His early game right now is not on point. He's not picking up very many kills early game. He's not getting the greatest loot early game. And so he's ending up at a disadvantage when they go into these final circles. Whereas these other players who are picking up a lot of kills early game have already racked up a certain amount of points and they have this level of confidence. The Spider's still down here. He's like, okay, I'm still trying to get things going. I'm still trying to get my first kill on the board. Yangs are spawning up, and he's like, do I take them? Do I not? There's a lot of doubt that's probably running through his mind while he's trying to play that mid to end game, and that's why he keeps falling short of that title. And we did see him pick up a little bit early game last time, but those first 2 games, he didn't have a single kill early game.
Well, you know, that's kind of WBG Spider's MO. If things don't go the way he wants off of the early game, he tends to have a much slower performance if he has any sort of performance whatsoever. So this is kind of atypical of what you expect to see from WBG Spider when he has that slower start, is he just doesn't really do a whole lot. And it's because he's a very momentum-based player. Now, in the past, through this season, he's found a little bit more of a consistency, whereas, like, if he doesn't have a great game, he kind of plays for that late game where he'll pick up at least a couple of eliminations and still that top place finish in terms of ranking points. And that's helped him make those games where he does have good games count for so much more. But that's not what we're seeing here today, and it could just be the nerves. It could be maybe his first 2 games were just his bad games, because let's be honest, if you're having 6 games in a day, there's almost always 1 bad game for a player. Out of 12 games, you can kind of afford to have 2 bad-ish games. Maybe he's got his 2 bad games out of the way, and the rest of the games we're going to see from him are more of that consistency / good games we've come to expect from WBG Spider. Only time will tell, and I'm going to tell you right now, I wouldn't bet against it, Seb.
Honestly, right now, I'm starting to see betting against Spider is not a good thing, because I bet with Spider the first 2 times, dropped 20k points each time, lost all of it, and bet against him and lost all of it again. So now we're gonna be betting with Spider, dropping my remaining scraps of points, and just hopefully regaining all of my points by the end of the night. But that is not what you guys have come here to see. You've come here to see some crazy Naraka action. We're seeing AOW's Mike getting locked in here. You can hear the crowd cheering loud for everybody. This crowd electrifies the room. As I've said before, even when there's no crowd, there's only the coaches. There's so much yelling, so much communication. These coaches are talking to them through their speakers. It's very loud in there. And the atmosphere, when you add in an audience and they're all screaming and cheering, the pressure gets really put on. And that is where you can see whether these players will crack under this pressure or they'll thrive. Because it's a fight or flight. You either fight, you flight, or you freeze. And lots of these players are seeming like they're starting to freeze up a little bit.
You know, that's something we talked about earlier in a couple of seasons. You know, these players who are coming in for the first time and, you know, you're on stage for the first time, there's a huge crowd, you've got to be able to focus on your game and not what's going on around you. And a lot of these players kind of struggled with that the first time they started coming in to the seasons and things, but almost every single player that's playing here in solo today can't really viably use that as an excuse. You know, they've been to the World Championship. They've been on the biggest stage that there is. They've been playing on the big stage for the last 2 months here in the NBPL. If there's any sort of those jitters going on for these players, something's wrong, right? They've been here. They've done this. They should be able to focus in, lock all of that out, and just focus on their game. The only thing that should be getting to them is themselves in their head, right? That's where these players, if they're going to find any sort of space where it's jitters or nerves, it's them getting to themselves or other players getting in their head. If they're letting the audience distract them in any way, shape, or form, they need to go back and do some more training, because these guys have been here for months on this stage doing it, and there's no excuse for it at this stage. As we lock in, we're taking a look at all the players before we head into game number 4. It's going to be interesting to see the hero picks here. I'm expecting to see a little bit more Valda this game, and potentially some Justina as well, as it is more Zyle nighttime. And here we go. We're going to see those Justina picks come through. We're going to see, we're going to see the Valda picks come through. We're going to see one Justina coming through from AOW's Mike. We're going to see a couple more Akoses coming through. Wang Liang going to be playing Akos for a second time. Panda Man going to be locking on Akos. J-Team's Action. Ventus is Reki. Spider is going to be locking in that Valda. And this is an interesting pick, because in the past we've seen Spider do very, very well on Valda. So if I expect to see Spider pop off in a game, this is the game I expect to see it happen.
Yeah, and having Spider on Valda, where there are only 2 other Valdas, two other Valdas in this lobby, it makes them a little bit more targetable. But these are 3 powerhouse players playing Valda, so they are going to be forces to be reckoned with, especially shaping up against the likes of Tarka and Zping and Matari. It's going to be interesting to see how these matchups are going to work in this current meta with this patch that we have playing Valda.
Well, you know, Valda in the best state she's been in this current patch, right? The changes to her V2, absolutely a buff for the hero. She hasn't seen the nerf that came out in the most recent patch, because we are 1 patch before the most recent patch right now. So while she's in her ult, she's got a pretty decent safety net at the moment. She is able to get in her bubble, saw a little bit of a buff before the most recent patch yet again. So kind of in the best state we've seen Valda in, and even before these buffs.
자, 네 번째 경기 시작합니다. 네 번째 경기 모러스 섬에서 또 진행이 되네요. 나라카 브레이드 포인트 MVP에 대해 벌써 네 번째 경기 진행 중이고요. 야, 관중석까지 지금 보이고 있습니다. 연예인인가요?
Taking a look at our spawns, we did see a lot of players close to those outskirts of Celestia. Nobody's really spawning close in to these main named zones right now. We're going to see a couple players near the outskirts of these gold zones. running in and around, trying to get as much loot as possible. As is tradition, we are following GG's shots. We're going to flip right back over to AOW Mike, taking a huge hit from the staff. Staff is one of the dangerous weapons right now. In this meta, staff is just so hard to fight against. The parry timing, the ability to be able to just absolutely mince the health from the teammate, as we're seeing from the slam here into the scale rush. JDG's Chuzhong here making an incredible play, trying to go for the uppercut, but AOW Mike knows how to get out there. The ankle breaker with the dagger. Getting the armor swap back onto blue armor as well is going to be super helpful for him. He does open up another blue armor ready for a swap if needed. And we're going to see Yiran still giving chase onto AOW Mike, as Chuzhong did end up picking up some purple armor as well into this fight. Mike not wanting any piece of Yiran right now. Looks like he's going to try and go for some charge, holding that neutral area, and he's able to get that charged LMB off onto Yiran. Yiran's going to back off right now, as we're going to see some pistol shots come out. Mike taking a decent amount of damage here. He is going to try and run around. He knows where that armor is. It looks like he is trying to go for that armor swap. He does get it right away, trying to go for that heals. We're going to flip over WBG Spider, already with purple nunchucks, trying to fight against Shang Yu. There is a third party in here, as it is J-Team's action, trying to come around and fight with those dual blades as well, and he's going to get the 1-2 off. The F3 gets popped from WBG Spider, tries to make his way out of that area. He doesn't want to get hit by J-Team's action and get cornered up, because once you get cornered up by those dual blades, it's going to be very difficult for you to be able to actually make a play. As we're going to flip over, AOW's Mike getting his full health back with Justina here on that freeze here. He's going to be able to get that armor back and reset into this fight. As Yiran still trying to come on strong with the great katana, dealing a lot of damage to Mike. Mike trying to go for that hard charge, get that hyper armor, lets the 1.0 go, and ends up getting grappled into Yiran, almost hitting that combo off here. As we're going to see him go for the 1-2, switching to the musket here, and AOW Mike with a huge parry coming through. We're going to see the ultimate pop out from Yiran. Mike already got that cooldown, gets one heal off, but the backstab is going to be super detrimental here, as we're going to see the charge come off. It is a little bit harder to see the charge. Almost gets that combo off, and it looks like Mike is going to bring the combo the other way here. And Mike, even in the ult, Yiran not able to take out Mike, as we're going to see the huge third party from the Assassin's Lunge coming from Feng. Mike getting super low here. Feng trying to give chase with that gray dagger in hand. We're going to see the armor swap coming from Mike. Mike able to get a charged 1.0 off on to Feng. Feng looks like he's going to take the reset here pretty quickly. AOW's Mike also able to get that full armor swap reset here, and it looks like he's going to try and re-enter the fight, or just keep his distance so that he doesn't have to re-engage with KLA's Feng right quickly. As we're going to see Spider getting dangerously low here, pops the F3. J-Team's action is just giving chase with these dual blades here. He's able to get him once, tries to get him a second time here. He is going to fall. We're going to see Spider go for that armor swap onto the gray armor, bringing it back around and turning the tables on this fight. He gets the charged element. We're going to see the ult get popped from action here. He needs to get out of this zone, because we're seeing the third party from OC Shang Yu come through, as JT's action doing a great job of tracking WBG Spider. Spider trying to go for the pot. He's not able to get it. The cooldown on the F3 was able to save him there, though he did have that combo breaker, and it looks like he is going to try and go for a heal, but he is getting spotted by Shang Yu. Doesn't get the heal off. Spider able to get another charged LMB off, but he is getting dangerously low. Goes up into the sky here. Still has 8 seconds left in this cooldown. He is going to be able to get one pot off. Tries to go for the second one here. He does know exactly where both of these players are. Back at full gray armor. Is at a bit of a disadvantage with the gray armor instead of the blue, as we're going to see Baodas Wangfly also joining into the fight.
Yeah, taking a look here, this is turning into quite the cluster. So many third parties coming through. Action gonna armor swap into a white here just to keep himself healed up. Not an ideal situation for Action, as he burned his ultimate there, but wasn't able to lock down Spider. Speaking of which, Spider coming back with a little bit of payback here onto J-Team's Action, is able to just come in clean and just completely blitz through the HP bar there on Action, pick up the elimination. Zhang Yu caught out by those same nunchucks right now, and Spider with full meter has got quite a few options available to him. He can use that trigger if he needs to take control of the neutral. Hongfly coming through though, doing quite a bit of damage. It gets caught in the bubble, but keeps the chase up. Spider with the ultimate though, in a much better situation than he was before while he was being chased by Action. Just trying to keep things alive here, using that dagger for the movement. He's got the nunchucks and the dagger both in the back pocket there, waiting to swap at a moment's notice so he can keep things alive. He can get those scale rushes off. He's going to come down now and look to pressure on OC Zhang Yu. Catches Zhang Yu into the uppercut with those nunchucks. A favored combo of WBG Spider here. Huangfly going to catch him in the charge. Left click of the dagger. Spider just using those bubbles to create the distance. Goes for the pop, but Huangfly going to come through the window on the top side. Catches Spider and does a ton of damage here. Spider trying to go top side. Wants to use that zone to his advantage. Wants to use this building while he can. Tries to get a pot off here. Will find an armor pot off, but now Zhang Yu's got him locked down in the zone. Using that staff, takes control of the neutral. Tries to get chased, walks into the bubble, but Huangfly able to find the uppercut. There it is. He's going to pick up the elimination onto WBG Spider. OC Zhang Yu with the uppercut. Walks into yet another bubble, this time from Huangfly. Huangfly keeping the action going here. Needs to back away though. WBG Spider actually reses into the zone, wants to come back to his body and find all of that loot that he had. This is a risky play from WBG Spider. J-Team's action, Huangfly and Zhang Yu all waiting in the wings, and Spider can't stay in that zone too long. We're going to see J-Team's action come back and finally find an elimination here.
자, MVPL 대회 지금 네 번째 경기 진행 중이고요. 신 선수 보이고 있네요.
No armor, extremely low. We're going to see a quick teleport coming in from Zhang Yu. Action continuing the chase though, does not want to give this up. Goes up, sees the TP, comes out. Needs to be careful.
해양경 들어갔고요. 해양경 GS 선수.
And he can teleport a long distance back here. There's not.
그리고 카이보 선수 교전 시작합니다. 일단은 야, 공 점프한 그걸 또 조촉으로 맞추네요. 바로 차징 빗나갑니다. 좋습니다. 새로 차징이었네요. 다시 한번. 한 번씩 맞아주고요. 서로 궁극기 사용합니다. 상대도 궁극기 사용하고요. 여기서 점프 공격 한 번 더 무역 먹고 무역 한번 먹어줍니다. 다시 F 좋습니다. 주먹 감자 좋습니다. 여기에서 깔끔하게 상대를 잡아내는데 성공을 하네요. 좋습니다. GST 225 선수가 먼저 1킬을 하는데 성공을 하면서 야, 지금 전설 곤봉이 나왔거든요. 원래 곤봉을 쓰시던 분이 전설 곤봉이 나와가지고 꽤 좋은 플레이를 더 보여줄 수 있지 않을까라는 생각을 하고 있고요. 일단은 GST 225 선수 주작까지 먹습니다. GST 225
kill out from underneath Wolves Kai Bao, able to take him down. He's gonna get that Vermilion's Birdmite, and then he gets a golden staff. Absolute powerhouse coming through. T225 keeps up this
좋습니다.
pressure.
GST
He's going crazy throughout the rest of this game.
Yeah, huge gains here for T225 as he's able to get the purple armor, that golden staff. And unfortunately for Wolves Kai Bao, he just couldn't take control of the neutral. Both of them popped their ultimate, and whoever was able to take control of the neutral the last time there was just going to win that fight. Unfortunately, Wolves Kai Bao was forced to pop his F before we saw T225 have to pop his F in that, and that is a death sentence in the Turka v Turka matchup here. Wang Liang, though, able to avoid most of those bubbles as he's able to come through and put huge damage onto Huangfly. He does eat a bubble at the very end, but Huangfly not able to capitalize it. Wang Liang able to get a parry. We're going to see the ult come through here from Huangfly as he tries to come in and lock down Wang Liang. Wang Liang tries to use the F1 to buy that gold focus, but before he can get it off, we're going to see Huangfly catch him out there with the spear, coming back through, looking to lock down Huangfly while he can. He needs to be careful. He needs to get the setup with the V here before Huangfly is able
호위
to catch him
궁까지 사용을 하고 현재 일단 최삼랑도 있고 해가지고 좀 들어가기가 애매한 것 같았거든요. F 기술 써주고요. 한번 물어 뜯어주고 뒤에 와이어 다시 한번 달립니다.
Soul Bloom essence from this fight to get rid of that Yang depletion very, very quickly. Huangfly very, very low. The bubbles come down. Kai Bao forced to go over the bubbles. Huangfly on the other side. Kai Bao coming in. He needs to get this Soul Bloom. He's got to take control of this. He pops the ult so that he's able to pick it up here. Doesn't regret the decision. That buys him back into the game. And
왕양 선수 위험합니다. 왕양 선수 일단 위로 빼고 있고요. 지금 나무를 타면서 막 이동하고 있어요.
He's still got his ultimate
왕양 선수 좋습니다. F 화상 입었습니다.
Wang Liang just trying to keep it moving. We're going to see the jump, right click, connect. But we're going to see Wang Liang in the blue focus only take the damage, not the hits.
왕양 선수 일단은 잘 뺐고요.
Kai Bao just needs a single hit here to lock this down, and Wang Liang doing everything he can to hold on here with the dagger. We're gonna see the trade
결국에는 잡힙니다. 왕미양 선수. 왕미양 선수 다운입니다. 왕미양 선수 2킬로 다운이 되고 마네요. 현재 AOW 마이크 선수가 지금 3킬로 29.8.1입니다.
Or that is going to be it for Wang Liang. The grapple comes through. No range shots coming through from Kai Bao here, but he will find the grapple into the left click, and that's going to be another elimination for Wolves Kai Bao as he sends back Wang Liang to the lobby.
Amazing chase from Kai Bao and sticking with it, the perseverance to come away with that kill, going all range, not all melee, not trying to go for the range shots, just playing it back to the basics and mechanics. As we're going to see Yi Ran facing off against Pandaman. Pandaman with the golden longsword right now. He also has that Vermilion's Birdmite. He doesn't want Yi Ran to get the heal off, but it looks like he's going to be able to go for the heal. The overhold, the double charge on that gold longsword is going to be a lot of damage taken as they're going to clank a couple times mid-air here. He's trying to go for that combo. He gets the chase off, and we're going to see him try and go for that full staff combo here. He's sending some pop shots, and Iran's getting super low. He's trying to run away with the staff here. He's unable to escape Pandaman. Pandaman trying to come through and deal just one last bit of damage as Ventus's Reki has gotten some chase onto the shark. It looks like Iran is going to be able to end up leaving. They do still have eyes on him. They're trying to follow him around, sending some pop shots off with the pistol. It looks like OUG's Pandaman is going to be able to get the kill here. Coming through, Reki able to steal the Gold Blue message from Pandaman here. It looks like both of these ults are going to get popped here. Reki trying to go for the grab is unable to hit it. Pandaman needs to heal up here. It looks like he's not going to be able to get the pod off. Reki, pod on his trail, still has one grab left. It looks like both of these players are using the exact same ult. Reki trying to go.
야, 지금 호이.
Unable to hit it, and it looks like
렉시 선수
entering this fight. We're going to see Pandaman coming through with a huge play. But it looks like Reki's able to come through with the
서로 와이어 걸고 지금 난리 났습니다. 위험합니다. 지금 콤보. 다시 뒤로 빠져주고요. 아, 싱크가 안 맞아서 한 번만 새로 고치 좀 할게요. 똑같군요. 싱크가 안 맞아요. 조총. 아, 이제 싱크 맞네요.
Getting that shield back so he does not have to re-enter the fight here. Looks like he's going to try and go back up. Dagger v dagger on Chujang here. Chujang trying to make something happen with that charge attack. He is going to get the charge LMP off, but we are going to see Mike coming back with a quick 1-2.
좋습니다. 아, 여기서 로봇 한번 소환해주고요.
They are trying to make something happen. JDG Chujang doesn't have assassins on
좋습니다.
here as we are going to see him hit
로봇 타줍니다.
second time in a row, and it looks like he has forced to pop into the mech here. Chujang dangerously low. Very, very low HP. If Chujang's able to get this pot up, he is going to be able to be a little bit more safer. Ventus's Reki is going to go down to
자, 로봇을 안전하게 타주고.
AOW's Mike worked so hard, almost got the kill. Hit the Assassin's Lunge confirmed twice, but was not able to end up reaping the rewards of his fight. All this hard work, and that's what keeps on happening here. So we see AOW's Mike popping that F for as long as possible, just so he doesn't have to stay in. Able to tap on
로봇 내려왔습니다.
shots. As he's going to end up coming out of the mech. Chujang.
아, 이거 일단은 선타 좋았어요.
In pursuiters, we're seeing Chujang also with the Assassin's Lens here, able to deal a decent amount of damage. Chujang.
마이크 선수 위험합니다.
Mike is switching over to the
궁극기.
katana, and it looks like it was a little bit of a miss by here because Mike is getting dangerously low. Chujang.
좋습니다. 이거 궁극기 체력 좋습니다. 체력 회복했고요. 올려배기 들어갑니다. 패링 좋습니다. 아, 패링 실패했어요. 한 번 더. 아, 감자킥이 들어가고요. 여기에서 하지만 F로 다시 한번. 좋습니다. 들어갑니다. 방어 바꿨어요. 남은 인원 7명. 올려배기 빗나갑니다.
So lucky to be alive right now. AOW Mike almost ending his life for a second time.
한 대.
Tries to go for the parry, misses it here. He's going to be able to catch him.
아, 좋습니다. 둘 다 위험함.
Mike gonna get hit with that. No, she's Sangyu coming.
양날의 검 빗나가고요. 로봇 타줍니다.
Getting dangerously low here. Ultimate is gonna get popped. He's gonna be able to get away again. Shang Yu getting combo.
마이크 선수 잡히나요? 마이크 선수 잡힙니다. 마이크 선수 다운됩니다. 야, 마이크 선수 여기서 잡히네요.
He is lucky to be alive, and he's gonna come up on Shang Yu again. Hit him with it, but the ult from Shang Yu is coming out too fast, and it looks like they're gonna try and go for a reset, but no, Xu Zhang coming in fast, and now Shang Yu trying to get away for the reset.
결국엔 마이크 선수
my
잡혀서
goodness.
다운되네요.
Look, AOW Mike sets this fight up so well. He's got multiple purple armors hidden, able to make those armor swaps time and time again. But this is something we talked about before. You can't overcommit to fights during this stage of the game. The longer you fight, the heavier the risk of running into a third party is, and that's exactly what we see happen to AOW's Mike. He well overcommits to the fight. He uses every single armor swap he has set up, which is quite a few, and then because of that, he continues the chase to allow Xu Zhang to get a second ultimate off in that fight. Finds himself falling victim to a third party. Mike just has nothing left in the tank at that point. He takes a ton of damage as he gets caught off guard by the third party. And then because of that, he's got nothing to follow it up as both of those players just turn their focus onto him because he's so low. And it's so unfortunate for AOW's Mike. You could tell how bad he wanted that elimination, but sometimes you have got to let those kills go, or exactly what we see happen to AOW's Mike there happens every single time. That overcommitment will come back to bite you. Turning now to WBG Spider going head-to-head here with the boys J-Team's Action. Action using that F1, and then of course we see the F3 coming out from Spider as well. Both of these players here just trading shots. We see Action head back into the no-hold zone. He doesn't really want to take this fight right now. We're in top 6, and it's only zone 3. The aggression has been absolutely insane here in game number 4. These players eliminating people left, right, and center. And Spider in a good place. Wolves, Kai Bao, once again having a good game here. Kai Bao really cleaning up so many eliminations early on in this game, and he's top 6 right now. He just needs to hold on to his placement here, get as high as he can in these final 6 standings, and he's going to find himself skyrocketing even higher up that leaderboard with this game. As he's taking a look here, he sees T225 not wanting to overcommit, because again, it's zone 3 collapsing onto zone 4. There is so much time left in this game. 9 minutes and only 6 players left alive. Kai Bao has no reason to risk overcommitting to any single fight right now. He's gonna see a player here. Look, he just goes and it threatens the space. He's not even hard engaging onto the fight. Kai Bao playing this very, very smart right now. He doesn't need to risk overcommitting to these fights and finding himself falling victim to a third party when he's got 4 eliminations and he's top 6 already. WBG Spider here, 1 elimination under his belt. He needs to put in some work though. Spider is in a place where he needs to risk it. If he wants to walk away the MVP this game and finally find the MVP for the day, he needs to pick up quite a few eliminations in a first place finish. And the longer the game goes on, the less eliminations are going to be available for him. Unfortunately, he misses the scale rush up into the building onto the chase for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu just going to hide in the building here and needs to be very careful because this is not his Bane's Breath that is going down. We're going to see WBG Spider kind of threatening, looks to come in here, knows Zhang Yu's in the corner, just letting Zhang Yu know, hey, I know where you are. Don't think you're safe where you're hiding here. The only thing keeping you safe right now is somebody else's Bane's Breath. Or, well, it's not somebody else's Bane's Breath, but just a natural Bane's Breath. So none of these players can really go in and do anything about it. Zhang Yu just more than happy to chill out. Spider with some huge damage onto JDG Xu Zhang. Xu Zhang forced to pop the F here as Spider gives chase. And again, this is what I'm talking about. Spider can't afford to play this game passively. He doesn't have enough eliminations if he wants to walk away the MVP here. He goes very low. Him and Xu Zhang going to trade range shots here. And this puts Spider in quite the bad situation. If one of those Bane's Breath were to drop on top of him here, it would spell absolute disaster for him. But him and Xu Zhang both going to take the full reset here. Spider going to find the bow shot onto Xu Zhang. Xu Zhang going to come in and find some hits here with that dagger and then into the musket shot as well. Both of them going about 50-50. It looks like Xu Zhang has the armor pierce on that musket there, so a lot of damage going through to Spider's HP bar there. Very, very strong plays from Xu Zhang. That armor pierce being such a good soul jade here in the NBPL. We've seen that, as well as slow shot really coming through for many of these players time and time again. Spider and Chuzheng still going at it here. Spider catching some huge damage onto Chuzheng with the staff. Chuzheng just looking to find a space to get a reset.
자,
here.
지금
So
GST
many
이이호
players waiting in
선수.
the wings as the zone is collapsing down onto zone 5 here. It looks like Chuzheng will be able to find that full reset. Nobody
지금
wants to
신기가
overcommit
되게
to a
좋거든요.
fight
그
at
혼옥만
this
봐도
stage of the
전설 혼옥 3개 그리고 에픽 혼옥 2개 지금 체력 혼옥까지 하나 지금 끼고 있는 상황으로 보이고 있고요. 물약이랑 와이어 그리고 뭐 이제 소모품을 채우는 무기함까지 지금 어느 정도 매우 괜찮은 수준으로 보이고 있습니다. 무기 자체도 너무 좋고요.
is absolutely stacked. He's got 2 gold attack jades. He's got another gold jade, a couple purple jades, some gold weapons, some purple weapons, some gold armor, full alt, and OC Xiangyu with that gold jade for the staff. This is going to be one that's going to be super crucial, because if you get caught in that gold focus, there's no parrying that. You're done. You're going to get hit with a lot of damage, and OC Xiangyu could use it very well, or he could get parried right off the bat. It could be very detrimental to how he plays this. We're going to flip over and see WBG Spider, T225, and JDG's Xuzheng in this sort of area by the no ult zone with J-Team's Action, trying to just play positional right now. Spider bringing out that full staff combo so that he can just hold that ground, make sure nobody comes near him. We're seeing these range shots and we're hearing them get sent back and forth across the map. And this is where Spider's ult is going to be the one that comes the most in handy here. He also has jabbing, we just saw coming out here, holding that angle again with that charge attack from the staff, and then using the movement to get around and move as fast as possible. Taking that low ground spot, looks like he's going to be holding that instead of holding up high. He does have a golden katana as well. This could be a huge helper, as well as OC Xiangyu bringing out that golden jade for the staff as well. Holding that angle. Everybody knows he's got it now because everyone can see him throwing it, as Wolves Kai Bao still in this game as well. We do have 6 players left on the board with 4 minutes and 38 seconds to go. Circle 5 is closing onto Circle 6 right now as Kai Bao charging up that full sword. That is a dangerous weapon when in the hands of any of these players, and we all know the pole sword hurts, man. The pole sword. Oh, and he's got the overcomer. Oh my goodness, we're seeing a little bit of horse action coming around from Kai Bao. One of the best jades in the game, in my opinion.
Like, Overcomer is very, very interesting. It's very, very easy to be parried when you're using that Overcomer, because every single stage of it is parryable. But if you can catch a player off here in the end game and just send them flying into that final zone, it's absolutely massive. Zhang Yu, though, really set up very strong right now. That Merciless Havoc's going to allow him to buy so much space. If he's able to connect onto anybody with that Merciless Havoc will absolutely send you a bonkers distance in terms of how far you can just get sent flying into the zone, and then it'll also lock you down in the zone where you can't just, you have to like face check it, right? You have to run into it if somebody has it, because you've got to get out of these final zone ticks, because zone 6 here hurts a lot, and we're going to be zone 7 in the next 50 seconds. So none of these players can afford to be in that zone for long.
자, 지금 남은 인원은 6명.
down through Zhang Yu's Merciless Havoc. There's no way you're getting
남은 인원 6명. 지금 시간은 3분 남아 있습니다.
All these players, look, he has more space than anybody else. Nobody wants to deal with that Merciless Havoc whatsoever. He can just go up on that pole, hold the space, move when he needs to. WBG Spider goes so low here, and J-Team's Action more than happy to just capitalize it, unfortunately. Or no, was that Spider who goes out?
Spider went out. Action came away with the kill.
Yeah, absolutely crazy to see WBG Spider just go out like that with almost no fight whatsoever. That's not typical of Spider when he gets into these final zones, but unfortunately it is typical to see Spider when he plays low and slow like this, when he doesn't get those early eliminations, to not have a great game. We're going to see J-Team's Action continuing to make use of that ult where he can. He's going to find another grab, this time onto OC Zhangyu, and Zhangyu flying. Now Action, though, so very low. He's going to be the attention of everybody in this lobby. The grapple comes through. Kai Bao looks to try to clean it up. We're going to see J-Team pick up the parry. Kai Bao looking to pick up the damage, and oh my goodness, there it is. Wolves Kai Bao with his 5th elimination. picks up J-Team's action, and Kai Bao really coming alive.
지금 많이 위험한 상황이거든요. 지금
number 4, you know, he gets eliminated early last
남은
game.
4명.
Nah, I'm coming back. I'm
서로
coming in
견제도
loud and
넣기가
proud.
애매하죠.
This game,
4명이면
sure
서로
he does. He
견제
picked
넣기
up 4
힘들어요.
eliminations, and now here we are in the final moment
카이보
for the game, and
선수
he's looking
좋습니다.
to pick up
참마도 한
more.
대 때려줬고요.
Top 4 players here, 5 eliminations under his belt. All he's got
한 번
to do
더.
is make maybe one more placement.
좋습니다.
He will
개선
easily
장군
be walking away
빗나갑니다.
our MVP for the game. Zhang
시작 한
Yu
대.
so low, and Kai Bao
장유
looking
많이
to
위험해요.
not take
장유.
placement, but pick up another elimination here. He sees how low Zhang Yu is. He's gonna come in with the armor comer. Does a ton of damage.
장유 죽나요?
Fortunately, able to use that teleport to keep from getting
좋습니다.
knocked in
장유
the
선수
zone.
결국에는
He's
다운됩니다.
got to teleport back. Everybody in the lobby trying to pick up this elimination. Kai Bao swapping to the bow, trying to make the shots. Isn't able to connect. Zhang Yu will go down as Wolves. Kai Bao does find the bow.
카이보
He goes
선수.
for 6 eliminations. And now
카이보 선수 많이 유리해요. 유리한 거지.
takes control of this lobby.
로봇 타줍니다.
Now it's just JDG's 2 Zhang going head to head here with T225. Both of them too busy paying attention to each other.
아, 결국에는 다운됩니다.
He needs to find one hit here onto 2 Zhang. He's not quite able to find it just yet. 2 Zhang gonna go airborne, turning his attention over T225.
과연
Pick up the elimination, but no. Kai
점프
Bao
공격.
Oh my goodness, T225.
카이보 선수 위험합니다. 카이보.
No. Hardly any old charges left
카이보
here.
선수 결국에는 다운이 됩니다. GS T225 선수가 이번 4번째 경기 승리를 가져갑니다. 대단하네요. 야, 카이보 선수 마지막에 어부지리를 노릴 수가 있었는데 좀 아쉽습니다. 이렇게 해서 TS225 선수가 이번에 우승을 또 이제 4번째 경기 승리를 가져가게 됩니다.
Fire hit them with the da 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 da, and then he just came right in, started absolutely decimating the health bars and sending all of these players back to the lobby with that purple pole sword. The punishment on those kills, he was able to get the kill in the mech. He wasn't able to get that last one, and you can tell he's happy, but he's like, oh, I really wish I would have hit that one. But now he's put a substantial gap between him and these other contenders for that first place, and it is looking really good for him.
Oh my goodness, Wolves Kai Bao, man, this is so great for him. He's had such a rough season. He had a rough time at Worlds. He's really been trying to find his footing back, and today he's been able to do it. He's second MVP of the day, and look, I'm gonna tell you, if you're gonna find yourselves back in the running, if you want to find yourselves really performing well, today's the day to do it. Coming in here to the grand finals is the time and place to make it happen. I'm gonna have to get my Wolves jersey back up off the wall and just fly my flag high here for my Wolves boys. You know, I told myself today I wasn't gonna sing Wolves praises because I didn't want to curse him, but apparently you can't curse Wolves Kai Bao today because he's absolutely coming out, knocking it out of the park. I love to see it happening. Our boy Wolves Kai Bao picking up his second MVP of the day. Absolutely huge for him. Can't wait to see him do it again, Seb.
Oh, I am 100% excited to see him do that again. And this was like, do you remember season 1 repechage or rep change when Kai Bao was like on the bottom of the leaderboard? He was like in 11th, no contender for finals, and then he came in and popped off and showed everybody that he was the boss.
Oh yeah, that final game
that?
where he picked up like he picked up so many eliminations. I can't remember how many kills it was, but it was basically the whole lobby. He like lobbied absolutely everybody in the final game, climbed his way all the way back up into the last qualifying spot for Worlds, and it was insane to watch him do. And you know, I've been a Wolves fan for a long time, but that moment is something I will always remember. I had the pleasure of being here to cast that, and it was just so great to watch because he was on a different plane, man. He was coming in. People would see him coming from across the map and were like, you look at Joe Schmo to the left of me because I don't want none. Take that smoke somewhere else. And he took that smoke to the entire lobby. That Revjage was absolutely insane. So it's nice to see him coming back, making a little bit of a return to form today. This was a great game from him. I was super worried after game number 2. You get to that final circle, and realistically, he picked up all of those eliminations in that final circle off of his ultimate in game number 2. I was very worried that that was just going to be a fluke, that, you know, Kai Bao just found himself in a good situation. This game proves that it was otherwise. He picks up 7 eliminations, a second place finish, a 14.2 game score, if I'm not mistaken, the most points put on the board in a single game today. Wolves Kai Bao coming out, putting in the work. AOW's Mike also finding some decent space, still up here in the top with a 6.2 for eliminations. Unfortunately, WBG Spider a 2.4. GG Shah nowhere to be seen this game. While we were watching all these other players take fights, all of a sudden GG Shah just disappears from the leaderboard. We never got to talk about it. We never saw who eliminated him. He just kind of walked away silent here in game number 4. So GG Shah needs to come back in game number 5 and find that consistency again. Fortunately, this is his only bad game thus far, and typically players are all going to have at least one bad game every day, so hopefully it's his only one today, Seb.
Well, yeah, you're never going to be 100% perfect here. So we saw that nice kill coming up from AOW Mike. You're never going to be 100% perfect in a game. It's impossible, right? So you have to start picking and choosing your battles, right? Do you want to play terribly all 3 of the games? No. But if you want to have one game where you don't perform as well, you have to shake it off and let it go, because it is going to be fine. It is not the end of the world for GG Shah. He is going to be able to come back. Now, the problem is if he falls into a pattern. If he keeps on doing this and won't stop doing this, then it gets to the part where you're like, okay, we need a little bit of time to rethink our strategy and calm down here while we figure all of these things out. As we see GS's T225 taking away that 8th kill from Wolves' Kai Bao, but I'm pretty sure he's not that mad about it. Taking a look at this MVP screen now, see the least amount of damage that we've seen so far today, but the most amount of kills. So we're seeing that more players are getting the kills off of these third parties and dealing less damage, and the players that are dealing the most damage are getting less amount of kills, dealing 4,482 damage with the staff, 3,060 with the bow, and then the rest of it mostly and ultimates. He stayed
much work. So much work in that fight versus JDG's Chu Zhang, but he overextends. He overstays his welcome till the third party comes in. Not only does it cost him the kill onto Chu Zhang, but it costs him his life as well, as he finds himself third partied because he overstayed for way too long. He doesn't see the third party coming, and it's like as soon as he gets picked up, it's a full carousel coming in from that legendary longsword. It's so much damage, and he's got nothing left in the tank. He doesn't have an ultimate, he doesn't have an ability. He's forced to go outside and take both JDG's Chu Zhang mech as well as that legendary longsword chasing him up, and he's just got nothing left to give, finds himself eliminated. And that's where you have to be. You have to look at yourself and go, hey, I know I put in so much work towards this elimination, but I need to back off of it, because you'll see time and time again. We actually watched Chu Zhang turn around and do the same thing. He overcommits to a fight. Who shows up but Wolves Kai Bao? Wolves Kai Bao literally slides in, pokes for the final hit on the kill and goes, okay, thanks, bye, woof, and he's gone. He just picks up that elimination, and Chu Zhang's like, where the heck did he come from? Like, what happened? Did somebody get the number of the truck that just hit that player? Because it weren't me. And I mean, you gotta love to see it. Kai Bao comes in, he plays efficiently. Super happy to see him do well for a second game in a row. It's his 6th MVP of the season. That means he's picked up 2 of his 6 MVPs here in the grand finals for the season. You can tell he's been practicing, he's been putting in the work, and it is paying off for him today.
Yeah, hey Kai Bao, you wanna hook me up with your coach's number, man? I'm trying to get into the MVPL. You gotta get me set up, because Kai Bao's performance was absolutely amazing. And here's another question for some treasures, ladies and gentlemen. who is leading the scoreboard now? And this one I'm actually not too sure about. These questions are starting to get a little bit harder. But is it A, GG Shaw, B, AOW's Mike, C, WBG Spider, or D, Wolves Kai Bao? Now we can rule out one of them right away because we know that they haven't been having the best day. But, you know, who knows? I'm actually not 100% sure. So, we're going to leave it up to you guys. You guys are going to let us know in the chat, and I will be corrected later on.
Yeah, you know, we're getting ready to lock in for game number 5. This is an important momentum shift as well because it's the last game of Hollow Rock. I'm expecting to see some Z-Pings come out. I'm expecting, if we see Takeda today at all, this is the game where we see Takeda. We don't typically see Takeda off of the Hollow Roth map, so it's the last game of Hollow Roth. If we're going to see him, we probably see him here today on this particular map. I'm expecting to probably see some more Mataris. She's also pretty favored here on Hollow Roth, so some of those players who haven't had the opportunity to play Matari yet, I would assume that they're going to bring Matari out here on this particular map. I think we've seen most of our double heroes come through. We might have a few left for a couple of players. We might see some more Akos coming through. He's been pretty heavily picked and double picked, so there might be 1 or 2 players who still have Akos available. This would be a good map for them to bring him in as well. As we take a look at the standings here, Zhang Yu slowly climbing his way up the leaderboard, not having the strongest of day, but he started all the way at the bottom. So any forward momentum, if he can get into that top 10, he gets placement points towards Worlds, and honestly, that's what it's all about, especially if you come in at the bottom of the pack. So him steadily climbing, it's a good place for Zhang Yu to be. He hasn't had the best performance today, but it's better than nothing. AOW's Mike currently sitting in the top here with 32.7, because again, GG Shaw ended up going out quite early here during this game, but Wolves Kai Bao with his second MVP of the day climbs all the way up to 3rd place, a 25.6 game score, and Wolves Kai Bao came in today pretty low in the standings, so he's got to be really happy about this performance. 2 more games to go. Spider falling down a position. He was in 4th place. Wang Liang able to climb up just a little bit higher than him, about a 1.2 point difference. So, you know, Spider's still in it, but he's not having the day one he was hoping to have whatsoever. We're 4 games deep, and he hasn't been able to find an MVP yet. That's very rare for WBG Spider. So he's got to find something in these last 2 games if he wants to come into day 2 in a comfortable position whatsoever.
Yeah, and I'm honestly starting to lose faith, man. I don't know if we're gonna see it.
Okay, the only reason I'm not losing faith is 1, it is WBG Spider, and 2, typically if Spider has a bad day, he pops off in his last couple of games is where he finds himself popping off, if he does when he has a less than good day. So we are heading into the final 2 games. We could see history continue to repeat itself, and he finds himself, you know, popping off in these sort of final 2 games. You know, again, it's really anybody here for our grand finals for the spring split. You know, these players came in mostly equal ground for absolutely everybody, and they are tearing it up out there today. We've seen GG Shaw climb up to the leaderboard. We've seen Wolves Kai Bao climb up to the leaderboard. AOW's Mike currently sitting in that 1st place position. Mike just playing very consistently today, and that consistency is what it's all about here. Unfortunately, Spider not having the day that he wants it. Even Wang Liang outperforming Spider just a little bit today. Spider really not the day he wants to have for himself, but it is still anybody's game realistically. I mean, even Panda Man not that far behind the pack in terms of the sort of 7th to 4th place position. You know, he's realistically only 1.7 points behind Wang Liang. That's not a lot of points to be behind. And again, Panda Man really starting to come awake this season. I think anybody towards this top 8 could very easily walk away our champion. So
Okay, but 4.7 points. That's still at least 4 kills or top 3.
No, 1.7 points.
Oh, 1.7 points. This is closer than ever.
Yeah. That range between 7th and 4th place, very, very tight. All within less than 2 points for those 4 players. And they're not super far behind some of the players above them, realistically. They're like 7 points or something like that. So they're realistically, just today, about 7 or 8 points behind. And they still have 6 more games to play after today. So anybody in this top 8 range, it's still their game.
Okay, but when you say that as well, it's like they're saying, okay, if they get a lot of points, but the only problem with that is the top players have to also get no points, and they have to get points for them to be able to climb up even faster.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's a tall order to do, but we've seen it happen. Just look at today as example. WBG Spider came in at the top of the leaderboard, right? He's had games where he's not had good points. So anybody can have those games where they don't have good points. All these players realistically need is one good game to drastically change the top of this leaderboard, right? GG Shaw was at the very top of the leaderboard. He just had a 0-point game, and he allowed other players to bypass him because of that. These points shift so drastically. 7 points seems like a decent lead, seems like a big boy lead. It's really not. We've seen players absolutely pop off. We've seen players pick up 10 eliminations in a first place finish, which is, 14 points at the end of the day. There's so much that can go wrong for all these players at the top. It is still anybody's game, very realistically. As we get ready to lock in for game number 5, again, this game is going to be taking place on Hollow Rock. It's going to be interesting to see what picks come through. I'm willing to bet if we see Takeda at all, it's on this map. No Takeda, we are going to see a Viper come through. We've seen Iran do this before. That F3 very strong.
자, 나라카 브레이드 포인트 NDPL 대회 5번째 경기 이제 시작이 되고 있습니다. 과연 이번 경기에서는 어느 분께서 우승을 할지 여러분들도 함께 봐주시면 감사하겠습니다.
This is not the game he needs to be coming in and having his bad game on. Given that there's only one game left today, I really don't agree with the Wu Chen pick coming in. We are going to see at least one Matari coming through. This is kind of a much more mixed bag than I was expecting to see on this Hollow Roth map. Maybe some of these players trying to hold off that final pick for the final game of the day. Spider here going to be finally bringing in that Ziping Yang. No surprise, Spider loves to play Ziping on this map. I would have been kind of disappointed if we didn't see him bring it out here for the final Hollow Roth map of the game.
And yeah, Spider on Ziping, when the Ziping meta was hard, that's where Spider was going off with that Ziping meta. And so now that we're seeing him bringing it in when it's less of a meta, but it's still a super strong and playable character. And it looks like we are going to be seeing a lot of spawns by that Plume Castle area. So this is going to be a pretty big bloodbath pretty early, as we're seeing a couple other players spawning on closer to that western side of the map. Nobody really playing up in that northern side by the Imperial Village. We've got 1 to 2 players on that Yushan Ruins and the Frozen Lake area.
Yeah, Wolf Sky Bao here and OC Zhang Yu looking to go head-to-head here, trying to solve puzzle. This is such a risky gambit for the players involved here, because not only do you have to guarantee you win the fight off the rip here, but the potential for third party while you're trying to solve that puzzle.
자, 신화광장에서 교전이 있었던 것 같고요. 야, 지금 빠르게 또 카메라가 넘어가가지고 제가 해당 이제 막 여기저기 왔다 갔다 이야기를 드리기가 힘들긴 하네요. 거의 다 한국 선수분들이 있으면 참 좋은데 이게 한국 선수분들이 없으니까 그냥 이제 선수분들의 기량을 보는 그런 느낌으로 경기를 보고 있는 것 같습니다.
Doing a little bit of looting himself here, finally able to find some blue armor here, so he's going to be able to turn around and take that fight if he wants to. Wang Liang, Chu Zhang, and WBG Spider all in the same place. Spider not wanting to take the early fight too much here. He already took a little bit of damage, but doesn't have the resources to really take a prolonged fight. He will find himself into JD Chu Zhang here with that charge left click. The F1 coming in. Chu Zhang looking to catch him out in that charge left click yet again. Spider already forced to pop the bubble here. Doing a little bit of healing here, able to get away because of the bubble. No grapple is going to lock him down. Spider just kind of waiting, seeing if anybody's going to follow this up. doesn't look like they're going to be. Nope, Wang Liang's going to come through the door here. That Wu Chen pick we talked about. Wang Liang just absolutely putting the schmooze onto Spider, catching the uppercut there off of the staff into the weapon swap for the greatsword. Spider going to be forced to pop the bubble yet again. That bubble cooldown so short, and WBG Spider knows how to utilize it very, very well. Wang Liang again on that Wu Chen pick, still looking to make something happen here as we turn our attention to OUG's Panda Man. Kelly's Fang, he actually overholds here on the katana, catches a ton off of that on to our boy Fang here. Fang just trying to get away at all costs. But we're going to see some rain shots coming in as well. Panda Man really in a bad situation. If one of those rain shots connects, that's going to be it for Panda Man. Fang, though, stuck out in the zone. Panda Man can't pressure him here, though, because of how low he is. A single tick is going to be all it takes here. Panda Man catches the elbow. He steps into the zone. Oh, my goodness, his foot's in it. It's during the downtime, though. The tick doesn't go up. He's just got to find this hit onto Fang. One more clank, and he goes down. He's got to find something here. Unfortunately, he's not able to find it as Fang comes through with the scale rush and picks up the elimination. What a close fight between these two titans.
Oh my god, that took my breath away. I was so scared there. This Mike coming in for this huge third party doesn't get the best opportunity in these shots as Yiran is going to take a decent amount of damage, but we're going to see the ultimate come out right away and focusing on him, but Yiran is going to go down. T225 dealing a lot of damage with that full sword onto Mike. Mike getting super low, but he does have the better movement as we're going to see the Justina ult gets popped from T225, but Mike already disappeared here as T225 hot in pursuit though. We are seeing him get pretty close. Mike trying to break some ankles.
GG SHA 선수 약간 위험합니다.
T225 coming away with this.
그래도 GG SHA 선수 역시 첫 번째 경기랑 세 번째 경기에서 승리를 거둔 선수이다 보니까 이제 기량 하나만큼은 프로 선수분들 사이에서도 탑이지 않을까라는 생각을 한번 해본데, 가로차징 좋습니다. 가로차징 하던 도중에 점프 공격. 자, 여기서 로봇 소환 한번 해주고요. 패링 당합니다. SH 선수 위험합니다. 여기서 궁극기, 하지만 상대도 궁극기.
We're gonna see Shaw trying to go for the charge. He's gonna get hit by that pillar from the fairy ult. As we're going to see the clank come off. GG Shop playing very good positional game, but he's going to get parried. And then Reki here capitalizing on that. We're going to see GG Shop popping the ult quickly.
자, 궁극기 썼습니다.
To re-engage into this fight. He needs to hit that reset. So it looks like they're both going to take the reset. Reki still
상대도 끝날 때가 됐거든요, 이거.
Very many people close to them. So this fight could be a very long 1v1. So we're going to see the heals come up. Shaw taking a lot of damage.
SH 선수 약간 위험하고요.
One more. The damage come out from Shaw's ultimate as well. Tries to go for those 3 charges. It looks like that ult is going to be ending up running out soon.
Backstep.
Looks like the mech's going to drop first. Shaw tries to get in with those claws, but he's not
패링
able to.
좋습니다.
Assassin's lunge play come out from Ventus's Reki.
여기에서 점프 공격으로 한번 추가 탈 때린 다음에 아래로 떨어지는 걸 보고 새로 차징으로 마무리를 해주는 SH 선수. 대단합니다, SH 선수. 현재 SH 선수와 1위인 마이크 선수의 점수 차이는 3점밖에 나지 않는 상황.
What a clean fight here for GG Shot.
물어줬습니다.
He's just able to turn it
여기에서
around
발톱으로 한 번 더 잡아주고요. 바노라백 먹어주는. 야, 여기 좋습니다. 여기 난전이에요.
Looking to lock down WBG. Spider needs to play this very carefully. He does
좋습니다.
have one more charge left on the ult. He's gonna grab
한 번
Spider
더.
with it. Will it be enough damage? He's gonna come in with
좋아요.
the
여기서 또 바노라백 한 번 더 먹어주고요. 발톱. 빗나갑니다, 일단. 자, 궁극기가 여기서 끝났어요. 호위 궁 끝났습니다.
Very, very soon. Chu Zhang still with the white armor. Too many players around for him to try to turn around and find that armor and swap into it. Gale's Fang will find the elimination onto J-Team's action. Luckily, Chu Zhang still has a little bit of time on that ultimate.
좋습니다. 깡절곤 2단 차징 들어갔어요. 제대로 들어갔습니다. 호위입니다. 궁극기 사용 안 하네요.
very quickly. He needs to make the decision whether he's gonna die or try to stay alive here. Very, very soon, he's gonna catch a full meter dump onto EWG's Yuron, but we're gonna see Fong coming in with the scale rush from behind at Chu Zhang. There's no time left for him to use that resurrection. It is now do or die for Chu Zhang because he has waited too long. He's tried to stay alive here against all odds, and these players are hungry on his heels. I can't help but feel like this is a player mistake from Chu Zhang. He picked up the elimination onto Spider. Now he's just going to hold out a little too long. This is it. There we go. Those resurrections are about to be off the table. They are no longer there. And as soon as they go away,
여기서 한 번 더 잡아냅니다.
I said it. I can't believe Chu Zhang does it to himself. He could have just been eliminated.
자, 회양경 전투 들어가네요.
Had his 2 eliminations under his belt and re-geared back up, but instead he stands here and he takes the fight and lets himself get burnt out till his resurrection goes away. Why would you do that to yourself, Chu Zhang? Come on,
좋습니다.
I don't know. It's obviously a misplay, but we're gonna take a look now.
이거 위험해요.
Going against OC Xiangyu in the zone here, so we're gonna see the parry tries to go.
여기에서 와이어 콤보.
Gets punished for parrying a little bit too early.
xiangyu
Goes off the 1.0 from the vertical on the longsword, and it's able to get it off here. But we're gonna see the F3 come up from Xiangyu into the combo here, into the weapon swap, and GG Shot taking so much damage. Able to dodge out of it here, so we're gonna see him bringing him into the full into the grapple combo.
결국에는 xiangyu 선수의 승리입니다. xiangyu 선수 좋습니다.
And he's not going to be able to get caught in that Valda bubble yet, because we're going to see he's got a few spears left, and GG Shot getting dangerously low, as well as OC Xiangyu, and it looks like OC's Xiangyu coming away with the victory on that one here. GG Shot is going to be going down, as we are going to see XCG's Wang Liang also.
좋습니다. 찔러주고요.
Turning out to J-Team's action here. The bubble's coming down. Reki
여기서 점프 공격을 연속으로 때려주면서 잡아내는데 성공하는 신 선수.
Gonna go ahead and pop the F just to try and get away here. Doesn't want to let Action get any sort of setup on him. Action will find the scale rush into the uppercut with the follow-up jump uppercut coming in. Reki pops the pillar, doesn't catch Action with it, and Action able to just juggle him away from the pillar and pick up the elimination. Oh my goodness, I wish we could get a run back on that. Jenkins Action just absolutely outplays him.
좋아요.
What a wild play.
It was absolutely crazy here. As we're going to see GG Shot catching Panda Man out in the open, trying to go for a charge attack in mid-air, but is unable to connect. And it looks like KLA's Fang is also going to be going down permanently here. GG Shot playing very well in this positional era here. He's going to try and go for a bit of an attack here, and he's able to get almost a carousel off. He hits his F2, trying to get those ones off. He's not able to hit the 2 into the uppercut, but it looks like he was able to get a little bit of damage onto Panda Man. So Panda Man on the run now, as GG Shot is giving chase. It looks like they're going to be playing back again with the tower watch without the meteors raining down this time. But GG Shot, Panda Man chasing each other here. It looks like GG Shot is going to get stunned, but nobody is around to capitalize on that. Almost getting taken out of the game. Nerves on that man right now with Panda Man.
좋습니다. 가로배기.
So lucky to be alive right now. He is still getting chased by
쌍절곤. 쌍절곤 3타 후에 화살한데. xiangyu 선수 대단합니다.
Pops the F, gets the fist, but Xiangyu says no, not today. I'm gonna take the kill. And GG Shot.
와이어 콤보. 하지만 빗나갑니다. 궁극기 썼고요. xiangyu.
Charge. He gets the overhold. Xiangyu able trying to come back with that gold.
xiangyu. 사야 지진님. 이게 여기에서 수군면역 한 번 더. 빗나갑니다. SH 선수 결국엔 빼는 것을 선택을 했고요. 조은님도 어서오세요. 신 좋습니다. 마무리 신 선수 좋아요. 자, 신 선수 마무리 해주고 물량 먹어주고 SH 선수랑 다시 한번 교전. 주작으로 누구 하나가 여기서 부활한 것 같거든요. 쌍유 선수 부활하네요.
Oh my goodness, the action just coming in. GG Shah's got to feel so bad right now. He's put in work, so much work on multiple eliminations here, and not been able to pick up either of them. J-Team's action coming in, capitalizing on the second one. Shah just trying to find his way back.
자, 해당 코드 나오고 있는데 이 코드 나라카 브레이드 포인트에서 사용할 수 있는 코드입니다. 지금 빨리 적어 놓으세요. 채팅창 잠깐 닫아드려야겠구나. 지금 보이는 코드 입력하셔야 됩니다.
One of those soul blues before the Yang depletion kills him, and he's not been able to find a good fight for himself here. He keeps finding himself getting picked up with these third parties picking up the elimination. Shah here on the receiving end of Ocean Shang.
좋습니다. SH 선수 한 번 더 잡아내는데 성공하네요.
Really can't find a break here. He's got 35
패링
seconds left.
좋고요.
He needs to pop this and immediately get back into the fight. He's gonna have to do something crazy
쌍절곤
here.
좋아요.
If he wants to find an elimination, if he wants to get back into this game, he will get a
가로배기 좋았고요.
absolutely massive. He needs to make sure he's the one who
패링.
gets that soul bloom.
아, 여기에서 패링을 당해버리면서 선수가 SH 선수가 되게 아쉬워하는 표정이 화면에 캠에 잠깐 나왔었던 것 같습니다. 아, 매우 아쉬웠었던 것 같아요. SH 선수 결국에는 다운이 됐고요. 지금 SH 선수 31.8점으로 마무리합니다. 자, 지금 또 들어가나요? 지금 자기장 밖에서 교전하고 있거든요. 메일보르 쪽에서 계속해서 교전을 하고 있는 모습이 잠깐 보였고요. 쿤룬 페어까지 갖고 지금 해안경 전투 시작합니다. 해안경. 영어 해설위원님이 정말 열정이 아주. 저도 오늘은 좀 편한 마음으로 해설을 하고 있어요. 왜냐면 외국 해설위원분이 계시기 때문에 좀 편하게 하고 있습니다. 이제 워낙 한국 선수분들도 없고 이번에는 MVPL 대회가 조금 한국 선수분들이 많이 없어서 조금 아쉽더라고요. 예, 하지만 이번 주 토요일 날 진행되는 아시아 이제 그 프로 리그 대회에서는 한국 선수분들이 또 다수 나오니까 이번에는 아시아 위켄드 대회죠. 이번 주 토요일 날 또 진행되는 아시아 위켄드 대회는 한국 팀들이 또 나오니까 참고하시면 좋을 것 같아요. 와이어 콤보 좋았고요. 올려배기. 야, 이거 웬일입니까? 와이어 콤보가 기본으로 다 탑재가 되어 있어요. 자, 한 번 더 뒤에서 T225 교전 시작합니다. 해양경. 패링 당했고요. T25 위험합니다. F. 또 지금 싱크 안 맞는 것 같은데 한번 새로 고침할게요. 싱크 또 한 번 싱크 뭐야? 아니 이게 여기서 광고가 나온다고. 자, 광고가 나옵니다, 여러분. 자, 광고 뭐 이제 막 이것저것 나오는데 벨드 엑스퍼트라네요. 벨드 엑스퍼트 이거 요새 인기 많더라고. 요새 인기 많더라고요. 야, 광고를 꺼놔야 되는 거 아닌가? 그래도 대회인데. 뭐야, 또 광고나? 야, 대회에서 이렇게 광고가 10초. 베이드 엑스퍼트. 난 안 했지만 신경 아마 막 도끼로 때리고 아주 난리 났네. 구독을 했어야 됐나? 이거 왜 이러냐 얘. 야, 왜 이래? 그만 나와. 광고가 나와. 싱크 안 맞아가지고 한 건데.
Oh my God! J-Team's action is going to lead the pack with 4 eliminations. As we turn here to see what happens with action on to WBG Spider, he catches the full meter jump, follows it up.
싱크 다시 맞네요.
Coming around, Yeron trying to clean it up, but action able to just lock them down. Look at his action. completely stacked right now as well. Turning over to EWG's Yuron, giving chase.
자, 예란 선수. 바이퍼네요. 바이퍼가 요새 많이 보이네요. 쿤루겔 생긴 이후에 대회에서 이제 바이퍼를 이용하시는 분들이 꽤 생긴 것 같습니다. 현재 AOW 마이크 선수는 안전하게 그 킬을 하지 않고 버티고 있는 모습이 보이고 있네요. 확실히 이제 이번 경기랑 다음 경기만 버티면은 AOW 마이크 선수는 우승이기 때문에 이 점수를 지키기 위해 최대한 좀 목숨을 살리는 게 아닌가라는 생각이 들기 시작합니다. 여기에서 쿤룬결 죽나요? 바우다 결국엔 죽습니다. 와이어 한번 걸고요. J팀 칭. 아, 좋습니다. 맹태 이빨.
Huge play coming from T225 into the
기술.
uppercut combo. J-Team's action is going to force T225 to pop that F ability, but we do see that he has Soul Slash and a purple katana. This could be dangerous later on in the game here. Z-Ran is ending up giving chase. T225 has become the target right now. He does only have blue armor, so this is making him more of a vulnerable target for his opponents to come and shark this kill away. And it looks like Wang Liang trying to just vibe out in the corner. T225's messing around with him, sending these pistol shots off at him, giving some chase, and it looks like he's ready to fight, man. He's got 1 minute and 53 seconds left on his Yang depletion. If he doesn't get a kill soon, he is going to be in a lot of trouble. Wang Liang holding blue, just making sure that T225 doesn't come very close to him because he wants to keep as much distance as possible. T225 needs to be aggressive, but Wang Liang's chilling, man. He doesn't need to enter in any of these fights. And being the only Wu Chen, he's the most targetable person in the lobby right now. And we're going to see a huge parry come out.
아, F 기술로 또 다시 한번 생존을 하는 고청한.
Getting back to full health using that F ability to just
다시 한번 추격해주고요. GSTO.
Sending those shots off again onto Wang Liang, trying to follow him up the tree here. It looks like they're going to clank off, and he's trying to deal as much damage as possible. Falling down, those Wu Chen swords are going to deal a lot of damage to the durability of his weapons if he's not careful here. So he's going to pop his ult. He only has 1 minute and 6 seconds left. We're going to see the Tai Chi Rift switch, but T225 sort of manages to get out of it here, as Wang Liang looks like he had a switch way out, and it looks like he's going into the storm, running away from the rest of these players. He does not want to engage. He doesn't need to. He wants to take his kills and take them to the very end, as he's going to try and re-enter this circle here with very little health left and only 1 health pot. So this might be a little bit difficult for him, as he's not going that fast. This could be very tight here, as we're going to see him almost get killed in the storm. Oh my goodness.
좋습니다.
My goodness, I don't think he realizes how close he just came.
Oh, what a game 5, man. This is such an incredible game. T225 here, mere seconds away from being eliminated. He needs to find a Soul Bloom Essence like nobody's business. He's trying to just walk it out. He finds a massive parry onto Iran. This could be what he's looking for. He needs to clean this up right now. He's got 5 seconds. He's going to be forced to pop the F though. And he's going to go down to Yang depletion.
아, 뒤로 빠집니다. 좋아요. 뒤로 빠지면서 살았어요. 살긴 살았습니다. 뒤로 빠지면서.
And possibly clean something up onto Yiron. Yiron takes a ton of damage, isn't able to get the Soul Bloom, and is forced to back away and find his own reset. We're down to our top 5 as Zone 4 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 5 with 18 seconds left remaining alive. A Bane's Breath rolling through here, as well as some of these weather conditions. Mike looking to make a swap here, gonna swap that spear and turn it into a staff. Mike with legendary armor, that legendary dagger and a purple staff, really set up for success here, but unfortunately no eliminations under his belt yet, so he's got to find something because there's only 4 players left for him to kill.
This is going to be a tricky one.
좋아요.
He is going to get those placement points, but he really needs to get up in those standings with the kill points. If he can pick off 1 or 2 of the players and then try and hold for that ending circle and try and pick up as many kills as he can in that ending circle, getting those last 3 players, he might be able to come away with some extra points. But right now it's looking very, very difficult for him to do anything of the sort, as all of these players are absolutely stacked. He does have the best armor, but lots of these players have got some good weapons, man. Wang Liang, we see that gold staff.
진 선수 지금 일단 5명밖에 남지 않은 상황입니다.
all of these players with all these different jades, all of these expensive gold weapons that are going to be very difficult to fight against, and they are very punishing, as we're going to see Wang Liang just running away here from Action taking a couple pop shots at Wang Liang with the pistol.
5명밖에 남지 않은 상황. 서로 견제 계속 넣어주고 있고요. 시간은 5분 남았습니다.
A little bit more damage than he really wanted to here. Gets back to full health pretty easily, but J-Team's actually coming in with a huge parry, taking away all of his shield here, and this is where the Sharks get deep. Kai Bao starting to chase as well. Wang Liang starting to let off a couple blues here. He gets up into the top of the tree, but he's going to end up getting sharked here, going super low. Wang Liang getting in a lot of trouble. He does have 2 kills up on the board, but he doesn't want to go out here, taking a lot more pop shots here, trying to run away, using that Tai Chi Rift switch to just get out of there as fast as possible. Able to run away pretty far, but the whole lobby is after him. Pops his F ability so he can just stay up in the air for a little bit longer, using those blades to just prevent anything that would happen to him from a melee standpoint here, trying to just stun lock these players here as he does go down, as AOW's Mike is going to pick up his first kill with the pistol here coming through, and that's what we're saying, AOW Mike picking up a kill, then he's going to come through and rinse the rest of the lobby, is if all goes according to plan.
Yeah, this is huge for AOW's Mike. Even one elimination in top 4, those ranking points make so much more difference when you have even a single kill under your belt. Mike finding himself climbing up in that percentage chance of winning. A 12.6 is much better than the percentage he was at before. Wolves Kai Bao in a very similar situation with one elimination under his belt. Needs to find something if he wants to walk away the winner of the lobby here. But Wolves Kai Bao has been playing very good today, so it's going to be interesting to see how these final fights go out, especially because now we have this blizzard rolling through, so we're going to see players, their ultimate starting to tick down, starting with Yiran here. You can see
자, 지금 몇 명 안 남은 상태에서 서로 견제만 계속해서 넣어주고 있고요.
Inside this final zone, so these players going to be forced to take these fights without their ultimates. That said, Yiran running that F3 might actually find themselves in quite a strong position if nobody else has their ultimates. That F3 knocking somebody up, able to extend combos and doing as much damage as a Turka fireball, and point blank just being able to let that rip is going to be a strong advantage for the likes of EWG's Yiran. If these other players haven't been able to get their hands onto a fire pit, and it looks like most of these players are seeing that ultimate charge tick down, so nobody's going to really want to engage in any sort of fight here. We're going to see a lot of these range shots coming out. J-Team's Action going low, and it looks like the fight is going to break out.
지금 이제 마지막 순간 3분 남았고요.
When you've got a player this low, you've got to come in and dog it
전설
down,
미수,
regardless of whether you
마이크 선수 현재 1위를 기록하고 있는 마이크 선수입니다.
Is our leader in the pack right now, going very
안전한 플레이를 계속해서 보여주고 있고요.
Misses an opportunity to turn some damage onto J-Team's Action. Action looks like he's going to be able to get that full reset, but his ultimate continues to tick down here. Nobody has the buff. Nobody has ultimates available for themselves here. J-Team's Action will
서로 계속해서 견제만 하고 있는 중입니다. 마이크 선수, 신 선수, 예란 선수, 그리고 카이바오 선수까지 해가지고 서로 견제만 넣어주는 상황이에요.
And what they're going to do, because they're going to be heading into this final circle with no ultimate, and there's nothing they can do about it as this blizzard just continues to tick away. All of them are going to be at 0% ult charge, and it's going to be a tall order for them to find that ultimate before the end of this match, if they're even able to find a single one through damage or whatever means it might be. EWG's Yiran on the backside over here. Finally, the blizzard goes away. The ults are going to start ticking back up, and these players need to try to start playing that range game. Yiran going to be the first one to find some hits here onto J-Team's Action, getting some of that ultimate charge under the belt. Action going very low. All these players looking to capitalize it. Unfortunately, Yiran misses that F3, and that is a huge impact for Yiran, because that's 500 damage and an ability absolutely gone when they don't have an ultimate. Iran just trying to tap as much damage as they can here. They want
자,
to get
이제
that ultimate off.
슬슬
They
끝이
really
보이고
want to
있고요.
find it
1분
before the
30초
end of
자기장
this match
닫힌
so
상황에서
that they
예란
can
선수
get
잡힙니다.
some huge damage
예란
out
선수
onto these
잡혔고요.
other players.
카이바오
Iran,
선수도
though,
체력이
looks
없는
to be the one
상황.
who's gonna go down here as he's caught out by everybody else. No place to go.
카이바오
Kaibao
방어구
will
없습니다.
find that elimination, but now Kaibao gonna be the
카이바오
target
잡힙니다.
as he's
마이크
got no
선수가
armor
카이바오
under his
선수를
belt.
잡는 데
He
성공을
does
했고요.
have the soul slash, but it's gonna get parried here by
자,
Mike,
지금
who's
이제
sent to the
1대1
zone.
상황.
Mike picks up
J팀
the
진 선수.
elimination there, and now it's Mike versus Action. Action is
과연
still running low in HP here. He hasn't been able to find
일단
the
마이크 선수 방어구 다 까였고요. 로보트 소환합니다. 과연 여기에서 로보트로 마무리를 해줍니다. 마이크 선수 1일 굳건히 지켜내면서 이번 5번째 경기에서도 승리를 가져갑니다. 멋있게 안경을 딱 올려주네 마지막에. 야, 대단합니다. 마이크 선수 1위 기록 그대로 합니다. 경기 때 1위를 이제 SDW 선수인가요? 그 선수가 이제 먹지 못하는 한, 이제 1위를 가져가지 못하는 한 마이크 선수의 우승이 거의 확정될 것 같긴 합니다. 나라카 요새 다시 하면은 어렵긴 해요. 나라카가 진짜 재밌긴 재밌는데 약간 진입장벽이 있어가지고, 그래도 나라카 한 하루 이틀 정도 꾸준히 연습하시면은 웬만한 실력은 또 갖추게 되지 않을까라는 그런 생각을 또 한번 해보게 됩니다.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane for J-Team's action here. I mean, we watched him absolutely come out on top of fights where he had no business winning those fights, right? We saw him getting chased at one point over by the frozen lake there, and he just is able to not only tap dodge away.
자, 이렇게 해서 5번째 경기가 모두 종료가 됐고요. 마지막 경기는 약 10분 정도 후에 또 진행이 된다고 하니까요. 참고를 해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
The uppercut off the back of the scale rush, and then is able to follow up with a crouch jump cancel into another aerial with that spear, continuing to create distance away from the pillar, and Faria just desperately trying to get back to their ultimate, and against all odds, J-Team's action absolutely walks through them. We turn back to them at one point, and they're just blitzing through WBG Spider with a pair of nunchucks. Like, Spider gets absolutely rinsed in that fight. He takes the meter dump, goes over the edge, and he just slides back in action. There's 3 other players trying to pick up that elimination on the Spider, and Action just comes in and goes bop bop, sends him to the Shadow Realm and says, nah, that's my elimination. You can go ahead and get out of here. And I mean, just what a crazy lobby in general from Wolves Kaibao, making that incredible comeback inside of the Realm of Yang, the follow-up fight in the Realm of Yang as well, and then coming into the ending here, we saw Wang Liang. He must have heard me talking about how bad that Wu Chen pick was for him, because he was really trying to show us something with Wu Chen. He made nothing happen with Wu Chen's abilities. Let's get that straight. The 2 eliminations he picks up are after he's burnt his entire kit and he's behind in a fight and he just wins on raw skill, because that's how good of a player Wang Liang is. But in the end, he almost kills himself. He takes this weird wide turn out into the zone, and then he realizes, oh my god, I already have zone heal cut and I'm nowhere near the edge of the zone. He pops that one pot and he's booking it. He's trying so hard, and he barely, he like gets his pinky toe inside the zone before that zone tick kills him, and he sits in a bush and he's just breathing. He's like, oh god, I'm still alive. And then in the end, unfortunately, he's not really able to do anything. You know, he takes a couple of shots, he's forced to burn his F, he's forced to burn his ultimate, and he's got nothing left in the barrel, right? That ultimate doesn't even buy him any sort of safety, because he literally just teleports into another player who's waiting with the blue for him. So he's forced to pop the F to clank the blue to get away. His whole kit's burned. And I mean, man, the fact that he was able to win that Realm of Yang just off of raw skill alone says so much about Wang Liang as a player, because Wu Chen just was not the pick. But if this is his bad game, right? If he took a bad hero into this game expecting not to have a great game, this is a pretty good bad game to have for Wang Liang. As we take a look at the leaderboard here, with a 2nd place finish and 4 eliminations, our 1st place winner here at MVP is going to be J-Team's Action, and such a strong game. AOW's Mike yet again in the top. This is what I'm talking about. That consistency for Mike, absolutely nutty. And even Wolves Kai Bao, he picks up 2 eliminations, picks up a third place finish here, picks up 5 points. Wolves Kai Bao continues to climb that leaderboard. Unfortunately, WBG Spider and our boy GG Shah much lower in that leaderboard as they slowly fall behind.
And yeah, they're keeping on falling back into that rut, and hopefully you said maybe Spider might have a great game later on, and Panda Man as well. They're not showing exactly what we can see from them, as well as Shaw. Hopefully we can see them pick it up in that last game, but man, X-Shin made me proud. AOW's Mike as well, picking up those 3 kills at the end. I was happy that that happened. And Wolves' Kai Bao coming out, not coming to play, coming to take over these lobbies, and he's still showing consistency. Even though he only had 2 kills, he was still showing some great consistency. We're seeing Xiang Yu here. Wolves Kai Bao going out pretty early with a crazy uppercut combo into that, and then when we see with GG Shaw's parry, Shaw was off, but he was just a little bit off, and he didn't get to play into that late game there. And Xu Zhang getting away from this kill and almost getting that kill onto Spider here, absolutely amazing.
Well, no, he does get the kill on the Spider, but he plays himself after this. Look at how low he is. There's like 5 people there dogging him down, and he's like 20 seconds away from Resurrections going away, and he still has Resurrection. He's got white armor, and there's 5 players around him with like purple and blue armor all chasing him. Why doesn't he just die and take the Resurrection? As insane as this game is, I'm not gonna let Xu Zhang get away. Like, there's no excuse for him doing that to himself. If I'm Xu Zhang's coach, I'm looking at it and I'm like, dude, you've got to understand the situation you're in. You've got to be able to look at the timer while you're trying to escape these fights and just accept the fact, hey, it's better for me to go back to Soul Altar and get to live than it is for me to try to keep this loot and die.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you have to make that decision. We're taking a look here at our MVP. It's his 11th MVP of the season, 24,000 damage, 4 eliminations. J-Team's X-Shin walking away with a huge game on Valda here today. Love to see it. Absolutely mad lad here. Coming out 5k damage from the nunchucks, 3.4k from the dagger, another 3k from the spear. J-Team's X-Shin says, I don't care what weapon you put in my hand. I'm going to take the fight, and I'm going to win it anyway.
And he still won it anyway, and it was absolutely crazy the way that he did it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're 5 games in already. Can you believe that? The time has been going by so fast. And honestly, I'm not too sure if it's like an Naraka thing, but I think I might need a doctor because like my heart has stopped so many times and skipped beats. I don't physically think that I'm okay. But more or less, we have 1 more game today, and then we've got 6 more on Saturday, so don't worry, this isn't the last you're going to see of these solos, guys. And of course, we got next season and all that. Don't even worry. We're going to keep you stocked up with Naraka for forever. You're never going to get rid of us. It's going to be Rude and Seb 100 years.
Look, we've got all kinds of things planned during the off season. We're going to be here bringing you Naraka every single weekend. You know, we would not rather be any other place, especially, oh my God, game 5 today. What was that game? You know, I can give Xu Zhang all that I want for that game, but the plays that these players pulled out, Seb, this was an absolute wild game. The craziness, that final circle too, we could not have asked for a better final circle. The blizzard coming through, nobody can pick up the buff, so we got a final circle that's like a no ult final circle. These players are just forced to take the fight that they're given and just go at it. I mean, I love it. I love a good final circle like that. It comes out is absolutely crazy. It's a good time, man. These games today have been insane. I only hope our 6th game today is just as crazy. And man, how are they going to top these for the last 6 games in the grand finals? Pretty crazy. But we've got a short video for you guys, and then we're going to come back and we're going to lock right in for our 6th and final game of the day.
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. Zai, Calamity Rising.
首先来说嘛，它的意义是对我这边非常重要的。就是首先嘛，就是我一开始，这是我复出的第一次比较算是大赛嘛，然后肯定是意义比较重的。二是因为这次总决赛的关注度很高，然后我也觉得就是这次总决赛嘛，我也得拿下嘛，反正就，然后就觉得它的意义很大，然后包括为此也是，就是一直在练啊，包括怎么样的，一直在努力，然后就是为了这次总决赛嘛。这次的话按上来说就是这样的努力就肯定是势在必得嘛，但是俱乐部跟我说，就是如果这次再夺不了冠的话，可能就找个班上了，就要送我进厂上班，就去体验上班的生活了。
Some nice words from AOW's Mike as we're going to be heading into our last game of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's sad. I know it sucks because we just had some gut-wrenching, heart-pounding, mind-throbbing action that was just insane. And now we're about to hop into our very last game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb, and I am joined alongside the father of Naraka, the Rune Father, Rune Keeper, whatever you want to call him. I like to call him Rune Daddy.
Look, man, I'm not even sad we're heading into Game 6, man. That last game today has just been a roller coaster, man. And, you know, as crazy cool as roller coasters are, at some point, you're like, man, I need to take a break. I got to get off this ride, let my heart kind of rest back down in my chest. If Game 6 is anything like Game 5, when we're done, I'm gonna be ready to catch a break. Not because I ever want the Naraka to stop, because I'm physically just gonna be like, bro, my heart about to come out of my chest because these games have been insane. Oh my goodness. Oh, poor Zhang Yu, by the way. Look at this. He's so close to breaking into that top 10. So close. He just needs to find a little bit more. He's got 6 games after today.
아니 영상 나오고 있어요.
Already be in that top 10.
중간에 잠깐 멈추긴 했었어.
In the grand finals for the spring play. AOW's Mike still up top, 41.5. GG Shaw barely hold on to that second place with a 31.8 because Wolves Kai Bao coming up.
오늘 해설은 저도 이제 영상을 받아서 하는 거다 보니까 좀 편하게 진행을 하고 있네요. 원래 이제 제가 관전 들어가서 할 때는 좀 이제 막 빡시게 막 한국 팀들 있고 하면은 이제 막 빡시게 막 해설을 하는데 오늘은 확실히 외국 분들밖에 없기도 하고 그리고 이제 영상을 받아서 한 거다 보니까 빡세게 진행을 안 하네. 아 조마님 어서 오세요. 해보면 조마님께서 크루세이더 킹즈 이야기했었나? 아니었나? 조마님이 아닌가?
I feel like I've caster cursed him so many
누가
times.
크루세이더 킹즈 이야기했었던 것
Quick question for you guys. Which hero did XCG's Wang Liang choose in game number 5? Is it A, Yue Shan, B, Viperding, C, Matari, or D, Wu Chen. I ragged on the boy for this pick, so I hope you're able to get this one right. Make sure you go ahead and lock your answers
대현님은
in,
어저께 나랑
and then
같이
make
했고,
sure you take a
누가
look
나한테
at the DMs, 'cause
쿠킹
one of
얘기를
you
했지?
who guesses this right will be receiving a
누구였나?
DM here on Twitch, and that's
누가
gonna have
나한테
some
쿠킹
goodies
이야기를
in it for
하였는가?
you. You don't want to miss out on
기억이 안 나.
those treasures. They have all kinds of crazy good stuff. And,
한백님인가?
man, we're getting ready to lock in for our sixth and
누구인가?
final game. And man, if it's anything like Game 5, I'm
누가
gonna
나한테
lose my
쿠킹
head.
이야기를
So,
하였는가?
Man, I want a DM from Naraka. That'd be kind of
기억이
cool.
안 난다.
In all seriousness, though, ladies and gentlemen, this game number 6 is like, I'm getting tired for these players. I'm getting anxious for these players. I'm giving myself real life medical conditions for these players because they are stressing me out so much. I'm so invested in this. I'm so excited to see
수진이
who is
그
going to come
뭐냐,
away victorious on day
제
1.
방송 영상 밑에
Game number
보면은
6, we're about to hop in.
그
All these
뭐냐,
players are
저거
locked in, dialed in.
프레이
The
스쿼드라고
audience
배너
is ready
있거든요.
to
그게 이제
go.
제가 이제 시참을 받기 위해서 이제 하나 파트너십을 맺은 게 있어요. 이제 제가 그쪽이랑 파트너를 맺어가지고 방송 도중에 이제 그 제가 예를 들어서 이제 컨커런스 브레이드면 컨커런스 브레이드, 뭐 이제 쿠킹이면 쿠킹, 뭐 나라카면 나라카 뭐 해가지고 시참을 받고 싶은 그 게임을 스쿼드를 올리면은 거기에서 이제 참여를 해주시면은 저랑 같이 이제 방송을 하면서 시참을 할 수 있는 그런 이제 컨텐츠를 하나 해보려고 하거든요. 그래가지고 쭈지님께서 괜찮으시다면은 제가 일단은 방송 영상 밑에 있는 그 플레이 스쿼드 배너 누르셔가지고 회원가입한 다음에 팔로우라도 좀 도와주실 수 있나 물어보려고 했어요. 그게 이제 회원가입이 디스코드 아이디만 있으면 간단 회원가입이어가지고 그렇게 어렵진 않고 가입할 때 추천인은 전개 적으시면 됩니다. 추천인은 전개 적으시면 돼요. 그 다음에 팔로우 해주시면 됩니다. 배너 누르시면 아마 제 프로필로 곧바로 갈 거예요. 아, 감사합니다. AI 어려움? 아, 쿠킹 말씀하신 건가? 아, 저거 그 나라카 어렵긴 해. 나라카 AI들이 진짜 잘하더라고. 패링도 하고 나라카 AI들 막 패링도 하고 진짜 잘하더라고요.
He was very good before Z-Ping was in the meta. As soon as we hit, season 2, he started to heavily kind of fall out of favor. We saw players picking him into the Z-Ping lobbies, and even then, he just wasn't really able to overcome the amount of escape Z-Ping had into a lot of those lobbies. And as more heroes have been added to the game, he's fallen more and more out of favor. I don't see too many people picking him up and playing him unless they're just super comfortable on the hero and are like, okay, hey, it's my last game, I've got to pick something, let me pick something that I'm comfortable on. But you look at people like WBG Spider, I expect to see Spider probably play something like Z-Ping. He hasn't played a double hero pick. So anyone he's played today, realistically, he could play again. I don't see why he would play 6 different heroes when he can play his favorite hero twice, right? It just doesn't really make any sense for him to lock in that Takeda pick at this point. And I feel like that's pretty similar for a lot of these players. Though a lot of players have locked in their second Akko's pick already. We had Akko's in game 2 and then game 3 was like, a lot of repeat Akko's coming out. These hero picks, though, for Game 6 going to be very, very interesting to see, and we're about to see them very soon because we are locking in for our 6th and final game of the day, and it promises to be absolutely insane. These games have only gotten more aggressive and more crazy all day long. There's one game left today before these guys get a 24-hour break, and then they come back for 6 more games on the 27th. You don't want to miss it. We also have the showcase for the new hero on the 27th. It's where you're going to want to be. No surprises here. Not a lot of Takedas coming through. Spider going to be taking that Akko's pick a second time around this time. We see Zhang Yu locking in the Justina, Kai Bao, Wong Fly also into those Justina picks. Exjin going to be taking into that Matari pick. GG Shaw going to be the one playing Viper Ning alongside XCG's Wang Liang. And we're going to see Pandaman, T225, and Fong locking in those various Shay picks. These have been very interesting. I feel like Very Shay very, very good in the final, that final circle moment that ult really coming in clutch, but besides that, she kind of lost her potency in that early to mid game set.
Yeah, I've sort of been seeing that happening in the early to mid game, but the sheer ability to just be able to like, okay, I'm popping this down and I'm getting out of this fight right now. I'm gonna completely heal up inside a 2-ton mech with swarms on my hands and a cannon on my face. The sheer power and fear that it
자, 나라카 브레이드 포인트 MVPL 대회 마지막 경기가 이제 진행이 되고 있습니다. 과연 어느 분께서 최종 우승을 하게 될지 여러분들도 함께 지켜봐 주시면 감사할 것 같고요. 마지막 경기 모러스 섬에서 진행이 될 예정이라고 합니다. 나중에 한번 해봐야겠네 그것도. 자, 마지막 경기 이제 시작합니다. MVPL 마지막 경기 과연 어느 분께서 솔로 우승을 할지 저도 너무 궁금한데요.
Eventide temple in those gold zones, close to the fireflies areas and that little cave on that side, as we're also going to see a bunch of players in Celestra, as it is a gold zone. We're going to see J Team's Action, EWGZ Ran, and a couple more, and the rest are going to be scattered around the northwest corner of the map. As we're going to take a look now, the winner of our last game, AOW's Mike, who got first place in our last game. J Team's Action was the one who actually won the game, as we're going to flip over. Already BG's Spider getting griefed by Terrain with that longsword, missing that shot, and he is going to pick up a purple katana right off the bat. This is going to be super helpful for him. He doesn't have any armor at the moment, but AOW's Mike as well already picking up a purple longsword and blue armor. This is going to give him a huge advantage against Oshi Xianyu, who only has
MVPL 마지막 경기 시작됐습니다. 지금 야, 호이 좋고요. 예난 대검 콤보 그대로 들어갑니다. 예란 약간 위험하고요. 예란 잡힙니다. 예란 잡혔어요. 영혼 부활 상태로 넘어갑니다. 페어 쪽에서 일단은 난전이 일어나기 시작합니다. 페어 쪽에서 난전이 일어나고 있고요. 현재 마이크 선수 1킬. 현재 마이크 선수의 1위를 우승을 지금 뺏기는 약간 어려워 보이기도 하고요. SHA 선수가 2위라도 붙이는 게 가장 좋은 방법일 것 같은데 현재 2위와 3위의 점수 차이도 1.2점밖에 나지 않고 있습니다.
Terrain helping him there, scale rushing on top of the building to go for a heal here as JDG's Chuzhang and OUG's Pandaman hot in pursuit. Spider not able to get the heal off, is going to end up scale rushing back around, still breaking the ankles of these other players here, trying to go in and out of the building, able to get another pot off very fast, tries to go for the second one here, and it looks like everybody is going to be going for the reset instead of sharking right away. Spider not able to get the pot off, but he's able to pop that F and get out of there as fast as possible. He does not want any part of this fight right away.
Yeah, Spider not really in the best place mentally, and this is the thing, is Spider's gotten much better about his mental, but after 5 pretty poor games for him today, he's not going to be in a good mental place, and losing early right now with the purple armor would just absolutely put him in the dumps. It's not a place he wants to be. He really needs to try to find some eliminations early and find that momentum that he's known for and try to carry it throughout the rest of the game. Pandaman already in his ultimate here, not really in a great place to be trying to chase these kills onto the likes of GG Shaw here. Needs to find some time to go ahead and go for a reset. Shaw just going to come in, completely avoids that, use that Assassin's Lunge to pump out a ton of damage, and Pandaman actually regretting his decision to try to chase there. He had the reset from the mech. He tries to go in and get greedy, tries to find value out of the mech, and because of that, he finds himself so low. J-Team's Action comes in, does a ton of damage. We're going to see GG Shaw slide in and pick up that elimination. WBG Spider also finds an elimination during this. Shaw into the carousel here with the follow-up there, the teleport away as we see Kayle's Fong coming in from the side. Shaw more than happy to just go ahead and break away from this as Fong buys Shaw a little bit of distance here. Shaw more than happy to take his elimination and get away. Fong here now trying to turn on to Action. Action trying to catch him with that charged vertical off of that longsword there, and Fong more than happy to just get away from here. Doesn't really want to take that fight with a white dagger in hand as we turn now to Ventus's Reki, AOW's Mike. Mike coming in, pumping out some big damage onto Reki. Reki trying to find some charge. Left clicks there with the spear. Sorry, not with the spear, but with the staff. Will find them, finds the uppercut. No weapon swap coming out from Reki, though. Even though he finds the uppercut and he has that huge pole sword in his back pocket, he doesn't swap in and take the extra damage that he could onto Mike. I don't know if he was afraid that maybe the terrain would stop it, or he just wasn't comfortable going for it there. Mike here going to push him back into the zone, using an ultimate. Reki gonna find a couple of hits with his own ultimate onto Mike. Mike very, very low, taking a lot of damage here from the zone, going extremely low onto his armor as well. Reki really at a massive advantage here, is able to catch Mike out. Mike with 1 HP in a dream, he finds an armor swap, but it doesn't matter. The zone tick is gonna be enough to let Ventus's Reki come out on top here. He's able to pick up the elimination onto AOW's Mike.
And we're going to see as well JDG's Chu Zhang going down completely without a single kill in the game. And that's going to be it for him today completely. He's already used his resurrection. Yiran is going to be able to come away.
세로배기, 올려배기, 와이어 콤보. 야, 진짜 와이어 콤보 너무 잘 씁니다. 저도 와이어 콤보 저 정도 배우고 싶을 정도예요. 너무 잘 쓰네요, 와이어 콤보를.
We have seen Fang. He does have that gray dagger in hand. That is his signature here, as we're seeing J-Team's Action getting the almost full carousel combo into the Phoenix Blast, but doesn't hit it right away. GG Shaw is going to try and go for a reset as well, as we're going to see him try and send some bow shots his way. GG Shaw doesn't get the pot off, ends up moving, goes for the pot again. He is now fully reset, and it looks like J-Team's Action is just waiting for him to get out of that area. He did hit him with a full carousel, and then the terrain griefed him a little bit there. He tried to get him into the Phoenix Blast, but he was unsuccessful, as we're going to see him coming up close onto GG Shaw. KLA's Fang is also still in the vicinity, as they're going to see this fight start to happen again. Getting that full uppercut combo through, as GG Shaw is going to be dealing a lot of damage to Action. Action forced to run away. We see GG Shaw already with Assassin's Lunge again. I don't know where they're finding these Assassin's Lunges, man. I swear, I've seen at least 2 to 3 in every single game, and I can't find any in my games.
But, you know, the big thing here is we've seen this shift in the meta where these players are actively just spending
자, 마지막 경기인 만큼 선수들이 다들 신중하게 움직이고 있는 모습이 보이고 있습니다. 현재 SHA 선수 2킬 기록 중이고요. 마이크 선수는 현재 1킬 기록 중입니다.
We have, of course, Raven calls them the Soul Jades of Destinies. These Soul Jades that really do matter so much in these fights and the final moments of the game. Things of course, like the Assassin's Lunge, things like the Nunchuck's Dragon Roar, and of course Merciless Havoc as well, just able to buy you so much space and protection that nothing else in the game can. So that's why we see this shift in the meta, where these players have just been spending so much money early on looking for the Soul Jades that they know are going to come out on top for them. As we see here, Ventus's Reki ready to go head-to-head here with OC's Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu able to catch a little bit of a bow shot, but unfortunately, we're going to see Reki able to deflect it there at the last second. Zhang Yu, though, will catch the carousel coming in here, catches a huge bit of damage, tries to swap into the bow for the follow-up, doesn't quite find the bow shot that he's looking for. Zhang Yu looking to come in here, goes for it again, will find the carousel, but we're going to see the F come out. They trade F. Zhang Yu able to get away. The staff creating a lot of distance there, but Reki not able to find the capitalization that they're looking for. Zhang Yu will get knocked out of the air, though. And we're going to see Reki again, almost caught in the carousel. The freeze comes out, a huge bow shot, but Reki with that ult,
이거를 또 잡아내는데 성공하네요. 레시 선수 좋습니다. 레시 선수 일단은 해양경전투에서 승리를 하고 조작 신기를 가져갈 것으로 예상을 하고 있습니다. 좋습니다.
Zhang Yu to go, forced to pop the F. It's not the F1. There's no healing coming through whatsoever, and Oshi's Zhang Yu comes out on top.
What a play from Ventus's Reki here, able to take down OC's Shangyu getting all that loot from the box. We always love to see it. As we're gonna come up against J-Team's action here, we're gonna see
SH 종 한번 올려주고요. 주변에 있는 적들을 한번 먼저 찾아보는 모습 보이고 있습니다. 지금 SH 선수 점수는 34점, 그리고 3위를 기록하고 있는 선수는 30.6점으로 3.4포인트 차이가 나고 있고요. 올려배기에 야 와이어 콤보에 한 번 더 올려배고 대단하네요. 스파이더 선수 물어주고 한번 내려쳐주고, 야 발톱이 아주 화려하게 내려쳐주면서 호위로 하나를 잡아내는 모습을 보여준 스파이더 선수였습니다.
We're gonna see the freeze come, but the grab comes first. Kaibao taking a lot of damage, getting slammed to the ground. Those claws just do so much damage, and they're so hard to counter, man. He's trying to tap dodge backwards, but he's just so persistent with it. WBG Spider able to deal so much damage with that assassin's lunge as well on that purple dagger, dealing so much onto AOW's Mike. Mike taking a lot of damage right now, trying to run away. Spider with that Vermilion's bird buff, so he is able to go and take all of these fights without any consequence here. Mike getting super low, forced to pop the ult and run out of here as fast as possible, but Wang Liang
자, 지금 코드 한 번 더 나오고 있습니다. 해당 코드 입력하셔가지고 보상 받아가시면은 좋을 것 같아요.
Joining in on the hunt of AOW Mike. Wang Liang caught on his tail, so close, but it looks like Mike might be able to get away. Gets the armor swap, decides to break ankles and goes to the other direction. The whole lobby is following him at this point right now, and they are just trying to get away. Ult is almost up, so it might be a little bit more difficult for them to keep chase and keep going on to AOW's Mike. He's going to scale rush up into the building, play the building to the best of his ability. He's going to be able to get one heal pod off, but now look at this. This is almost the entire lobby, all in this one pagoda at Celestra.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike here knows what he's doing, though. We see players all the time here head towards this temple here at the top of Celestra, because you are able to break so many ankles. Like Celestra, there's so much space you can do. Think, what is happening to Mike? He just stood still there for a second. Oh my goodness, that could have been it for Mike. But he's able to come in here. He's
자, 마지막 경기 SH 선수 올라가나요? 아, 지금 천인성에서 지금 난전이 벌어지고 있고요. 아, 리코스 여사야. 지구모님도 어서 오시고. 자, 새로 오신 분들한테도 미리미리 이야기 드려야지. 나라카 브레이드 포인트든 컨커러스 브레이드든 제가 이제 다양한 게임을 시참을 진행을 할 거예요. 이제는 거의 한 3일에 한 번 정도씩은 시참을 계속 진행을 할 거니까 제 방송 영상 밑에 배너 보시면은 플레이 스쿼드라는 배너 있어요. 해당 배너 누르셔가지고 그 디스코드 아이디만 있으면은 간단 회원 가입 되니까 간단 회원 가입 하신 다음에 팔로우 해주시면은 제가 이제 시청자분들이랑 이제 시참 방송 할 때마다 그 스쿼드가 올라가거든요. 거기에서 이제 참여를 하시면 되시니까 시참 원하시는 분들은 플레이 스쿼드 꼭 가입해 주십시오. 가입할 때는 추천인 전개 꼭 적어주세요. 자, 지금 계속해서 천인성에서 난전이 벌어지고 있고요. 이렇게 되면 일단 마이크 선수의 우승이 점점점 확실해지고 있네요.
Breaking each other's ankles, keeping anybody from picking up these eliminations.
They're snapping ankles like they're people who've never skated on ice before, and they're trying to ice skate. Like the ankles are going left, right, center, and they're just snapping right off like dry spaghetti. I swear, nobody's been caught out yet too badly by it. There were a couple of eliminations, like GS's T225, Wolves' Kaibao did end up going down in that scrap, OC Shangyu as well, but those were just the bad third parties. People got a bit too greedy, people started following, and then they started to go down. J-Team's action, AOW's Mike, GG Shaw, Wang Liang, Reki, Spider.
우리나라에서만 인기가 없어요, 정말로. 좀 아쉽긴 하지만 우리나라에서만 인기가 좀 많이 없는 게임이 나라카입니다. 좀 많이 아쉽긴 해요. 왜냐면은 외국에서는 이제 막 이러한 대회도 있고 막 관중석도 있잖아요. 이제 막 관중석에 막 연예인분들도 나오고 막 이제 그러는데 막 이제 해외에서도 이제 서양권 같은 경우는 나라카 브레이드 포인트 하면은 또 인기 있는 게임 이렇게 알고 있고 중국에서는 국민 게임이고 근데 우리나라에서는 인기가 약간 좀 없는 게 아쉽긴 하더라고요. 나라카 브레이드 포인트가 스팀에서도 꾸준히 인기 게임이잖아요.
Spider ended up popping the ult as well as Reki trying to make something happen. Looks like he's going to go for a bit of a reset here as he's trying to come through with that golden full sword. Deal as much damage as possible. Pops the F, but to no avail. It didn't help much. He tries to go for the grab, doesn't get it here. Goes for the clank, dashes backwards, and Spider taking so much damage. He's going to end up going for the grab onto Reki and hitting him the other way as well. They're both trying to hit with the exact same thing, and it's so difficult for both of them. And it looks like
야, 여기서 또 한번 잡아내네요.
winning the realm of Yang against WBG Spider.
아니 근데 이게 이해는 됩니다. 아무래도 좀 진입장벽이 있으니까요. 게임 자체가 진입장벽이 좀 있어가지고 이해는 돼요. 이해는 됩니다, 진짜.
He's able to bait Spider to the backside of the pillar, but just plays off that he's trying to pot there, and as soon as Spider starts to break,
그냥 아쉬울 뿐이지 이해는 됩니다.
Spider out. Keep Spider locked down as much as possible. Spider forced to pop the V to try to make anything happen. He's able to get at least one of the grapples off, but it's not enough damage for him to come back out on top. Reki uses the F to just shove him away there, and then is able to find control of the neutral yet again. And there's nothing really that WBG Spider can do in that situation when another Akos takes control of that neutral from you here. Ventus's Reki, Kaylee's Fong, WBG's Spider, EWG's Run. Just an absolute cluster going on here. All of these guys in a massive throwdown here. And look at this. We're going to see it time and time again. I talked about it. Everybody coming to this temple trying to
나라카 브레이드 포인트가 그 정도로 보는 맛은 있는 그런 게임이에요. 혹시라도 진짜로 관심이 있으시면은 제가 이제 플레이스쿼드에도 합방을 한번 올려볼까 하는데 난 나라카 브레이드 포인트는 플레이스쿼드 합방으로 안 모일까봐 좀 걱정돼가지고 못 올리고 있거든요. 근데 이제 시청자분들도 그렇고 이제 많이들 한다고 생각이 들면은 플레이스쿼드에다가 합방 한번 좀 올려가지고 나라카 브레이드 포인트도 진행을 해보려고 하고는 있긴 합니다.
Bang able to come topside out the back is going to go into the zone to look for the reset. Oh my goodness, he cancels that on the last
나도 못하는데 뭐 괜찮아. 나도 지금 많이 부족한데요 뭐.
Too long, and then also cancels the pot a little too early. Oh my goodness, Fong though will be able to find that shop, finds some more pots, finds the full reset that he's looking for here. WBG Spider not happy. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on that Yang depletion. He's got to find somebody to pick up an elimination on, and he's got to be the one to pick up that Soul Bloom. And the time just continues to tick down. Spider does not like to die to Yang depletion. It is his least favorite place to be in all of Naraka Blade Point. And we've seen it time and time again. Chu Zhang did him absolute dirty, just completely, you know, griefed him to death one game. EWG's Euron turning on the Spider. Spider gonna pop the ult. Spider knows he's got to make something happen here. He's got 1 minute and 46 seconds. Euron with the ult as well, though. Unfortunately, GG Shaw also with ult. Spider forced to go ahead and pop up yet again here. The
나라카 브레이드 포인트는
Now he's gonna waste even more time.
근데 내가 이게 한번 진행을 해볼까 하다가 나라카 브레이드 포인트 많이들 안 하시지 않을까라는 그 생각 때문에 겁나서 이제 플레이스쿼드에 안 올리기도 했는데 나라카 브레이드 포인트 플레이스쿼드는 한번 그 조만간 참여도가 높다고 생각이 들면은 올려보도록 할게요. 정말로 올려보도록 할게요. 참여도가 높으면은 좋은 거고 참여도가 높지 않으면은 곧바로 모른 척하면서 이제 취소해야지. 그러니까 이제 나라카 브레이드 포인트 플레이 스쿼드를 올려서 이제 시참이 많은지 없는지 한번 보다가 별로 없는 것 같은데 하면 곧바로 이제 삭제하는 거지. 오늘 일단 이번 대회 중계 끝난 이후부터는 좀 고민 중이에요. 3타러 천하통일을 마무리할까 아니면은 나라카 한번 모집을 해볼까요? 나라카?
Dark Tide coins in the bank here. AOW Mike, blue dagger.
뭐 했으면 좋겠어요? 나라카? 플레이 스쿼드? 그 플레이 스쿼드랜다. 나라카 한번 해볼까 오랜만에?
And he has that assault smolder soul jade, which can deal burn damage, and that is a crucial soul jade to have. If you have the assault smolder and you can deal burn damage to somebody when you're just grapple checking them and trying to just CC them, get on them, it helps so much. It may not seem like much at first, but when they're so low and they go into the storm and they're taking storm damage and then they're taking burn damage, it is going to add up eventually. As we're taking a look, Ventus's Reki here, playing with the space between him and Gigi Shaw and KLA's Fang. He needs to find a way to pick up a couple more kills onto the board if he wants to place higher as well. These players now all fighting it out for the boss.
호이로 아주 여기저기 잘 뛰어간다.
AOW's Mike here with that Phoenix blast from the long
일단 저 와이어 콤보를 좀 배워보고 싶긴 하네요. 와이어 콤보가 진짜 대단하다.
Action too much here, so we're gonna see Mike forced to pop that ultimate here, gets the armor swap quickly, runs away and hits that skill rush. He's able to get out of the as fast as he got into that fight. Hopping into the
근데 이제 와이어 콤보 저걸 보면은 오 대단하네요 진짜.
On the inside here before he re-enters this fight.
Yeah, he's got himself a nice little corner here. Tries to burn the ultimate, is able to finally deactivate it. He's got to start it up and cancel it. He's in a pretty decent spot here. You can just let these other players do the thing. And this is Mike's in such a good lead right now. He just wants to play until late game at this point. A couple of players trying to throw some cheeky little fire damage onto him there. He does eat some of that fire damage. He doesn't want to burn resources. He's kind of short on the health pots here, as it is Zone 4 getting collapsed onto Zone 5. Those pots are going to be hard to come by. You can see here KLA's Fong not having a lot of pots here. He's got a couple of health pots, but only a couple of armor powders under his belt here. Fong actually finds himself in quite the middle of the melee, as almost every player in the lobby shows up to see Fong on the box. Fong not able to find anything really left in the box. Of course, no armor pots left behind. Those are going to be one of the first things players pick up here. J-Team's action taking quite a bit of range damage here from these players, forced to go through the zone as well. Going to take a little bit of zone tick, not too terribly much damage, as it is only Zone 4 at the moment. J-Team's action, though, now going to take quite a bit of pistol damage coming through. The bounty onto Action's head. Oh my goodness, we're going to see it come through there with the Soul Jade on the dual blade, just absolutely blitzing through J-Team's health bar here. Action, no place to go, is forced to pop the teleport into teleport here. The ult running, he's got to find any sort of chance to reset here, but the players keep coming. Action here has able to get away. That corner has been deadly for Action all game. Thankfully, he was able to get away from it, but he's still on the run here as the entire lobby tries to pressure onto him. He goes through the backside of the health, breaks a couple of ankles, is able to find an armor swap, but that armor quickly shredded by
유럽 서양 쪽에도 인기가 많죠. 해외 쪽에는 인기가 진짜 많습니다. 보시면은 지금 이제 해외 해설위원, 정식 해설위원님들도 이제 고용할 정도로 일단은 해외 쪽을 신경을 되게 많이 쓰고 있고요. 그리고 이제 중국 프로 선수분들한테도 영어로 아이디를 만들라고 하는 이유가 이제 외국 쪽에 이제 공식 그 게임 채널에 이제 소개가 되고 있는 게임이기 때문에 항상 영어로 이제 아이디를 만드는 게 이 중국 선수 이제 중국 대회임에도 불구하고 규칙 중 하나입니다. 그래가지고 서양 쪽에도 이 나라카 브레이드 포인트라는 게임은 많이 알려져 있고 실제로 서양 프로 선수들도 되게 많아요. 그래서 이제 이 나라카 브레이드 포인트가 한국을 제외한 다른 국가, 타 국가에서는 프로 선수분들도 계시고, 그리고 이제 뭐 꾸준한 이제 경기 대회라던가 뭐 어느 정도 이제 프로 선수분들에 대한 이제 뭐라고 해야 되냐, 대우 그런 것도 이제 다 잘 되어 있어가지고 나라카 브레이드 포인트가 한국 이외에서는 다 잘 되고 있어요. 한국에서는 약간 좀 아쉬웠었던 게 좀 진입 장벽이 높기도 하고 이제 한국 유저분들이 이제 진입 장벽이 높은 그런 게임들을 그렇게 좋아하진 않다 보니 심지어 또 이제 중국 게임이라고 하면은 약간은 거르시는 분들도 이제 계시기도 하고 해가지고 좀 그러한 많은 부분들 때문에 한국에서는 좀 인기가 없었던 게 아닌가라는 그런 아쉬움이 좀 있긴 하더라고요.
Zone 5 is collapsing down onto Zone 6 as we speak, and man, it's tight right now. Ventus's Reki, though, finally finds himself.
그렇죠. 나라카가 나온 지 지금 거의 2년 다 돼가죠 이제.
Sixth and final game. He's got 4 eliminations under his belt. He's on a hero we know he's comfortable with. He's got a good setup going into these final games.
거의
The only
2년 다
problem
돼가죠
Reki
이제.
really has right now is he's kind of short on resources. But as long as he plays smart, he's going to do pretty good for himself with those 4 eliminations under his belt. AOW's Mike playing a lot more passively this game, but he knows he's got a pretty decent lead coming into this game, so he's just trying to do the thing. And I've just cursed Ventus's Reki as now he finds himself the target of every single cannon, musket, and bow in the lobby. He's actually been able to find some more resources, I'm not sure where, but he's still just the absolute target of everybody here. He's trying to turn that aggression onto anybody else. He's using this ultimate here to just look to lock players down, get them low, but man, I feel so bad for Reki right now. There's no place to go as KLA's Fang picks up the elimination. That's going to be it for Ventus's Reki here in game number 6. Mike desperately trying to pick up that elimination, not able to find it though because Fong just able to pick it up with the bow from downtown. And here we are, your last 6 players left remaining alive. GG Shaw with the most kills here in the lobby, 3 eliminations under their belt. Shaw not having the greatest of games his last 2 games, so this is a game he desperately needs to find some more ground in. Top 6, 3 eliminations, great place to be in. Question is can he clutch out the lobby?
And I think he does have what it takes to clutch out the lobby. I'm rooting for GG Shaw, man. I think GG Shaw can pull it together and pull up enough points to be able to come away with the victory and with the day. All he's got to do is just start grinding and start putting some people back into the lobby. That's all he's got to do. OUG's Panda Man holding the top of this tree line area. He's using his grapples to just stay airborne and keep the high ground so that nobody else can control it. He's got all control of that. We're going to see the armor swap come through. And AOW's Mike back at full armor. KLA's Fang trying to heal up as much as possible before having to re-engage into these fights. Pulls out the gold pull sword. Ends up having to burn the F ability there. Tries to go back and heal again, but all of these shots are coming out. No UG's Panda Man getting dangerously low here into the zone. Boosts himself up as far as possible, but he is low as if he is gonna kill himself in the storm. No!
자, 이제 마지막 순간입니다. 남은 시간 1분, 5명밖에 남지 않은 상황.
Going into the storm with barely a sliver of HP, and EWG's Yiran is going to be the one to come away with the kills. We're going to see a huge parry from Wang Liang, and then the Phoenix Blast coming in from GG Shaw, absolutely mincing away.
예란 선수, 마지막. 지금 마이크 선수가 아직도 살아있거든요. 이렇게 되면 마이크 선수의 우승은 거의 확정된 것 같습니다.
And booted into the storm. GG Shaw is going extremely low here. Yiran grabbing him a second time. Shaw getting very dangerously low. Popping that ultimate to be able to gain a bunch of health back. So we're going to see he's going to get parried. And XCG's Wang Liang is going to take out GG's Shaw. He is out of the game. Same with Ventus's Reki. Yiran, Fang, and Mike are going to be
마이크 선수
as well as Wang
마지막 경기까지 가져가나요?
Trying to make something happen with that golden
마이크!
going to try and go for the reset here while these other 2 players are grappling above them. Fang,
마이크 과연 마지막 경기까지
they don't want to engage in fights. Nobody really
마이크!
wants to engage in anything, but Mike still has some ultimate charge, so it looks like he's going to try and go
마지막 경기는 마이크가 가져가진 못합니다. 여기에서 왕미양 선수가 마지막 경기를 가져가면서 나라카 브레이드 포인트 NBPL 대회 모든 경기가 종료가 되었습니다. 마지막 경기 승리자는 왕미양 선수로 결정이 되었고요. 자, 이렇게 되면은 아마 나이키 선수가 이제 우승이 아닌가라는 생각이 들기 시작하네요. 일단은 모든 경기가 종료가 되었습니다. 짝짝짝짝짝짝. 이번 우승 상금은 2,400만원. 이번 경기의 우승 상금은 2,400만 한화로 2,400만원 정도 된다고 하네요. 그리고 트로피까지 이제 지급이 된다. 트로피까지 이제 들어간다고 하니까 참고하시면은 MBPL 대회에 또 이제 혹시라도 내가 다음 대회 때는 참여를 해보겠다라는 그런 꿈이 있으시다면은 꿈이라고 하긴 좀 그런가? 그런 목적이 있으시다면은 한번 알아두시면은 좋을 것 같습니다. 이렇게 해서 나라카 브레이드 포인트 MVPL 대회가 모두 종료가 되었습니다.
Wang Liang is able to come out with that first place in placement points here. We're gonna see who our MVP is, because this is a very tight final game. It's gonna be interesting to see who actually walked away with the most score here, because man, this final circle got very tight, a lot of kills, very close game, and man, EWG's Iran very unfortunate here, because they had a fairly good game here in game 6. They had a fairly good game in game 5, but never quite able to come out on top. Very unfortunate for Iran. Hopefully they'll be able to find that MVP that they're looking for, but it is Wang Liang who does come out on top. That first place finish, the eliminations he was able to get under his belt. No real surprise here that Wang Liang ends up being the MVP. Those placement points being so much when the eliminations in the lobby are so little. But I mean, nice to see Wang Liang finally walk away with an MVP today. He's been playing his heart out. He's been consistently towards the top end of the lobby.
MVP.
So he's got to be very happy about this. But man, AOW's mic today, just so much consistency. GG Shah had some really good moments. Unfortunately, his game 4 and 5 were not the games he was looking for. WBG Spider, though, oh my goodness, he has so much work to put in. Today was not his day, Seb.
No, it definitely wasn't, and you could totally tell in his demeanor. You said the first thing that you said about him. We were sitting, we were watching him, and I was like,
자, 이렇게 해서 MVPL 대회가 끝났다. 뭐 이것저것 이제 이야기를 나누고 있는 거고요. 마지막 인터뷰까지 이제 보고 모든 대회 중계는 종료를 하도록 하겠습니다.
It looks like he didn't wake up the entire day of playing. He had a couple games where, you know, he got a little bit out of the full force sleep and was like napping a little bit, but then we didn't see his full potential come out in any of these games, and it's unfortunate to see, because when he pops off, it is the most insane thing ever.
You know, when WBG Spider is able to find that space, but here's the thing, is the longer the league is here, they start to learn players' quirks, right? Players know that if you're able to throw Spider off in the early game, he struggles to have a big pop-off game. He doesn't struggle to make it to late game most times if he's not able to find that early game lead that he's looking for, but he struggles to pop off. And the more games that he struggles to pop off in, the more it affects his mental. WBG Spider has gotten much better with letting his mental affect his gameplay, but the longer he goes with that sort of drought, the longer he has these sort of no-point games where he's just dragging it out to the end, that really still is able to affect his mental. And you see it in this last game, right? Ventus's Reki really kind of runs circles around him inside of the realm of Yang, and is just able to come out on top, and that's not typical for WBG Spider, but it's that sort of mental wearing down, that erosion that happens to Spider when he doesn't have a good day, where he starts to just struggle more and more. So hopefully he's able to bring it back during our last day of finals here. But GG Shah, WBG Spider rounding out 5th and 6th. XCG's Wang Liang, 3 eliminations to first place finish at 8.8. Kayle's Fong, though, 3 eliminations to the second place finish with a 7.8. And Ventus's Reki, even though he goes out much earlier, those 4 eliminations he's able to put under the belt, buys him 3rd place with a 6.2. It's just not the big game he really needed to carry him deep into that sort of top 7 placement, Seb.
Yeah, and obviously he's not going to get into that top 7 yet, but it's great to see that some of these players are picking up and having a little bit more of an above average game than they usually have, which is nice to look at. And obviously when you have your players that you want to see perform well underperforming, it's always unfortunate. But then when you see them start to pick things up, there's a little bit of faith for, oh, maybe next time that we're going to see some crazy plays coming out from them, hopefully in the next day, because we still have 6 more games to go. Obviously we're not going to be doing those today, because that would be insanely wild, having them play 12 games in one sitting. I mean, I do that all the time. But 12 competitive games against these types of players, you don't want to be doing that. Especially,
yeah. I would say absolutely not. No, 12 games would be wild, especially because there's no time to reset then, right? Could you imagine being WBG Spider having to go play 6 more games after this? It would be the worst case scenario for a player like WBG Spider. But we got to give our shining moment here to XCG's Wang Liang, who finally able to find his MVP today. His 13th MVP of the season, 16,000 damage and 3 eliminations, of course, with that first place finish. A ton of damage. Look at this, 6.6k coming in from the cannon for him here. The dual blades, of course, picking up 5.6k. And I mean, Wang Liang really able to find some strong eliminations there off the back of that Cavalry Bloom. He sets up the elimination onto J-Team's Action. Action goes running, gets chased all the way around the map, turns back around into Wang Liang, and there's Wang Liang waiting with the Cavalry Bloom. He was able to catch Action with it to begin with and able to secure the elimination with it as well. Very strong game here from XCG's Wang Liang. Love to see it happen. Love to see the upsets coming through. This is one of the things I love about Naraka Blade Point is the fact that these tournaments always go super tight. It always comes down to like the last game and like the last couple of kills of the last game. There's never sort of this like we're going into the last game like, yeah, we already know who's going to be the champion. I don't think we've ever seen that here in the Pro League. It's always super tight and to the very end. So you love to see some of these players coming up from the bottom. And I mean, we got to talk about Wolves Kai Bao in 3rd place, right? He's had a crazy day. He didn't have the game he wanted to have here in the sort of final space, right? So he might be knocked down to 4th place. Still ahead of players like WBG Spider, Wolves Kai Bao. Didn't expect to see it come out of him today. Again, he popped off in game number 2, was able to, you know, come out on top with the MVP. And I really kind of looked at Wolves Kai Bao when that happened and was like, I don't want to say anything because I feel like it's a fluke, right? Because he got most of those kills with that big ult in the end where he just shoves 4 people backwards and they all die to the zone after that. And I'm like, you know, he set himself up, his positioning was good, but was that really Wolves Kai Bao or was that just luck? And then he comes back in game number 4 and, you know, 7 eliminations, 1st place finish, absolutely huge game for Wolves Kai Bao there. Or sorry, 2nd place finish because he didn't pick up the last kill. But I mean, realistically, he killed enough. He killed more than half the lobby, right? Like,
yeah, and he's
huge
still got
game.
1st place in the standings that actually matter.
He picked up 2 MVPs today. Didn't expect to see it coming out of Wolves Kai Bao, so super proud to see it happening. As we take a look at the overall things, unfortunately, Zhang Yu has dropped lower because Ventus's Reki had a really good game, was able to climb up past him into that 11th position, and Zhang Yu just didn't have a good 6th game. Unfortunately, OUG's Pandaman, another player who didn't have that good 6th game. No surprises here. AOW's Mike still in 1st place. He had almost a 10-point lead going into the final game. GG Shaw in 2nd place with 37.5. Wang Liang moves up past Wolves Kai Bao because Wolves Kai Bao had a bad game 6, unfortunately. So Wang Liang just barely able to edge out Kai Bao. WBG Spider, who was our 1st seed in the day, dropping all the way to 7th place.
Wow, that is a huge detriment to his score. He only got 19.9 points, whereas AOW Mike racked up 41 points. He didn't even hit the 20s. He was still in the teens, which is, that's not Spider. Like, we've designed emotes after this man in the game. Like, he's a legend, amazing at the game, and you could totally tell that there was something off with his gameplay.
Spider comes in and he's gotten better about the mental. I cannot stress this enough that he's gotten much better about it, right? He has 2 off games to begin with, which is not a good setup for his mental. He comes into game number 3, has a really good game number 3, but isn't able to walk away with the MVP. I don't know why he lets that get to him because it was still a fairly decent game for him. But he comes back games 4 and 5 and continues to have bad games. And it just absolutely lets it destroy his mental for the rest of the day. Hopefully it doesn't happen after that in our next day. But before we end things here today, we're going to throw things over to Jaeger for a final interview. So Jaeger, take it away.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Mike and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, 麦麦，先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是刘大，我是麦。
자 이렇게 해서 나라카 브레이드 포인트 대회 모든 경기가 종료가 되었고요. 자 이제 저도 이제 여러분들한테 인사를 드리고 이번 대회는 종료를 하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 대회 뭐 재밌게 보셨는지 모르겠어요. 내일 MVPL 대회도 트리오로 이제 준비가 되고 있고요. 내일 트리오 대회도 5시부터 10시까지 진행이 될 예정이니까 참고해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 일단은 저는 이후 방송을 좀 고민 좀 해보니 있는데 어떤 걸로 진행을 할까? 크루세이더 킹즈? 아니면은 나라카 브레이드 포인트? 아니면은 저 뭐냐 3타라 천하통일 마무리 할까? 3타라 천하통일 마무리한 것도 나쁘지 않을 것 같은데? 아 근데 크루세이더 킹즈는 좀 인원 좀 모아야 될 것 같아가지고 쿠킹은 다음에 하고 나라카? 나라카를 할까? 나라카 지금 시참이 좀 많으려나?
So to be honest, I think before that my style is not fit to the matches. So I train a lot in the training mode and in the ranking. And I just changed my style to like operate in the game. And I think now I'm more like good at using the ranged weapon. And also I have confidence using the ranged weapon. And also can get the killing score at that time. So that's why I just changed my style. And I think it's more safe now and can let me have more.
이 정도까지만 해드리도록 할게요. 네, 힌트 드렸어.
接下来我相信大家期待已久，我们就进入一个抽奖环节。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see today's question. Who is the second leading the scoreboard now? 那今天的问题呢，就是目前为止在总积分上面谁是第2名呢？那在公布正确答案之前啊，我首先有个问题想要问一下麦，我先来英文跟大家说说。So I would like to ask Mike a question before we find out the correct answer. Is so far how you feeling about today's matches? 那你今天其实6场打下来，对于整体的这个节奏，自己怎么评价我们这次总决？
我觉得它是有点瞬息万变在里面，就是它又快又慢嘛，然后。要说快的话就是3、4两把，然后慢的话就是1、2两把嘛，就大伙打得非常谨慎，但是有时候又能就是也能放得开去杀起来，然后就这个比较瞬息万变，就得去考验一个人的适应跟临场反应能力了。
哎，是的，今天也是非常考验各位单排选手的一天啊。So in my opinion, I think today's matches is really like changed in a sudden. It seems like in the game 3 or 4, it's really fast.
나라카 브레이드
and in
포인트.
game 1 and 2, it's really slow.
지금 나라카 브레이드 포인트 방송 혹시라도 하면은 시참할 의향이 있어요?
Really want everyone to pay attention to the speed. And
지금 나라카 브레이드 포인트 하면은 시참할 의향이 있다.
Like the solo player who is the best in the game. Okay, I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting. 那我觉得麦克已经准备好要给我们的观众朋友们送出福利了，对吧？那我们准备进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那也有请麦麦给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个
A. 鸡鸡杀。
Yes, the correct answer today is A. 鸡鸡杀。Okay, so from today's matches, it's really like excellent and very interesting. And in the game 6, at the end of the game, I saw they're still in the final circle. We still have the Ziping and also Furia and Echoes in the solo game. So I would like to know how you comment on these heroes' ability.
지금 플레이 스쿼드 올려드릴 테니까 참여해주시면은 나라카 브레이드 포인트 게임 트는 걸로 할게요.
最后一把我们看到，在一个决赛圈的运营
SEA 서버 가서 해야
很
되겠네.
巧的是，我们在场上剩下的正好就是殷子平、沈妙和胡维。其实有2位都是被我们评为非常强的在决赛圈的一个战场英雄。自己怎么看这几个英雄强度上面？
我觉得话就是胡维是小于沈妙的，因为沈妙的优先级最高嘛。就是为什么他是优先级最高呢？就是沈妙的话，就是他的，就以最后一把举例子，就是考拉风被我虎扑， 到2段，但是它还没有什么实质性的作用，因为它是一个神庙，它可以上机甲，然后去打状态，包括也是去蹭血量什么的嘛。就我觉得神庙的运气肯定是最高的。
好，感谢麦麦的一个分享啊。So I think Fury is better than Echoes because just for example, like Game 6, we think that we can from the result we can saw that Fury is stronger. OK， 好的，谢谢麦麦今天一个分享，也再次恭喜你，目前是总榜第1，接下来也要继续努力加油。OK, thank you, Mike, for today's interview, and we will get back to our customers.
1시간 정도만 진행한 걸로 할까?
Jaeger, thank you for such a lovely interview. Very much appreciate the insight from AOW's Mike, and as always, a great interview from Jaeger as well. Man, Seb, what a day. What an incredible day of Naraka. You know, Game 6, not quite as heated as Game 5, but Game 5 today was some of the most insane action I've seen in Naraka in a long time. And I feel like every time we get to one of these grand finals, I say this and I'm like, how are they going to top this next season? And the next season they just come in and go absolutely insane, and we see moments we never think we're going to see. These guys always bring the heat, they bring the action every single season, and this is only our first 6 games of our grand finals here for the spring split. These guys really bring in the heat, Seb.
Yeah, and that's what Naraka does the best. They're the best game for doing this, is because there's so much untapped potential that not even these pro players have reached these levels yet, and so they are always climbing to new heights and breaking the skill ceiling that's already there and putting it way higher up into the sky. And that's why we keep on seeing more and more plays. They keep topping everything that they do the season before, because there's more stuff added into the game. There's more things that they can do. There's more combos that they've figured out and that they can create using F abilities, using ultimates. Akos is a huge, amazing example of that. Before Akos, there were a certain amount of combos, and now after Akos, it's crazy what everybody can do.
I mean, look, Akos has brought a lot to the meta here. I know a lot of people are ready for some nerfs to come through as well, because he definitely brings so much with that ultimate. But we saw players today still able to play around it. You know, AOW's Mike was talking about he still thinks Shea is even better than Akos, especially at clutching out those final circles. And I mean, I think there's an argument to be made in both directions. I mean, you look at a player like, you know, Wolf Kaibao today, who was able to send like 5 people flying into the zone, and then he died at the zone tick, and he picks up like 4 kills like that in the final circle. And you got to look at that and be like, man, Akos kind of strong in final circles. But then you also have Shea, who comes in the final game and is able to clutch it out as well because of being able to pop the ultimate and, you know,
10시 20분에 진행합시다.
You know, we could talk about it all day, but I think these guys just play at such a skill level. They're able to pilot just about any hero and make it happen. I mean, look at Wang Liang in game number 5. I talked a lot of smack about
지금 스쿼드 만들었어요?
And while Wu Chen's kit doesn't really do anything for him in that game,
스쿼드 만들었습니다,
he's
이제.
such a good player. Yeah, he's such a good player. He goes, it doesn't really matter. Because, like, the few times we saw him pop his ultimate, he was just using it to run away. We got to see him swap into the combo once, and Shea just instantly pops her F and goes, okay, I'm not going to let you, like, full combo carousel me out of your ultimate. I'm just going to spend my F to cancel yours out. And he's just like, well, I just guess I got to be the better player, and still comes out on top inside the realm of Yang somehow against all odds. And I mean, you know, when you're that good as a player, sometimes it doesn't really matter what hero you play. Obviously, you want to take the pick that gives you the best possible opportunity for winning the game. You want to eke out every little % of advantage that you can get. But sometimes you're forced to with the current meta where, you know, you have to play 5 different heroes, and then you can play one hero twice in your 6 solo games. Sometimes you may have to play a hero you're not very comfortable on, and you just have to accept, hey, this is going to be my worst game of the day. I need to eke out a couple of points so that it's not an absolutely terrible game, and make the most of all the other games that I play. And we see some people adopting that strategy, and when you're able to play as well as these players do, that's a viable strategy to play. But unfortunately, from us. We don't get to play any more games today. All 6 of our games are played. It's been a wild day. I'm ready for a break after that. That was some absolutely wild Naraka. I don't know if my heart can take any more. Seb, thanks for being here. Thanks for being my co-caster today. Everybody who showed up to watch as well, whether you're watching here on the official Twitch channel, whether you're watching on Billy, whether you're watching somewhere else, thank you so much for being here. You guys mean the absolute world to us. You're our Naraka family. We wouldn't have it any other way. But that's going to be it for me and Seb today, because we're going to sign off. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Make sure you tune in all week. We've got drops. We've got crazy games. We've got a whole lot more Naraka coming your way. Thanks for being here, and we're going to see you guys next time.
We love you guys.
야, 나 나라카 진짜 오랜만에 한다. 나라카에 진짜 오랜만에. 어디 올라가요?
I probably should have got a big fish, to be honest. Hey, yo, wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, Naraka. Wait. Wait, we're playing Naraka, guys, don't worry about it. Guys, this is Naraka, don't worry about it. This is, we're playing Naraka, guys, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Yo, what's happening? Yo, Naraka, thank you so much for the raid, bro. Thank you so much, man. Yo, is that a sign to go back to Naraka? Yo, Naraka, hello, bro. Thank you so much for the huge raid, man. What the fuck? Fast. Striker, you see me? You fucking see me? But Naraka, yo guys, welcome to the stream, guys. Thanks for the huge sub, Showbiz. Thanks for the 4 months, man. I guess Naraka's calling me to play Naraka. Alright. I think I'm about to stream Naraka after this. Oh no. No. That's a huge save.
뭐지? 그 나라카 공식 채널이 지금 오메가 스트라이커 유저한테 그 호스팅한 건가요? 어허. 어허. 나라카 공식 채널이 나라카 유저들한테 호스팅은 안 하고 오메가 스트라이커의 스트라이커? 오메가 스트라이커의 아, 여기 나라카 공식 채널보다 내가 시청 오메가 스트라이커 나 출석 체크했어요 카트님. 오전에 했지. 오전에 플레이하고 출석 체크했죠. 근데 오늘 해설 때문에 좀 일찍 했어요. 그 컴보를 오늘 해설이 있었어가지고 내일도 해설 있고 이번 주는 해설이 다 있어. 쭈지님! 쭈지님 어디 갔어? 쭈지님! 네 SC 후원 감사해요. 야, SC 후원 감사해. 나 저쪽 파트너여가지고 저기 수수료도 많이 안 나와가지고 내가 감사합니다. 나중에 저거 이제 스쿼드 참여할 때 약간 참가비를 받으면은 혼날려나 나? 약간 한 10SC 정도만 10SC 정도만 참가비 해가지고 하면은 시청자분들이랑 할 때 욕먹으려나? 그 원래는 그렇게 하는 거라고는 하더라. 원래는 그렇게 하는 거라고는 하는데 내가 좀 민망해가지고 그걸 못하겠어. SCV? 그 플레이 스쿼드 화폐가 왜 그 트위치는 비트고 그 아프리카는 별풍선 있잖아요. 근데 플레이 스쿼드는 SC라고 하더라고요. SC? 내가 아는 SC는 죄송합니다. 센척. 내가 아는 SC는 그건데. 자, 이제 10시 20분이니까 슬슬 들어오시면 되세요. 이카루스님, 대화라님. 두 분 맞나? 내 스쿼드 어디 한번 봐야지. 이게 프레이 스쿼드가 생기면서 좀 뭐라고 해야지? 그 시참하기가 되게 좋아진 것 같아요. 시참 받는 게. 두 분
종균님 서버가 AS가 아닌가요?
SE로 오신대요. 자, 이거 목소리가 안 들리는 것 같은데요? 잠깐만. 이거 음성 및 비디오. 됐다. 목소리 잘 들리세요? 아닌데? 왜 이러냐? 목소리가 왜 안 들리지?
네, 들려요. 종균님 아시아 아니에요? 예. 아시아 서버에서 다른 듀오분들 제 지인분들 하고 계시더라고요. 네. EA SE요? SE. 네. 근데 마이크가 어제랑 좀 다르시네요, 소리가. 어제랑 좀 달라요, 많이. 아니요, 들려요. 예스, 저 루시퍼요. 한때 정계님을 죽인.
흔들흔들. 리카루스님 아이디를 말하라. 어우, 왜 이리 어려워?
뭐가 막 많아졌네요. 참마도? 곤봉?
네. 뭐야, 이게 아니야?
정근님 식은땀 흘리는 중?
MA SSA CRERULER 맞는데? 왜 안 되지? 아시안가? 그렇지, 아시아구나. 자, 캐릭터 각자 고르시죠.
들어가서 부르면 되죠, 뭐.
지금 여기서 미리 안 정해놓고?
내 이름은 호이. 호랑이의 위세를 보여주마. 요즘 많이 캐릭터 변하지 않았나요?
네, 요새 많이 바뀌었죠.
저는 맞춰서 가겠습니다.
맞춰서? 루시퍼님은 뭐 캐릭터 고청한 그러면?
저거 3개 빼고 다 할 줄 알아요.
아래 신묘 은자평 호이. 리카루스님은?
네.
리카루스님 하고 싶은 캐릭터 일단 고래요.
내 자신을 희생하는 한이 있더라.
내 음향술은 누구도 거래를 원해.
지금 거? 지금 게 뭐야? 요도 힘에.
물러서 세상에 의리보다
요도 힘에.
요도. 이번에 나온 거 이쁜 같더라고요, 요도 힘에.
그 코스튬.
절대 물러서지 않는다.
얘네 맨날 새거 나와, 맨날.
맞아요. 맨날 새거 나와가지고. 요도 힘에.
선택이야. 절대 물러서지 않는다.
어디 보자. 그러면은 내가
내 이름은 호이. 호랑이.
호이를 할까?
내 이름은 호이. 호랑이의 위세를 보여주마.
호이가 근데 뭐냐 그 일반에서도 좋을지 모르겠네.
마이크야.
일반에서는 얘가 뭐냐 트리오에서는 좋을지 모르겠네. 갑시다.
일단 팔질로 다 죽이시잖아요.
아 이게 트리오전은 기술이 또 중요해서 내가 그리고 너무 오랜만에 해가지고 잘 못할 거예요 나도.
아닙니다. 정계님은 다 할 수 있습니다. 신이니까.
아니야 오랜만이어서 힘들 거예요. 아 옛날에는 타르카로 좀 많이 했었었는데 요새는 타르카가 호이한테 잡아먹히는 구도여가지고 힘들 것 같고. 호이. 아 화라국이네. 쿤윤페어에서 진행하죠 이거. 쿤윤페어에서.
넵.
쿤윤페어에서 진행하고, 쿤윤페어 같은 경우는 좋은 점이 곧바로 이제 밖으로 나갈 수가 있으니까 그 저거 보라색이 포탈 타고 보라색 포탈 누르면은 탈출이 가능하거든요. 새벽이제님도 나중에 저랑 트리오 하고 싶으시면은 플레이스쿼드에서 신청하시면 되세요. 이제 시참 그걸로 계속 받을 겁니다. 근데 나라카는 좀 뭐라고 해야 되지? 반응이 좋아야지 계속 할 것 같은데 저거 시참 일단은 계속 한번 해보려고요. 플레이스쿼드 들어오신 방법은 제 방송 영상 밑에 배너 플레이스쿼드 배너 누르시고, 그 플레이스쿼드 배너 누르신 다음에 저거 뭐냐 그 디스코드 아이디만 있으면은 가입이 돼가지고 간단하게 가입이 돼서 디스코드 아이디로 가입하시면은 간단하게 끝납니다.
무슨 일이지? 그 말은 제가 해야 할 것 같군요.
그리고 팔로우까지 부탁드려요. 가입하시면 추천인도 전개로. 지금 여기 골드 정도 되나보다. 실버 우리가 실버 1인데 250점 높으니까. 아 이게 그거구나. 오케이. 와 진짜 오랜만이어가지고 움직이는 것부터가 힘들어.
이걸 두고 호랑이 등에 날개를 달았다고 하지?
아이 맞아. 이거
먹을게요.
같은데 계속. 에?
현상금 먹을게요.
아 드세요.
하늘의 신묘함이 날 돌보는구나.
나 지금 거기 없어요. 회복 좀 하고 있어요 나. 궁극기 채운 중. 그 위쪽에 이 가상의 문이라고 있거든요. 이거
네.
타고 들어오시면은 분노치 회복한 그 뭐냐 궁극기 회복 가능한 아이템 그 뭐냐 오브젝트 있으니까 들어오세요.
넵.
두 분 다. 일단 나는 궁극기 다 했다. 왜 안 들어오셔?
예, 파밍이 아직 덜 돼가지고 여기.
들어오시면 되는데 그냥. 그래 뭐 천천히 하시든가 아니면 궁극기 없어도 되면은 그냥 오셔도 돼요.
이 보라색 말하는 거죠?
네, 그 들어가면은 회복하는 거 있어요. 궁극기 회복 가능한 오브젝트.
호랑이의 기운이야.
저기 맞네. 종 한번
이걸
쳐봤는데.
두고 호랑이 등에 날개를 달았다고 하지?
요도이메님 이거 눌러. 끝났다. 여기 나가려면 다시 들어왔던 길로 나가야죠?
네 맞아요.
정계님한테 가야지. 저 하늘에 날아다니는 새는 뭐지?
가자. 모조리 씹어먹어 주마.
하나.
하는데 세 나라 되는데요? 아, 오버워치 같은 건가? 아니 오버워치래.
하나 끝.
따고 계시는구나. 아이고, 사람이다.
등잔 밑이 어두운 법이지.
어디 갔어?
괜찮아.
둘.
맛있게 먹어주마. 일단 쓰고 나중에 바꿔야겠어.
아이고 아유 씨. 봤는데.
한 마리 또 어디로 도망쳤지? 정현이 거기서 2대1이에요?
아이 많아요 많아.
날 꺾었다고. 우습지도 않고.
오케이.
저기 멀리 떨어져 있다. 네가 졌다.
나이스. 여기
한 명 있었는데.
뭐야? 오케이.
줄지도 모르고 덤비다니.
근거리 저항 하나 껴주고.
이것이나 다름없군.
어디서 뛰어다니는 소리가 들리긴 합니다.
방어건물 여기.
어둠이 곧
오케이
찾아오리라. 이 정도면 당분간 버티겠어.
네 태도 씨. 뭐야? 오케이.
어둠의 힘이
다 했으면은
모든
들어갑시다.
것을 멸하리라.
아 상점 잠깐 들여야겠네. 계속
또
오나 보네. 오케이.
여기 또 컷.
패링.
머리부터 발끝까지 씹어먹어주마.
뒤에 한 마리 더.
다운 중.
내가
오케이.
어디 갔어? 저 안에.
은자평. 은자평 하나 돌고 있는 거 잡을게 난. 에이 올라갔다 이거. 사슬이 저 위에 있네. 사슬이 저 위에 있어. 오케이 여기도 끝.
우습지도 않고. 남 좋은 일을 시킬 수야 없지.
리카루스님 체력 회복해라. 방어구.
방어구 뺏은 것 같아.
오케이. 궁 없으시면은 이거 바노아백 드시고. 예, 바노아백 2개.
이건 버리는 건가?
예, 갑옷. 아이고 이카루스님.
아주 마음에 들어.
뭐야?
뭐야?
하나 더 인사. 하나 더 왔네.
날 꺾겠다고.
오케이. 지향의 문 열린다. 이거 지향의 문 가야 되는데. 엄청 오네. 씨. 나이스.
날 꺾겠다고? 우습지도 않고 무딘 칼은 쓸모가 없지. 무딘 칼은 쓸모가 없지. 머리부터 발끝까지 씹어먹어주마. 무딘 칼은 쓸모가 없지. 일단 무기부터 준비해야겠어. 일단 무기부터 정비해야겠어. 무딘 칼은 쓸모가
오케이.
없지. 아, 마음에 들어.
계속 오네요.
뺍시다 이제.
내
뭐야?
말대로 해. 가자.
에이 지향의 문 들어갔네 애들.
내가 다시 나설 차례로군. 네가 졌다.
이거 안 좋은데? 이렇게 되면은 우리만 소모품 다 소모되고 지향의 문 들어간 애들은 신기 먹고.
따라다니지 말라 했을 텐데. 내가 봐. 우표코의 소리온다.
날 탓하지 마라.
오케이.
날 꺾겠다고? 하, 우습지도 않고.
나이스. 그래 이게 이렇게 되면은 우리가 소모품이 많이 나갔을 것 같은데 하긴 얘네들한테 뺏고 하면은
얘네 컴퓨터 같은데?
맞아요 컴퓨터요. 이렇게 되면은 정작 플레이어들이랑 싸울 때가 문제여가지고
아니었나?
우리가 지금 AI들 다 처리하고 나중에 플레이어랑 싸울 때는 소모품 없는 상태로 싸울 수도 있어서 힘들 거예요.
좋은 템이 없어 얘네. 정근이 또 싸우네.
아 괜찮아요.
날 꺾겠다고? 하, 우습지도 않고. 일단 무기부터 정비해야겠어. 일단 무기부터 정비해야겠어. 주체도 모르고
그래 이러면은 나중에 우리가 안 좋아 이거.
일단 무기부터 정비해야겠어. 일단 무기부터 정비해야겠어.
아이고.
일단 무기부터 정비해야겠어. 날 꺾겠다고? 하, 우습지도 않고. 일단 무기부터 정비해야겠어.
나중에 싸울 때가 문제네. 오케이 그래도 나쁘지 않다. 반호화백 여기 또 하나 더 있으니까 리카루스님 좀 먹어요. 궁극기 없네 리카루스님. 하나만 먹을게요 나는.
넵.
드셔요. 어허. 아까 보니까 저 뭐야 회양경에 두 팀 들어간 거 보니까 사람이 일단 두 팀 있다는 뜻인데
뭐야 또?
이거 먹을.
에이씨 검 뺏었네 내꺼.
난장판이야.
먹겠다고? 우습지도 않고.
어둠의 힘이 모든 것을 멸하리라.
내 험을 더럽히지 마.
내 검 누가 가져왔냐?
주체도 모르고 덤비다니.
내 검 누가 갖고 왔어? 허허. 쌍검. 이렇게 해야겠네 일단.
새 것이나 다름없군.
리카우스님.
또 왔어?
이 정도면 당분간 버티겠어. 날 꺾겠다고? 우습지도 않군. 아, 힘들어 죽겠네.
죽겠다. 이거 사람이다.
응?
이 정도면 당분간 버티겠어.
오케이 하나 컷. 로보트.
사람이다.
리카우스님. 손 됐어요 일단.
이 정도면
로보트
당분간 버티겠어.
리카우스님 바로 옆에 조심.
머리부터 발끝까지 씹어먹어 주마.
회복 좀 할게요.
아이고.
이거 먹으래. 이 정도면 당분간 버티겠어. 날 꺾겠다고? 우습지도 않군.
나이스.
오케이. 깔끔.
푸르미가 최선을 다할 테니까.
꽤 쓸만하군.
다 하시고.
저 잡으면 끝이네.
맹구경 파선을 가르쳐주마.
궁극기. 나이스.
주제도 모르고 덤비다니. 맹호경
물기.
파선을 가르쳐주마. 호랑이 낚시야.
나이스.
오케이.
끝났다. 사람이 있긴 있었어요.
사람이 있었어요 이거. 사람이었어. 막판에 제 호이는 혼자 남은 사람이었고. 나이스. 막판에 막판에 한 팀 있었고 한 명 있었던 거 보니까 두 팀이었나 보다.
죽을 뻔했어요 마지막에.
응, 두 팀이었나 봐요 딱. 예, 저 친구 혼자서 버틴 거네. 이키란 친구.
변신 아니었으면 죽었어요.
나 전설 코스튬 하나 써도 되겠지 나도? 잠깐만. 이거 전설 코스튬 하나만 써볼까? 전설 코스튬 코드를 보내주셨었는데 어디 보자. 전설 코스튬이 뭔지 보고 괜찮은 거면은 시참하신 분들도 하나씩 드려야겠다 이거. 근데
이거
괜찮을걸요? 어디 한번 볼까?
아까 코드 받은 거 안 써지는데요?
아까 코드를 받았다고요? 아.
중에.
글쎄 그거는 저도 안내받은 코드가 아니어서 모르겠네. 그거는
입력 오류 혹은 활성화 횟수가 부족하다 이거 뜨는데요?
희귀 체험 카드 선택 선물 뭐 하나 주긴 했네요. 저는 이거 희귀 체험 카드 선택 선물.
방송에서 아까 코드 나온 건 뭐지?
아 이거구나. 희귀 체험 카드 금리 활용. 야 이렇게 이야기하면 난 모르는데. 용의 숨결, 범의 포효. 범의 포효가 범의 포효?
호랑이는 사냥감.
범의 포효가 이거 아닌가?
호랑이는 사냥감을 놓치.
아니네. 범의 포효는 뭐야? 행공가도.
눈에는
이상한 걸 주긴 줬는데 범의 포효를 받아볼까? 뭐지? 범의 포효? 받았는데 뭔지 모르면 못 쓰잖아요. 뭔지 이거구나. 아 무기 스킨. 나 무기 스킨 더 이쁜 거 있는데 필요 없어. 나 더 이쁜 거 있어.
유비 아무것도 몰라요.
눈에는 눈.
자, 시즌 8 임무 2주차 3주차. 무쌍수라. 야 시즌 시작한 지 얼마 안 되지 않았나? 벌써 100판을 했구나. 내가 알기로는 시즌 시작한 지 며칠 안 된 걸로 알고 있는데.
벌써 몇 주 된 거 같은데 시즌 보상.
아 그래요?
5주차 되라는데.
5주차예요? 벌써 5주차구나.
하는데요?
그러네. 벌써 5주차네. 6월 1일날 뭐 신캐 하나 나온다고 하던데.
신캐? 와.
내
6월 1일날이야.
근데 나라카가 아까 대회 보니까 신캐가 나오면 나올수록 기존 캐들이 없어지는 것 같은데. 기존 캐 하는 사람이 없어 보이던데.
타르카 살아있고 최삼랑?
바이퍼, 쿠르미 이런 애들 안 하는 거 같은데 이제.
아니 바이퍼는 그래도 쿤룬결 상향돼가지고 좀 쓰긴 해요. 쿤룬결이 어우 아파.
이 호랑이만 다 하던데.
호이.
네.
이거는 솔로에서는 최강자예요 지금. 솔로 최강자여서 얘가. 호이. 이번엔 타르카 해볼까?
화끈하게 해치워주마.
화끈하게 해치워주마.
내 자신을 희생하는 한이 있더라도
되돌릴 수 없다. 누구
맘대로.
하염없는 기다림이
뭐 할까?
바다는 내가 지배한다.
고청한 최삼랑.
세상에 공짜는 없어.
바이퍼.
날 찾아왔다고? 소승이 아니면 누가 지옥에 가겠습니까?
소승이 아니면 누가 지옥에 가겠습니까?
망설이지 않고 곧장 양떼를 공격하지.
다케다 노부타다 요도히메.
일본 컨셉 가입니다.
다케다 노부타다 요도히메.
내가 아까 리카로스님 몇 번 구해줬는지.
세상에 의리보다
리카로스님이 많이 죽을 뻔했구만. 타르카. 다케다 노부타다. 오랜만이네. 모로스 섬. 나길상 할까요?
여기가 좋습니다. 이 맵이 좋더라고. 이 맵만 몇백 번 하니까.
모로스 섬. 모로스 섬이랑 화라국이랑 화라국은 너무 넓어.
네. 물론 지금까지 계속 하신 분들은 이거나 거기나 여기나 똑같겠지만.
맞아요.
전투가 끝나면 다시 겨뤄보자.
저같이 복귀 유저들은 거긴 좀 그렇더라고요.
좋아.
외울 게 많아서 화라국은 기믹이 되게 많아요. 화라국.
좀 할 줄 아는 사람들은 이제 황금색 그게 어디 있는지 다 알잖아요.
응, 하라고. 맞아요. 넓어가지고. 한 팀 있어요.
대박.
오 깜짝아.
응?
아 늦어서 좋댔다 이 생각하고 있었는데.
응? 아 나?
네. 정규님이었다.
쌍검.
좋았어.
여기 하나 더.
이걸 주마.
뭐야?
함께 싸우자.
적에게 기회를
일층.
주면 안 돼.
다운 좀.
사람인가 보네.
응.
씨.
저
부활할게요.
내 검을 받아라.
꽤 쓸만하잖아.
조심.
이 정도
1킬.
실력은 부족해.
프로미 1층.
다운 중.
아직 회복 중이야. 이 정도 실력.
오케이. 얘 잡았고.
크루미가
조금만
최선을
더.
다할 테니까.
지금 요도임에 살리는 중.
프로미랑 1대1 중.
오케이. 부활시켰어요.
2대1 중.
절대 쓰지 않을 테다. 내게 맡기도록. 내게 맡기도록. 그래 배워내.
온몸이 타오르는군.
맹후경 파선을 가르쳐주마.
꽤
이
쓸만하잖아.
사슬 뭐지?
이 사슬 나 걸려있어요. 이거 들어왔어 이걸?
살린다.
들어가면 안 되는데. 오케이. 아이고. 아 대검 씨.
프로미가 제일 잘하는 애 같아요.
아이고. 대검. 나이스.
꽤 쓸만하잖아.
한 명 남.
다 먹읍시다.
가져왔나?
아니 다 먹었어요. 다 먹었어요.
뒤에 왔어요. 뒤에 왔어요. 또 왔어요.
무력
살린다.
먹고. 무약 다 먹었어요.
완벽해.
아이고.
크루미가 최선을 다할 테니까. 누구도 날 막을 수 없어.
나이스.
무기 뺐어요. 쟤 무기 없어. 무기 없어.
끝.
무기 없어.
끝.
싸울 수
또
있겠어.
왔어.
청량명월?
이렇게
한국분이시네.
싸우면 한결 안심이야. 이 정도 실력으로는
나이스. 끝났다. 끝났다.
한국분이셨네.
완전 새 거잖아.
왔어요. 또 왔어.
확인.
더 싸울 수 있겠어?
나이스. 오케이. 태도 들어왔고.
도움이 될지도 모르겠고.
파밍합시다 이제.
네. 오.
그래 이게 SEA 서버는 사람들이 잡히는데 아시아 서버는 다 AI야.
어둠이
아쉬워.
곧 찾아오리라.
네. 저분 한국 분이신데 그거 같은데 랜덤 매칭 해가지고.
그런 것 같아요. 그 나머지 두 분은 모르신 분들이랑 한 것 같고.
더 싸울 수 있겠어?
정면에
아이고.
싸우시네.
분노의 불꽃. 더
끝.
분노해야 해.
잡았어요?
그냥 보신가?
아니 한 명은 사람이었어요.
모든 것을 멸하리라.
이름 한글 이름이어가지고.
둘 다 사람이네. 하나는 근데 서로 싸우고
AS가 안
있었어요.
써 있었어요.
서로 싸우고
한글
있었어요.
이름인데 AS.
SE에서 사람 만든 사람들이 많아요 이제. 아시아 서버는 아예 들리지도 않아 이제 사람들.
유비들도 아시아 안 와 이제.
그러니까 그냥 SEA 서버로 곧바로 시작하신 분들이 많아서. 그래서 아시아 붙는
있어요?
사람들이 없을 거예요. 뭐지? 아 여기 있구나.
오. 혹시 정gen이 그거 쓰시나요?
뭐야?
그 참마도?
참마도 좋죠.
제가 그거 먹었거든요.
참마도.
이거 개선 장군.
근데 참마도가 없다. 개선 장군 좋지.
일단 드시죠.
오케이. 잠깐만 리카루스님. 아이씨. 저 먹고 가야겠다. 리카루스님 지금 물린 것 같은데? 방어구 까였는데?
아까 뭐야 똑같은 그 사람 근데 아까 그 사람? 들었네 탈락? 오 하부틱스 리카스님
맞다. 이게 헷갈리네 계속 F랑 E랑. 저희는 시인촌 쪽으로 갈게요.
누구에게 줄까?
아까 쿠르미님한테 검 뺏은 게 달달하네.
대검?
아니요 장검.
장검.
초반에 갑옷도 안 끼고 있었는데
곧바로 와가지고 상대가
도움이 될지도 모르겠군.
지향의 문 회안경 들어가야겠네 이번엔.
가자. 저기다.
10초. 회안경을 갑시다 이번. 회안경 여기가 더 가깝네.
재단으로 가야 해.
비슷비슷하다. 회안경 쪽으로 갈게요. 이제 열리려면 시간 좀 걸리긴 하는데 미리 가둡시다.
어디서 사진 소리 들렸는데 뒤에 사람 왔다.
오케이 갈게요.
함께 싸우자.
뭐야? 하나 더.
사람이네.
나이스. 뭐야? 바꿔치기?
무진. 이 팀이에요.
오케이. 참마도 있다. 오케이. 참마도 뺏었고.
위에 사람.
멀리 인기척이 느껴진다.
회안경은 못 들어가겠다 이거.
참마도.
응. 참마도 뺏었어요 하나.
정근이 뒤에.
개선 장군. 납시오.
완벽해.
오, 저 개선 장군.
어이씨. 하나 더. 까비.
죽였어.
완벽해.
용의 분노.
싸우기 전에 힘부터 회복해야겠어.
뭐야 누가 여기다가 켰었네?
응 용분.
누가 할 쓰는데?
네 싸우고 있어요. 차징 쓰지 마세요.
완벽해.
차징 쓰지 마.
완전 새 거잖아.
수리함이 오케이 다 챙겼고. 나 혼옥 하나 없구나. 해안경은 놓쳤네.
신경 꺼.
이 보자. 저기 있어요.
있다.
서로 싸우고 있네. 계산장군 납시오.
오.
와이어 콤보?
헤딩.
나이스.
싸울 수 있겠어?
챙기지 않는 건가?
청귀, 다중화살. 청귀.
예, 근처 맞네요. 예, 사람이었네.
거센 파도.
이렇게 싸우면
어디
한결
보자.
안심이야.
다쳤네요.
회안경? 아까
네.
다쳤어요. 아까.
쓸만한 게 있고.
너무 오래 싸웠다.
회안경은 금방금방 다쳐가지고 저건. 갈 거면 빨리빨리 갔어야지.
어떻게 합니까? 사람이
그러면은
있는데.
다음 회안경 노리든가. 아니면은 회안경 없이 공국기 채우세요. 요동 그 뭐냐 리카루스님. 그 뭐냐 이거 반딧불 있어.
요도이메님이 되시면 될 것 같아요.
애들이 안 보인다 따로.
어둠이 곧 찾아오리라.
생각보다 많이 죽었어요.
이번에 사람이 많나 보다. AI면은 싸울 때 계속 달려들게끔 설정이 되어 있는데.
네 맞아요.
없나 봐. 이번엔 사람이 많나 봐요.
그거 개선 장군 그거 패딩 돼요? 오는
이거요?
거?
처음에 패딩해야 돼요.
아 그 이미 쓰고 나서는 패딩이 안 되는 거.
맞기 전에 패딩하면 돼요. 그러니까 개선 장군이 다가올 때 패딩을 하면 되는데 맞은 이후부터는 안 돼요.
달려오는 거 그니까.
네, 달려온 건 패딩 돼요.
생각보다 패딩 하기 쉽겠네 그럼.
개선 장군. 이게 근데 개선 장군이 딜링보다는 그 뭐냐 이동용이어가지고.
대단해.
개선 장군 빨라.
개선 장군 빨라요.
왜 적토마가 아닌가요?
개선 장군 겁나 빨라.
정기님은 적토마 사고 다니는 거 아닙니까?
여기 상점 들리세요. 뭐 할 거 있으면은.
그 적토마 스킨 한 마리 한번 해달라고 해요.
근데 이게 개선 장군 먹기가 너무 힘들잖아요. 이거. 신기해가지고.
그래서 다른 무기들도 그 있잖아요.
뭐. 어떤가요?
그 있잖아요. 모양 바뀌는 거 있잖아요.
그거. 있어요. 아마 이것도 나오긴 할 것 같아요. 이거 참마도가 나온 지 얼마 안 된 무기여서 그렇지.
관우의 무기라면서.
참마도.
관우 스킨 하나 만들어 달라고.
관우 스킨은 있어요. 저거 악산.
아니요. 적토마 스킨.
적토마 스킨. 있다.
어디 뭔 소리지?
같이 싸우자.
분노의 불꽃.
한 마리 컷.
오케이 끝.
거기도 끝났나요?
여기도 끝.
아니네 끝 아니네.
끝나가요. 무콤.
완벽해.
많다. 아이씨 무콤 썼는데 아깝다.
누구에게 줄까?
더 분노해야 해.
참마도.
이렇게 싸우면
루시퍼님.
한결 안심이야.
회복만 먼저 할게요 빨리. 나이스. 태양경 누구 들어갔다 또.
탈락, 아예 탈락.
태양경.
누구에게 줄까?
양편곤.
쓰세요. 자, 태양경 지금
저기
파티 없는데 들어갑시다 빨리. 늦을 것 같은데 이거 15초 남았는데. 아유 못 들어가겠다. 다들 거기에 계속 계시네.
한 명이 들어가도 되지 않아요?
아니 다 안 돼요. 다 들어가야 돼요. 어허, 나 혼자서 들어가서 이길 수 있으려나? 못하지. 태양경 다 찼다 이거.
12 걸렸거든요.
에이 내가 봤어. 그냥 왔으면 됐어.
아니.
그냥 무시해도 되는데. 갑시다. 갈게요. 루시퍼님 위험하다 이거.
죽었다.
회복 중이야. 완벽해.
하나 잡았고.
우리 다 죽었어요.
이렇게
확인.
싸우면
1일.
한결 안심이야.
아 타르카 변신하겠다 쟤.
너를 향해 돌진하라.
악산도 변신했어.
분노의 불꽃. 정말이지 힘 빠지는군. 싸우기 전에 힘부터 회복해야겠어.
아이고.
살리는 것 같은데요?
살릴 수 내가 방해할 수가 없어 지금.
힘부터 회복해야겠어.
아니네 쫓아오네 나.
쓰지 않아 다행이야.
그나마 다행인 거는 상대가 궁극기를 다 썼다.
이렇게 싸우면 한결 안심이야.
타르카 탱카이잖아.
조금만 더.
아이고.
싸우기 전에 힘부터 회복해야겠어.
허허.
안돼.
영겁의 시간이 도래할 것이다.
아이고 당했다 이거.
뭐야 저게 패딩 있나고?
누가 솟아오른다. 조금만 더. 분노의 불꽃.
한 팀이랑 정계님이랑
정말이지 힘 빠지는.
딴 팀 온 것 같은데?
그런 것 같아요.
끝없는 고통에서 전율하라.
좀 쉬어야겠어.
아니네.
한 명이면은 될 것 같은데. 있다.
사람 팀다. 있다. 싸워라.
아직 회복 중이야.
암흑의 신이 널 출시하실 것이다.
왜 안 와 얘네 이제?
그냥 열어주고 오잉?
나이스.
이렇게 싸우면 한결.
동막여기 안에서 뭐 궁극기 없이 싸우든가.
죽었다. 끝났는데?
1대 3이네. 일대 3.
말 시키기는 좀 힘들 것 같아요.
지금 돈이 있으니까 안 되겠다 그래도.
마지막 라운드에서는 부활 안 되지 않아요?
부활 부정만 있으면 돼요.
어.
풍경 없지. 양평곤은 하나 갖고는 안 되겠다 이거.
행상에서 하나 먹고
돈이 없어요. 근데 돈이 많이
8,000원이었나?
12,000원인가 그럴 거예요.
한 명은 살릴 수 있네.
분노가 솟아오른다.
저게 끝났으니까 궁극기.
보급에서도 하나 뜰 텐데 쟤네가 못 사게 하겠죠?
네 알겠습니다. 보글? 아 보글 안 돼요. 보글은 안 떠요.
아 1대3은 이기는 거
이것들 방심하고 아주
싸우기 전에
얘네 방심하고 있네.
회복해야겠어.
물량만 먼 거리만 쓰고 있네.
우리 전개는 신인데.
아이고. 깝이다 이거.
조금만 더.
팀이 1대1 하자는 건가?
하나 잡았고.
분노의 불꽃.
빨린다.
까비.
아.
안 돼, 안 돼, 이거.
농락당했어.
안돼. 3명이어가지고 안돼 이거.
정균이 농락당했어.
하나라도 잡은 게 용한 거예요 이거. 까비. 잠깐만요.
네.
손이 근질근질하다고.
자, 나라카 막판 갑시다.
네.
1시간 딱 나라카
간만에 몸
재밌게
좀 풀어볼까?
즐겼으니 뭐하지?
호랑이
이번에
굴에서 호랑이와 함께 자란 몸이지.
나 악당 관우 스킨 있는데
쉽게 쓰러뜨릴 수 없을 것이다.
이거 그때 뽑으려고 엄청 그랬는데 씨. 악산
평화
관우
악산 등장.
소승의 이름은
목소리가 너무 근데 악산이 아니다. 아, 그 관우가 아니다.
이 길을 선택한 푸른 늑.
이 몸의 실력을 보여주지. 거절보다 하염없는 기다림이 더 두려워. 다툼.
오랜만에 고청한 갈까?
오.
청아니.
아 좋죠.
겨울에는 해가 짧으니 서두르도록 하죠.
옛날에 고청한 병력 깼을 때가 그거였어요 저는.
그래?
그 F로 돌진해가지고 바로 얼린 다음에 그 바로 등 뒤로 오는 컨트롤이요.
응.
등 뒤로 등 뒤로 얼려버려가지고
그다음에
거기서 바로 차징해서
맞아요 맞아요.
맞추는 건 문제가 안 되는데 바로 등 뒤로까지 오는 거는 진짜 힘들던데 그거는.
하다 보면 돼요.
하다 보면
하다 보면은 열심히 하다 보면은 되더라고. 저 처음엔 못했었어요. 처음엔 못했었는데 계속 하다 보니까 나라카는 진짜 좀만 연습하면은 다 되긴 되는데 힘들어.
그건 연습 안 되던데요.
뭐 어떤 거야?
타레카 무한 콤보.
아 무콤? 아니 무콤도 잘만 하면은 쉬울 텐데 무콤. 쫙쫙쫙쫙 계속 빼.
겨울은 눈꽃이 막
고청한.
네 나라카 최대 업적이.
응.
경기님 죽여본 거잖아요.
야 이거 어디 가야 되냐? 아 쿤윤페어 가긴 좀 그런데. 아 쿤윤페어 갑시다. 예. 쿤윤페어 갑시다.
라르키님 오셨구나. 왜? 제가 트롤을 갑니다.
응? 마타리. 이번에도 골드 정도 되겠네요.
근데 사실 무관수라이신 정계님에게는 아무것도 아니잖아요.
아니 나 무관수 나 예전에
살아있다.
그거밖에 안 돼가지고. 예전에는
다친 것 같습니다. 속히 와주세요. 어떻게 해야 하는지 봤어?
나 빠졌어요. 무기 없어서. 무기 없어요 나.
네, 다 죽였어요 2명.
오케이.
오늘은 운이 좋군.
3명 더 왔어.
어?
명 컷.
오케이. 됐어.
정신.
왔어. 왜? 아 청랑명월님이네 또.
이 정도는 아무렇지 않아. 기력이 돌아오고 있어.
죽으셨다 이거. 아니야. 한 번 부활 가능해요. 리카우스님. 한 번 부활 가능해. 나이스 루시퍼님 다 잡으셨네. 지금 무기 이제 생겨가지고 들어왔다.
신세를 졌군요. 아무것도 남겨선 안 돼.
제가 정리했습니다.
나이스요, 나이스.
괜찮군. 넉넉히 챙겨놔야겠어. 아무것도 남겨선 안 돼.
거기도 싸우고 계시나요?
나? 아니요. 아, 나 방어구 물약 방어구 회복하려고 F 한 거예요.
아, 죽으셨는데?
누구? 아, 아까 죽은 거예요, 리카우스님 저거.
아, 또 싸운다 쟤네.
응, 보여요.
참마도 드릴까요?
아니, 지금 태도 있어요, 지금은. 태도 있어요.
기습입니다. 속히 와주세요. 감히 제 길을 막다니.
소리가 나는데.
응, 싸우고 있어요. 나이스.
여유 있을 때 미리 챙겨놔야겠어. 사냥을
영혼.
제법 쓸만하고.
영혼 빠져나갔고.
여기 싸우고 있습니다.
저기에
오, 많아. 저기 가셨군.
같이 싸우자. 크로미가 최선을 다할 테니까.
상랑명언입니다. 이제 딱 움직인 거 보면 알겠어.
변신이요.
한 명 더 줄었군.
여기도 끝.
이걸로 골동품을 수리할 수 있으려나.
어둠이 곧 찾아오리라.
감히 제 길을 막다니.
오케이.
네가 주먹을
나이스.
휘두른 순간부터 운명은 정해졌어.
장비. 곤.
어둠의 힘이 모든 것을 멸하리라.
아무것도 이걸로 골동품을
곤,
수리할
곤,
수
곤.
있으려나.
저기 수명 있네.
오케이. 아이고.
이 정도로는 어림없어. 감히
나이스.
제 길을 막다니.
자자. 뭐야, 보물상자?
발발 떨기는
보물상자. 대포.
수리 좀 할게요, 아이템.
수리하세요. 천천히 하세요. 창.
정기님 혼자 내둬도 하시니까.
창. 리카루스님이 지금 영혼벌 없으니까 리카루스님이랑 같이 계시면 되겠다. 애들이 뭐 따로 더 보이진 않네. 이번 판도 뭐냐 플레이어 좀 있나 보다. 아이고.
대항의 문 어디지?
여기 바로 뒤인데? 잠깐만. 차라리 아래로 내려가자. 여기서 1분 30초 멍 때리는 것보다는.
이걸로 골동품을 수리할 수 있으려나?
오, 여기 파밍 안 했네? 뭐 물렸어요?
안 물렸는데?
뭐지? 빨간색 알림 떴는데?
이런 물건이 있다니.
탈원 비소.
이게 필요한가요?
여기 파밍 아무도 안 했구나. 이제 영혼 부활 끝난다. 회양경 열려요. 회양경
가자.
회양경.
이 카르스님 보고 계시나?
근데 아무도 없나 보다. 회양경 도전 안 하네.
그 티어가 티어가 낮은 것 같아요.
회양경 입장 안 한다. 있네. 들어왔네.
왔다.
한 명밖에 안 들어왔는데? 뭐야? 혼잔데? 참.
한 명.
어떻게 해야 하는지 봤어?
주원 어디 갔지? 야호.
주작. 이따가 먹어요. 나중에. 맨 마지막에 먹어요. 저거 주작.
주작이야 주작?
주작. 했어? 뭐야? 왜 청룡으로 했어? 누구야? 누가 먹었어 이거? 야이 주작하라니까 이씨. 야 이거 청룡은 2분밖에 안 되는데 지속시간?
아닙니다.
야 모르면은 가만히라도 있지 씨. 이동합시다.
청룡은 재능이 뭐지?
청룡 그 체력 방어력 자동으로 회복하면서 낙뢰술 효과. 그리고 시간은 좀 가장 짧아요. 2분.
청룡이라니.
2분 지속 시간이기도 한데 2분 지속 시간인데 대신 강하긴 해요. 근데 2분밖에 안 돼가지고 필요가 없는 신기 중 하나긴 하지. 2분이어서 곧바로 만난 게 아니어서.
그래도 뉴비분이 언제 이런 거 먹어보겠어요.
청룡 1분 안에 찾긴 힘들겠지.
아닙니다.
1분에 찾긴 힘들겠다.
아무것도 남겨선 안 돼. 이런 물건이 있다니.
신화광장 아무도 안 풀었네. 이거 신화광장 풀어볼까? 신화광장. 아이고. 아니 됐어요. 괜찮아요. 내가 실수해서 맞은 거야.
어둠이 곧 찾아오리라.
여유 있을 때 미리 챙겨놔야겠어.
우측 신화광장 파밍하고 계세요.
네.
좌측. 우좌우.
맛있는 게 안 나오는데?
어둠의
우좌우 아래.
힘이 모든 것을 멸하리라.
어디 보자. 우좌우 아래.
정계님 우리 그 행상아트 한번 갔다 오면 안 될까요?
잠깐만요. 이거 하고 갑시다.
정확하지.
누가 건드렸냐 또? 됐네. 오케이. 신화광장 풀었어요. 쌍절곤. 상점 갔다 옵시다. 벌써 가셨네. 상점 갔다 옵시다.
저 발각됐대.
혼자 가니까 그렇지.
이걸로
장전 한번 하고.
골동품을 수리할 수
온다
있으리라.
온다 저기 있다.
멀리 떨어진 곳에 적이 있어. 보물 사냥꾼의 촉은 정확하지. 잘 배웠어. 벌벌 썰기.
감옥의 신이 널
신세를
기다릴 것이다.
적응한다. 여유 있을 때 미리 챙겨놔야겠어.
놈들을 잡아!
자, 이거 약간 위험한데?
괜찮군.
나이스.
넉넉히 챙겨놔야겠어.
리카르스님 위험.
빠지네.
제법 쓸만하군. 저기 한 명 더 줄었군요.
이게 맞네.
가까워져야 해. 벌벌 썰기는
오케이, 여기 정리 끝. 티물은 어디 있어? 저 안에 있구나.
이 은혜는 꼭 같아. 나한테
나이스. 용분.
여유
쉣.
있을 때 미리
아니, 이거.
제법 쓸만하군. 현재의 한기. 생기를 거두네. 좀 더 차가워져야 해.
예, 싸우고 있어요 정계님.
싸운 중 나도.
좀 더 차가워져야 해. 저기 한 명
아우,
더 줄어.
겨우 잡았다 이거. 죽었다. 오독새. 마지막에 오독새 씨. 죽였는데. 까비. 야, 오독새가 있었네. 오독새 맞고 죽은 건 또 오랜만이네.
저 업적 있어야 돼 진짜.
고생하셨어요. 재밌었다 그래도.
고맙습니다 정계님.
재밌었어요. 나라카는 종종 한번 할게요. 종종 어차피 대회 때는 해야 되니까. 재밌. 아 고생하셨어요 오늘 나라카.
크로스테이더 킹즈 바로 참가 자신 있습니다.
아니야. 아니야 나 3타로 천통 좀 하고 오늘 고생들 하셨어요.
넵.
뭐냐 리뷰 좀 적어주세요.
넵.
감사해요. 항상 하니까 재밌네 시참을. 고생하셨어요. 내일이나 모레나 크킹 한번 열면은 그때 하시죠.
네.
고생하셨어요. 리카루스님도 고생 많으셨어요. 리카루스님도 나라카 꾸준히 하시면은 잘하시긴 할 텐데. 아니야 잘하셨어요. 그래도 그 한 명 맡아주시는 게 그래도 잘 해주시더만. 고생하셨어요. 리카루스님도 그 리뷰 한 번만 부탁드릴게요. 나중에 리뷰 한 번만 부탁드릴게요, 리카루스님. 한 번당 하나예요. 그러니까 한 스쿼드당 한 번이에요. 한 스쿼드당 한 번. 잠깐만. 한 스쿼드당 한 번. 이거를 어떻게 생각하세요? 나중에는 이 플레이 스쿼드라는 컨텐츠를 이용하신 분들 보니까 막 대부분까지는 아니고 이제 몇몇 분들은 그 시참 받을 때 저거 SC라는 코인을 받더라고요. 저런 거를 받아도 괜찮을까라는 생각 때문에 시참 받는 조건으로 이렇게 하는 거지. 나중에는 한번 해볼까 하긴 하는데 괜찮으려나? 안 괜찮으려나? 나중에 1SC당 120원인가? 10SC 정도 해가지고 한번 해볼까 하거든. 10SC 10SC 정도 해가지고 지금은 나도 좀 고민 중이야. 지금 고민 중이야. 왜냐면 다른 분들은 하고는 있는데 나는 이제 그냥 하고 있거든요. 저는 다른 분들은 SC라는 코인을 받으면서 하시는 것 같은데, 물론 아니신 분들 계시지만 나중에는 해볼까라는 생각 때문에 고민 중이야. 1cc당 120원인가 그럴 거예요. 이게 맞나? 한 10SC 1200원에 전개 시간 1시간 또는 2시간을 사는 거지. 이거 고민 좀 해봐야겠다. 일단 이건 고민 좀 해보고, 오늘은 마무리 좀 해야 될 것 같아. 3타러 너무 이제 마무리가 안 돼가지고. 크킹? 회장님? 왜 어느 플랫폼? 아프리카? 어느 방송을 가셨길래? 일단 뭐 그런 거는 뭐 물어보면은 내가 또 실례니까 나중에 귀띔이라도. 고생하셨어요 리카스님. 고생하셨어요. 자 그러면 오늘은 3타로 마무리 지는 걸로 합시다. 3타로 마무리 지을 수 있을까? 플렉스? 나 들어본 것 같은데 플렉스? 나 플렉스 들어본 것 같아. 나 들어본 것 같아 그 플렉스가. 지지직 소리 나요? 잠깐만. 심해요?
찰나의 고요 속에서 칼들이 한데 모여 천하의 평화와 질서를 다시 세우기로
지지직 소리 안 나죠?
맹세합니다.
지금도 그래요? 지금은 안 그래? 오. 잠깐만. 마이크 잡음 제거. 정크. 어때요? 지금 마이크 소리부터 체크하느라 죄송해요. 괜찮죠? 마이크 괜찮나? 소리도 괜찮고 마이크도 괜찮나? 똑똑똑똑똑. 오케이 감사해요. 디오라마님 어서오세요. 자, 아이고. 자, 가봅시다.
낡은 전통은 이제 죽었습니다.
오늘 3타로 마무리.
천명이 그들을 저버렸기 때문입니다. 이제 새로운 천자가 등장하여 만백성을 이끌 때가 되었고 주군께서는 천자가 되실 자격을 갖추었습니다. 이제 주군께서는 광풍과도 같습니다. 위대한 제국을 이끌 수 있다는 자격을 보여주어야 합니다.
보여줘야 합니다.
파도가 밀물처럼 밀려오다 썰물처럼 쓸려나가듯 장수의 운명 역시 흥망을 거듭합니다. 압도적인 적분에 맞서.
맞아. 이 전투 빡셀 텐데 이 전투.
시작하자마자 전쟁이구만.
대야를 갖춰라. 준비하라.
어디 한번 가보자. 온다.
군병대 준비. 전속력으로. 빨리. 모두 주목. 뛰어 뛰어. 어서 움직여. 백수. 각오를 가져라. 준비 완료. 준비하라.
몇 번이고 쓰러뜨려주마.
그 조잡한 무용을 보니 눈물이 다 난다.
대기 중. 죽여라. 검명대 전투 준비. 대기 중. 준비. 쏴.
준비를 해라. 다리를 노려라. 불겨. 아군이 도망친다. 정신 차리거라.
각오를 다져라. 더 빠르게. 진영을 바꿔라. 빨리 가자. 뛰어라. 빨리 빨리. 진영을 형성하라. 준비. 더 빨리. 움직여. 쳐라. 다시는 패배하지 않겠다.
그럴 리가 없지.
몽골을 공격하라. 공격. 주목하라. 준비를 해라. 신속히 전진하라.
준비됐다. 서둘러라. 신속히 전진하라. 어서 움직여. 주모. 너를 보여줘라. 뛰어. 신속히 전진하라. 진영 변경. 공격. 빨리 가라. 뛰어라. 싸워라. 모두 주목. 적들을 무너뜨려라. 네가 죽은 다음에는 가족도 잘 처리해주마. 내 목숨 걸고 그 입은 막아주마. 서둘러라. 한심하구나.
전원 수모. 약해 빠졌구나.
명이라고는 없구나.
뛰어!
공병대 전투 준비.
내가 됐다. 돌격!
준비 완료. 서둘러라. 뛰어. 발사. 바로 그거요.
준비.
공병대 주목. 어서 움직여. 빨리. 더 빠르게 움직여. 천하를 위해.
뭐지? 벌써 끝인가?
화살 장전. 화살을 날려라. 주목. 준비.
내가 됐다. 빨리 가자. 어서 움직여.
공병대 모두 주목.
공병대 주목하라. 검을 들어라. 대기 중. 더 빠르게 서둘러라. 더 빨리 검을 뽑아라. 전속 전진하라. 준비 완료. 꿈을 대지 마라.
공병 주목. 네 목을 베리라. 입 좀 닥쳐라. 각오를 다져라. 공병대 전투 준비. 대형을 갖춰라. 빨리 가자. 서둘러라. 위치로. 발을 장전하라. 준비하라.
전투 태세.
준비 완료. 더 빠르게. 뛰어. 자비를 보이지 마라. 주목. 준비를 해라. 빨리. 더 빨리 가자. 대기 중. 신속히 전진하라. 쏴라. 내가 됐다.
각오를 다져라.
주목. 준비 완료. 뛰어. 죽여라!
선원 주목! 분노를 보여줘라! 빨리 가자! 준비! 싸워라!
무기 준비!
예! 대야를 갖춰라! 전투 태세! 쳐라! 예! 각오를 다져라!
위태로운 승리. 간부인 유비의 아내죠. 유비의 아내.
기지를 발휘해 적의 일격을 피했다.
색임? 필요 없어. 오히려 이런 애들은 오나라에 끝까지 남아있으면서 나한테 져주는 게 이득이야.
저들은 믿음을 위해 싸웠을
장흠은
뿐이다.
또 이야기가 달라지는데. 장음도 그렇게 세진 않네. 사용합시다.
긍지 있는 죽음을 안겨주어라. 움직여라.
이런 원소 세력이 멸망을 했는데 내가 막탈 못 때렸네.
나를 따르라.
원소 남았네?
산을 너무 오래 끈 것 같소. 합리적인 생각은 영혼을 살찌우는 법.
끝났네 원소. 원소 끝났어. 카테님 어서와요. 원소 끝났어. 원소는 단소가 안녕. 안녕. 야, 안녕이랑 문츠 얻었으면 됐어. 안녕. 동승이네? 동승까지는 등용할 만하지. 확실히 원소가 지니까 여기저기서 명장들이 나오기 시작하네. 장훈. 동승 있지. 8킬 0데스? 대박이네 카테님. 대박 치셨구만. 안양 문추 동승. 아 근데 졌어요? 그거는 조금 문제가 있는데, 팀이 문제가 있는데 그거는. 동승. 야 동승이라니. 그래 그거는 뒷심 부족이네 진짜. 카테님은 잘하셨다 그건. 천자고원. 이각과 곽사에게 추격받을 때도 동승은 천자의 옆에서 끝까지 호위하였습니다. 힘줄 끊기. 적 영웅이 우리 대열을 해집지 못하게 하소서. 그의 궤도에 서게 하라. 오 이거 되게 좋은데? 디버프네요? 잠깐만 이렇게 되면은 다시 해야겠다. 힘줄 끊기를 배우지마. 이렇게 배운 게 낫지. 귀갑. 적의 맹렬한 공세를 버텨야 합니다. 버텨내기만 한다면 아군이 적을 쓸어줄 테니까요. 야, 체력 30% 소모된 대신에 25초 동안 무적이야. 무적. 25초 동안 무적. 아니 코끼리 없는데? 이거 말이야 말. 이거 말이야. 60초 동안 불굴. 대박이네. 내 최고의 명장 여포. 근데 솔직히 기주 발해곡은 필요가 없는데 여기는 이 땅은 내가 필요가 없어가지고. 남만 코끼리 뜯을 수 있어요. 코끼리 뜯을 수 있습니다. 코끼리 뜯을 수 있지.
어서 오시게.
전애랑 친하게 지내야겠지? 기주 바래고. 남피 땅 주자. 남피 땅 주고 군사통일권 내놓고 전해 세력이랑 합병이 돼? 군사통일 받고 영토 이거 기주 발해국 남피 주고. 난 뭘 요청하지? 얘한테? 가서 전해. 얘한테 요청할 만한 게 없는데? 돈도 없네 이게. 식량? 얘한테 뭐 뜯을 게 없는데 내가? 돈이라도. 오케이 2600만 받아.
합의점을 찾았군.
니 가져라. 난 필요가 없는 땅이다. 솔직히 안양 문추 때문에 내가 여기까지 온 거여가지고. 안양 문추 얻었으면 됐어. 안양 문추의 장훈은 뭐 좋은 애인가 얘는? 장훈? 중나라 대장군? 이자는 군사들이 존경하며 믿고 따른 자입니다. 오 뭐야 지속시간 무한이야? 땅싸움꾼. 쾌로 끊기. 독성 타격. 그냥 그러네. 그렇게 좋은 애는 아니구나. 안양은 좋지 당연히. 귀신의 분노. 효용. 강력한 돌격. 용맹. 우레. 좋구요. 수행원 유지비, 원거리 방어 확률, 근접 피해, 이동 속도. 얜 유지비 관련이 없네. 공공질서. 그래, 유지비 관련이 없구나. 돈이 좀 많이 깨지긴 하겠다. 안녕. 그리고 문추. 혜태의 보효. 귀신의 분노. 하복 적비. 얘도 유지비 관련은 없나? 농업. 있다. 창보병 유지비. 이것도 창보병 유지비. 최후의 저항. 그러면 이제 안녕 문추 해가지고, 문추는 무기 좋은 거 못 껴주나? 왜 못 껴줘? 마음 아프게. 양손도끼 양손 철퇴 극곤. 아쉽네. 못 낀다는 게. 일단 황실호위병의 저거라도 낄까? 불의 지배자? 전투도끼. 일단 이거라도 껴라. 전투도끼. 에이, 아쉽다. 낄 수만 있으면 정말 좋을텐데. 안녕 무추가 잠깐만, 생각해보니까 안녕 무추 서로 안 친하진 않겠지? 생각해보니까 그걸 확인 안 했네.
낙숫물이 바위를 뚫는다.
서로 안 친하면은 그것도 문제인데. 에이, 설마.
뿌리 깊은 나무는 좀처럼 흔들리지 않는 법.
뿌리 깊은 나무는 좀처럼 흔들리지 않는 법.
환영합니다, 주군이시여.
체력이 늘어나는 게 있네. 뇌와 체력. 체력이 늘어나는 게 있구나.
우리는 결코 참을 수 없다.
안녕 문추를 회음 쪽에서 소환을 하면 되겠다. 안녕 문추 따라다라단.
경계하며 전진해서 진심을 담아 치리라.
조나라군이대? 좋은지 모르겠는데? 조나라군이대? 아, 근데 후위가 있네, 얘도. 승무적 기병? 일단 다 뽑고 생각하다. 역시 안녕 문추는 친할 줄 알았어.
좌절을 견뎌라.
안양 문추에 윤기? 내 책사가 너무 없구나. 풍부인? 아 풍부인. 아씨 풍부인?
가을은 가장 진실된 계절이지.
화살이 필요하긴 하겠네. 활 쓴 애가. 그러면은 풍부인 써야겠다. 안되겠다. 이거 풍부인 씁시다. 풍부인을 쓰자.
경계는 지혜로운 행동이지.
안양 문추 풍부인. 그러면은 업선봉 창병. 얘네가 업선봉 창병이 스님이랑 비교해서 좋나? 잠깐만. 업선봉 창병 스님. 팔 76%. 스님이 더 나을 것 같은데? 업선봉 창병보다?
숲의 녹음은 백성의 마음처럼 각양각색이구나.
스님. 스님이다. 스님. 스님으로 하고. 얘는 용장이잖아. 얘는 돌격병이 얘는 기병이 필요한데 지금 기병이 내가 좋은 게 없어요. 해봤자 민명대? 근데 민명대 기병이 낫긴 나을 것 같다 지금은. 스님. 일단 노병으로 합시다.
흔들리지 않으리라. 상인들을 불러와라. 물품들을 살펴봐야겠다. 훈련의 성과를 보여라.
그렇지.
하늘이 굽어 살피셨구나.
오공공은 이제 망했어.
오늘은 자비를 베풀어주마.
기회는 많았다. 하지만 너는
존재한다.
나에게 패배를 너무 많이 했어.
용기를 내라.
손책.
굳건한 신념을 갖고 싸우면 지지 않는다.
동군호.
포로들을
남만장수까지 등용했어?
움직여라. 사람들이 모여들고 있다. 좋은 신호다.
놓칠 순 없지.
좌절을 견뎌라. 우리의 승리는 천명의 증거다.
놓칠 순 없지. 동군호.
가족에게 돌려보내 주어라. 천하를 위해.
한 잔.
이제 한 잔해 볼까?
장익덕이 있는 한 여기는 장비
이제는 네 것이다.
을 상대할 수 있기 때문에 장비가 잘 싸우면 돼 여기는. 막 술 마시고
우리부터
그런
하늘까지!
이벤트만 없으면 돼. 장위, 장이덕, 장휘. 기병부대 유지비. 근데 기병부대가 지금 없어가지고 내가 진도도 레벨 8이야? 오, 이제 궁극기 배웠네. 진도 진짜 고생 많았다. 나랑 맨 처음부터 계속 같이 다녔잖아. 진도는 뭐 좀 줄만해. 근데 줄 게 없구나. 진도는 진짜 뭐 좀 줄만한데, 챙겨줄만한데 진도는. 진도 줄 게 없다. 손건 관평
질서를 위해
평이 관평이 얘를 이제
백성들을 섬겨라.
장패를 보고
항상 정직하라.
이쪽에서 이제 들어갈 준비를 하면 되지.
아무도 우릴 막을 수 없다. 운명이 기다린다.
오, 이거 뭐야? 어? 저 뭐야? 시신성에 풀군단 5개인데? 다 같이 내려와가지고 얘 쳐버려야겠네. 미친 거 아니야? 태보, 경험. 경험치 안녕? 또 안되고 장훈? 또 안되죠. 평이? 평인 되네. 근데 관평이가 관우보다 관직이 높은게 말이 안되는데. 엄백호 안되고 원요. 원요 출세 많이 하네 이러면. 아씨, 뭐지? 괜찮은 친구 없나? 902는 유봉이를 싫어하네 또. 장비는 왜 유비를 싫어하냐 이제? 띠띠띠 같은 띠야. 미부인 생각. 태부. 상국을 정해야 되는데 상국 자리는 일단 비워둡시다. 활약 1회. 우리 요봉이도 레벨업 했죠. 레벨 8 요봉이. 하늘이시여 내게 힘. 후퇴? 내가 뭐라고 생각한 겐가?
명을 내려주십시오.
미추기. 고관?
만나서 영광이요.
이가. 서주? 광릉군? $4,800원 하면은 잠깐만. 나를 싫어하는 애들이 대부분 싫어해지네. 마등도 나 싫어하게 되고. 전에 한소, 황조, 화음. 사섭은 날 뭐 싫어할 만큼 싫어하게 되고. 근데 이 각을 내 속곡으로 만드는 건 아닌 것 같다.
만나서 반갑소.
화음도 딱 4개네. 화음 속곡으로 한 다음에 좀 지원을 지원받을까? 그게 낫겠다 차라리.
더 이상 버틸 수가 없소. 인도해 주시오.
오케이.
합당한 제안이요.
이거 화음도 내 속국이고. 야, 동호, 저거 너무 많은데? 이렇게 적벽대전이 시작되는 건가? 그 주역이 조조가 아닌 내가 된 것뿐이고. 야, 진짜 엄청 많다. 저 개떼를 어떻게 개떼잖아, 개떼. 야, 저 병사들을 어떻게 다 잡아야 되냐? 진영구축? 아, 그 대방패병 전용 아니에요?
망설이지
대방패병
마.
전용 맞죠? 엄청 좋은 거예요. 시시기. 응. 시시기 그 뭐냐 면역구는 되게 좋은 거예요. 저거 그거.
천하를 위해 영광을 향해 분노를 표출해라. 항해를 시작한다. 분노를 보여줘라. 그 딥다 좋은 것 같아. 그러니까 그 군원이 있고 없고 차이가 되게 커요. 대방패병 전용 군원인 그 군원이 있고 없고 차이가 되게 크기 때문에 무조건 얻어야 될, 그러니까 대방패병을 쓰신다면은 무조건 있어야 하는 군원 중 하나입니다. 준비를 해라. 각오를 다져라. 각오를 다져라. 주목. 모두 주목. 준비. 각오를 다져라. 공수들이여. 대기 중. 준비해라. 모두 주목. 호병대 전투 준비. 준비하라. 주목. 준비 완료. 주목. 대기 중. 준비. 검을 뽑아라. 준비. 준비 완료. 모두 주목. 대기 중. 가라. 간다. 더 빠르게.
맞아요. 그거 뜨긴 떴는데 저는 일단은 두 개를 보유하고 있고, 뭐냐 필요하신 분들은 무조건 뽑는 게 맞긴 합니다. 그거 하나는 무조건 뽑아야 돼. 무조건. 이 필수?
주목. 서둘러라. 때가 되었다. 더 빨리.
근데 있으시니까 일단 그 하나로 쓰시면 되긴 해요. 있으시다고 하니까.
오자! 신속히 전진하라! 각오를 다져라! 각오를 다져라! 준비! 주목!
잘안 나오고.
모두 주목! 가라! 가! 준비 완료! 대기 중! 뛰어! 달려라! 준비 완료! 주목! 신속히! 각오를 다져라! 더 빨리 가라! 서둘러라! 뛰어! 더 빨리 가라! 준비들 해라! 가라! 가! 전속력으로! 대기 중! 내가 되었다! 싸우라! 준비! 더 빨리 가라! 준비! 내가 되었어! 서둘러라! 더 빠르게! 한심하군! 네가 날 이길 수 있을 것 같으냐? 떠드느라 힘을 낭비하지 말거라! 곧 필요해질 테니! 가자! 신속히 전진하라! 적들을 무너뜨려! 준비를 해라!
집결하십시오. 우리 장군에게 도움이 필요합니다.
준비! 모두 주목! 뛰어! 뛰어! 망설이지 마라! 준비! 빨리 빨리 빨리! 빨리 가자! 어서 움직여! 더 빨리! 뛰어! 가자! 뭐냐? 지난 패배를 복수하리라! 딱 니놈처럼 한심한 말을 짓거리는구나! 뛰어! 뛰어! 어서 움직여! 더 빨리! 신속히 전진하라! 서둘러라! 뛰어! 빨리 가자! 빨리 빨리 빨리! 더 빠르게! 뛰어! 뛰어! 더 빠르게! 빨리 가자! 뛰어! 자비를 보이지 마라! 어서 움직여! 가자! 더 빨리! 쳐라!
슬슬 숨이 찰 텐데.
정말 애처로운 놈이구나! 서둘러라! 전투로! 주목! 빨리 빨리 빨리! 신속히 전진하라! 빨리 가자! 서둘러라! 뛰어! 우리의 분노를 보여줘라! 신속히 전진하라! 더 빨리! 어서 움직여! 각오를 다져라!
각오를 다져라.
덤벼봤자 아무 소용없을 것이다. 내 목숨 걸고 그 입은 막아주마. 가자. 빨리 빨리 빨리. 뛰어 뛰어. 싸워라. 돌격. 공격. 서둘러라. 뚫어라. 반드시 명예를 되찾을 것이다. 날 욕한 걸 후회하게 해주마. 어서 움직여. 뛰어 뛰어. 빨리 가자. 뛰어. 죽여라. 더 빠르게. 신속히 전진하라. 더 빨리. 빨리 빨리 빨리. 가자. 적군이 도망친다. 이 겁쟁이들 신속히 전진하라. 뛰어 뛰어. 가자. 준비. 뚫어라. 넌 쓰러질 것이다. 모두 죽어.
혼자서 다 이기는 거지.
적장이 죽었다. 상대도 안 되는군. 그 녀석이 죽었다고? 그게 뭐 별일이라고. 빨리 가자. 더 빠르게. 돌격. 뚫어라. 어서 움직여. 뛰어. 더 빨리. 우리의 분노를 보여줘라. 빨리 빨리 빨리. 서둘러라. 어서 움직여. 뛰어 뛰어. 가자. 빨리 가자. 서둘러라. 더 빨리. 뛰어. 망쳐라. 겁쟁이 놈들아. 죽어라. 목숨만은 살려줄 생각이었는데. 준비. 대기 중. 뚫어라. 이제 끝이다. 떠들으냐고. 힘을 다 쓰면 어떻게 싸울 거냐. 죽여라.
네.
뭐냐?
군대가 어디야? 장비라는 군대가 있는데.
망설이지 마라.
잘 키우는 장비 100만 대군부터.
뚫어라. 빨리 빨리 빨리. 신속히 전진하라. 더 빠르게. 쳐라. 준비 완료. 준비들 해라. 준비들 해라. 빼었어. 대기 중. 공격. 준비. 뚫어라. 준비 완료. 전투로. 적들을 무너뜨려라. 각오를 다져라. 싸워라. 자비를 보이지 마라. 죽여라. 싸워라. 쳐라. 우리의 분노를 보여줘라. 뚫어라. 가자. 더 빨리. 망설이지 마라. 준비들 해라. 빨리 빨리 빨리. 신속히 전진하라.
적들이 도망치고 있습니다.
일본 장수야.
내가 되었어. 더 빠르게. 전투로. 서둘러라. 공격. 뛰어. 빨리 가자. 뛰어. 어서 움직여. 뛰어. 적들을 무너뜨려라. 신속히 전진하라. 더 빨리. 빨리. 서둘러라. 뚫어라. 더 빠르게. 자비를 보이지 마라. 놈들을 쳐라. 돌격. 적들을 무너뜨려. 오자. 전투 준비. 사격. 주목. 공격. 죽여라. 뚫어라. 쳐라. 준비 완료. 전속력으로 달려라. 대기 중. 모두 주목. 전투로.
마이너스 37.
적장이 쓰러졌습니다.
천하의 적이 또 한 명 쓰러졌다.
죽어라. 이놈 주차.
준비! 어서 움직여! 각오를 다져라! 진영 경영! 각오를 다져라! 가자! 뛰어! 돌격! 뚫어라! 내가 됐다! 빨리 가자!
적들이 도망치고 있습니다.
자비를 보이지 마라.
내 이름 장수야. 다시 왔냐?
준비하라. 어서 움직여. 빨리 가자. 움직여. 서둘러라. 신속히 전진하라.
적장을 쓰러뜨렸습니다.
항복할 수 없다면 죽어라. 뛰어. 전투로 놈들을 공격하라. 더 빨리. 대기 중. 더 빠르게. 준비 완료. 때가 되었소.
승리가 코앞입니다.
대기 중. 준비. 우리의 분노를 보여줘라. 빨리 가자. 더 빠르게. 어서 움직여. 더 빨리. 빨리. 뚫어라. 망설이지 마라. 주목. 준비를 해라. 전투로 싸워라. 주목. 준비해라. 쏴라. 준비. 모두 주목. 보자. 빨리 가자. 신속히 전진하라. 주목. 뚫어라. 죽여라. 대기 중. 준비를 해라. 때가 되었소. 보자.
보십시오. 적들이 도망칩니다.
모두 주목. 뛰어. 빨리. 다 죽여. 화살이 바닥났다. 자비를 보이지 마라.
장비 괴물 아니에요? 하긴 내가 이렇게 키웠지.
낡은 전통은 이제 죽었습니다.
축배를 들어라.
천명이 그들을 저버렸기 때문에.
온 힘을 다하겠다. 전하를 위해 한 잔.
전하를 위해 한 잔. 장이덕 본인이 내가 세지는 그런 건 더 없나? 근접 공격수도 40. 장비 본능 300 찍겠는데.
항상 순수하라.
망설이지 마라. 전진한다. 과욕을 부리지 않게 조심해라. 열정을 아낌없이 쏟아라. 무기를 들어라. 신속하게 행동해라. 우리의 불꽃이 사그라들었다.
불가능한 일이다. 출정한다. 전진하라. 내 인내에도 한계가 있다.
천하의 적들을 혼내주리라. 부패를 거부하라. 천하가 우리와 함께 기뻐하리라.
안 된다.
천하를 위해. 뜨거운 가슴으로 운명이 기다린다. 공격!
일반의 대군인가? 일반의 대군. 야, 이거 오늘 하는 못 끝내겠다. 오늘은 여기까지 하고 내일은 내일은 내가 컴브를 먼저 하고, 내일 내가 5시부터 해설이 있으니까 내일 일단 컴브를 먼저 하고, 내일 일단 컴브를 먼저 하고 그 다음에 다시 하던가 합시다. 오늘도 일단은 시청해주셔서 너무너무 감사드리고, 내일 컴블 때 다시 인사 올리도록 할게요. 내일 컴블하고 크루세이더 킹즈를 하든 아니면 3타를 하든 뭐 이제 둘 중에 하나로 먼저 진행을 하도록 할게요. 오늘도 시청해주셔서 너무너무 감사드리고 내일 다시 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 모두 내일 봬요 여러분. 안녕히 계십시오.